Chapter 4662. Lu Ming's group, including Lu Ming, had a total of 9 people. The other 8 were all peak God Lord experts. 2 of them even possessed soul-grade divine weapons. Lion was one of them. There were also 8 peak God Lord experts by Shi's side. 2 of them also possessed soul-grade divine weapons. In addition, there were many experts in Tang Jun's group as well. Tang Jun was Tang Feng's daughter, so they would naturally protect her. Lu Ming, take care. We'll meet up in the north. Tang Jun came to bid farewell to Lu Ming. You too, Lu Ming smiled. Afterward, Tang Jun followed her group and disappeared into the forest. Lu Ming, let's go as well. Lion said. Lu Ming nodded. Their group also set off. They first headed west for a while, then headed north. This forest was vast and boundless. They had around 5,000 people, and they were split into over 500 small groups. They were scattered in the vast forest, like a small stone thrown into the sea, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. While they were moving forward, Lion and the other 7 experts secretly protected Lu Ming in the middle. Among them, the 2 fastest experts were scouting ahead. Once they discovered a powerful, surviving species of the untainted land ahead, they would take a detour. Lu Ming was also happy to relax. With fewer people, their movements were much more nimble than before. Their speed had also increased by many times. They constantly flashed through the forest, leaving large areas behind them. Along the way, they would encounter primitive, surviving species every once in a while. There were strong and weak primitive surviving species. The weak ones were equivalent to divine lords or divine emperors, while the stronger ones were divine lords. In just 3 days, Lu Ming's group had encountered over 100 divine lord primitive surviving species. As a matter of fact, they even came across 2 reciprocity primordial species, but they avoided them beforehand and took a detour. Primordial species at reciprocity all had their own territories. As long as they did not set foot in another's territory and took a detour, they would not pursue them. Along the way, Lu Ming and the others were secretly shocked. There were simply too many powerful, great, desolate remnant beasts on this continent. Just by traveling in a single direction, the 9 of them came across over 100 divine lord primordial species and 2 reciprocity primordial species. Coupled with the huge azure wolves they had encountered before, there were over 600 divine lord primordial species. This was definitely only a part of the continent. The number of remnant species at the Divine Master Realm on this continent was absolutely shocking. Adding them all together, they might have more divine masters than the entire primitive universe. This was too shocking. Anyone who could control the Great Desolate Remnant here would be able to dominate the Great Desolate Universe. It was just a continent, yet there were so many powerful Great Desolate Remnant species. Then, how many experts were there in the Great Desolate Continent of the previous epoch? Divine Masters were everywhere, and Origin were as numerous as dogs? That's not right. According to the records excavated from the ruins of the universe, even the Great Desolate Continent of the previous epoch did not have so many experts. It's impossible for Divine Masters to be everywhere. Lion shook his head. There were definitely many Divine Masters on the Great Desolate Continent. It was probably incalculable. However, they had only traveled for 3 days. As they had to be wary of powerful Great Desolate Remnant species, they did not move very quickly, nor did they travel very far. There were over 100 Divine Lord primordial species in this short distance. The density was just far too great. It had to be mentioned that the Great Desolate Continent of the previous epoch was shockingly vast. All the fragments of continents in the ruins of a universe and all the planets in the primitive universe were added together. Although this continent was vast, it was not as large as the 1,000-year battlefield. It was only a drop in the ocean compared to the complete Great Desolate Continent. Just how many experts were there in the Great Desolate Continent? This clearly did not match the records of the ancient records. Clearly, this continent is extraordinary. That's why it can give birth to so many powerful Great Desolate Remnant species in such a small area. Another peak Divine Master expert said. This made everyone's hearts even heavier. The more extraordinary this continent was, the more powerful the great desolate remnant species would be, and the greater the pressure on them. There was even more uncertainty about the competition for the human king's body later. Later on, they would not only have to face the experts of the Heavenly Palace and Quasi-Saint tribe, but they might also have to face powerful great desolate remnant species. This trip would probably be full of difficulties and dangers. Be careful. Suddenly, the voice of an expert who was scouting ahead rang in the ears of Lu Ming and the others. It was transmitted through telepathy and was full of solemnity. The hearts of Lu Ming and the others thumped. They immediately held their breaths and restrained their auras. Look ahead. A profound voice pointed ahead. There were about a dozen mountain peaks in front of them. They were extremely huge and very tall, extending all the way to the sky. The tallest mountain peak was at least 1,000,000 feet tall. However, this was not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that there was a giant snake coiled around this mountain peak. The giant snake began to spiral from the bottom of the mountain and continued upward, wrapping itself around the highest peak of the mountain. Terrifying. It was a terrifying giant snake. Even though it was very far away, the aura emitted by this giant snake was still terrifying. Origin Realm. This giant snake was definitely in existence of the Origin Realm. It was extremely powerful. Caw! At this moment, a sharp cry rang out in the sky. The clouds were torn apart, and another huge creature appeared. It was a huge white bird. Its entire body was snow white and covered in snow-white feathers. It was extremely huge, and when it spread its wings, it blotted out the sky. The huge bird swooped down, and its two huge claws grabbed at the giant snake. The giant snake was not to be outdone. With a sharp cry, its huge body shot out like a spring and engaged in a great battle with the huge bird. Boom, 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 boom. Destructive energy swept out in all directions. The earth shook and ancient trees exploded. It was like the end of the world. Lu Ming and the others could not help but swallow their saliva. Two Origin Realm great desolate remnant species were fighting. This continent was really dangerous. Let's go, Lion transmitted. They did not dare to stay for long. They hurriedly made a detour and traveled in a different direction. Only when they could no longer hear the disturbance behind them did they let out a sigh of relief. The huge bird and snake from before were definitely not regular Origin Realm beings. They were even more powerful than regular Origin Realm beings. If they had been sucked in, they would have been done for. Fortunately, they had split up and scattered. If they had moved together with all 5,000 of them, they definitely would have been discovered and the situation would have been dire. They continued north. Although they came across a few great desolate remnant species in the next 2 days, they did not encounter any danger. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone whispered. There was a sliver of excitement in his voice. Not far in front of them was a huge cliff. On a protruding rock on the cliff, they saw a strange little tree. Chapter 4663. It was a small, fire-red tree. It was very short, only half a meter tall, but it seemed very mystical. The tree glowed, and there was actually a miniature tree above it. It was condensed from energy and seemed to be alive, constantly running around the tree. This is a source-level divine herb, Lion said. His voice was very excited, and his eyes shone with a scorching light. A source-level divine herb. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. As the name suggested, it was definitely a divine herb that was very useful to reciprocity cultivators. Lu Ming, if you want to increase your cultivation at reciprocity, you need to absorb and refine treasures that contain origin imprints. Source-level divine herbs contain origin imprints, and they contain a very high amount of essence. Even among treasures that contain origin imprints, they are one of the best. Knowing that Lu Ming did not know much about source-level divine herbs, Gu Mo explained in a timely manner. There are no source-level divine herbs in the current primitive universe. Even in the ruins of the universe, they are extremely rare. I never thought I'd come across one here. Another peak God Lord said. His eyes were also burning with desire. Source-level divine herbs were just too rare. The current primitive universe could not nurture them at all. The ruins of the universe had been severely damaged due to the war of the last epoch. The laws and mysteries within them were in chaos, so it was very difficult for them to nurture source-level divine weapons. Even though the laws and mysteries of the universe had become more orderly in the past few dozen stellar years, they could not nurture such a treasure immediately. It was not that they did not exist in the vast ruins of the universe, but they were extremely rare. Very few people could obtain them. Actually, even if someone obtained one, they would not take it out because it was just too precious. If an origin realm cultivator consumed it, it would be extremely effective in increasing their cultivation. If a peak god lord consumed it, their chances of breaking through to reciprocity would be greatly increased as well. It was no wonder that Lion and the others were so passionate about it. It was just too tempting. Even if each of them were given a leaf, it would be of great help to them in breaking through to reciprocity. However, they did not dare to act rashly because there was a primordial remnant on the protruding rock. It was a huge golden eagle. It was completely golden, as if it had been forged from gold. It was extremely similar to a golden-winged rock. The golden eagle lay lazily around the small tree, inhaling and exhaling the multicolored light emitted from the small tree. I wonder what cultivation level this golden condor has. Someone whispered. I don't know. It's too far away. I can't sense it. Lion shook his head. In the end, they decided to hide in the dark and observe carefully to see what cultivation level the golden condor was at. Or they would wait until the golden condor left before they made their move. The golden condor had to go out to look for food. That would be their chance. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, they waited for 5 days. 5 days later, the golden condor finally made its move. It stood up, its body emitting a golden glow. A few rays of light shot out from its mouth and landed around the small tree. In the next moment, the sapling disappeared. It was actually hidden. Then, the golden condor flapped its wings and soared into the sky, rushing into the distance. So, it's the peak of the divine master realm. The eyes of Lion and the others flickered. When the golden condor took off, they finally sensed what level of cultivation the golden condor was at. It was at the peak of the divine master realm. However, the golden condor gave off a very strong sense of oppression. It was probably not an ordinary peak of the divine master realm. In the blink of an eye, the golden condor disappeared into the distance without a trace. Let's make our move. Lion showed a hint of joy. The group of 9 concealed their auras and quickly rushed toward the cliff. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. They arrived at the protruding rock. From afar, the protruding rock did not look very big. In fact, it was very large and spacious. There was a huge cave near the cliff. There were a few golden feathers scattered in the cave. It was obviously where the golden condor lived. However, the group only glanced around casually before their eyes fell on the spot where the sapling was. They gathered their energy in their eyes and observed carefully. How is it? Lion asked. It's just a simple formation. It's easy to break. A skinny old man said. This old man was from the World Turtle clan and was proficient in rune formations. Then let's hurry up. If we delay any longer, we might be discovered by the golden condor. Another person urged. The old man from the World Turtle clan nodded and waved his hands. A large number of runes spread out and shrouded the transparent void in front of them. When the void was shrouded by the runes, a golden light shield suddenly appeared in the transparent void. They could see that the soul-level divine herb was shining inside the golden light shield. At this time, 9 figures came from a forest in the distance. They came from afar and stopped in the branches of a big tree. They immediately saw Lu Ming and the others. It's the traitors, and Lu Ming. A few cold voices sounded. These 9 figures were all from the Heavenly Human Clan. One of the young men was Lu Ming's old rival, Xianxia. The other 8 Heavenly Human Clan members were all people on par with the Lord of Heaven. Obviously, the Heavenly Palace had adopted the same plan as the Heaven Destroyer. They split up and acted separately. In addition, Xianxia's identity was not to be underestimated. He was a peerless genius of the Heavenly Human Clan and could activate the power of the human king's body. Therefore, the Heavenly Palace had sent 8 top experts to protect Xianxia. They had just arrived from afar and saw Lu Ming and the others. As soon as he saw Lu Ming, Xianxia's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. That's an soul-level divine weapon. Then, one of the Lord of Heaven saw the soul-level divine herb, and his eyes were filled with greed. It's really an soul-level divine weapon. Young Master Xianxia, should we attack? One of the Lord of Heaven asked. Don't worry, their strength is not inferior to ours. If we attack recklessly, both sides will suffer. We can ambush them in the dark and attack suddenly. We can only kill 1 or 2 of their experts before we can eliminate them. Xianxia said. Young Master Xianxia is right. The others nodded and withdrew their auras. Suddenly, Xianxia and the others saw a golden light spot in the distance that was flying towards them rapidly. No, to be precise, it was flying towards Lu Ming and the others at the cliff. Ha! The heavens are on my side. Let's just wait and take advantage of the situation. Xianxia was overjoyed. At the same time, Lu Ming and the others were also shocked. They had also noticed the golden light spot. It was obviously the golden eagle that had flown away previously. They did not expect it to return so quickly. Or could it be that the golden eagle would sense it as soon as they touched the formation set up by the other party? That was probably the case. Although the concealment formation set up by the golden eagle was simple and crude, it would sense it as soon as they touched it and come back quickly. Chapter 46-64. Break the array. Lion roared. His muscles bulged, and his body swelled to a height of 100 feet. He was ready to fight. Break it. The old man of the world divine, Turtle shouted as more runes appeared from his hands. These runes were like small snakes, desperately drilling into the light shield. Hurry up. Didn't you say it's easy to break? Lion roared. Even if it's easy to break, it will take time. It hasn't even been a minute. The world Turtle Elder replied. Lion was speechless. Yes, breaking an array usually took at least a few hours or even a few days. Some arrays could take many years to break. It had been less than a minute, and it looked like it was about to break. It was indeed easy. However, the golden condor was about to arrive. There was a loud bang. The light shield was finally broken, and the source-level divine weapon was completely revealed. Caw! The golden condor let out a sharp screech, and its eyes were full of anger. It flapped its wings, and dozens of golden sword lights flew out of its wings, attacking Lu Ming and the others. Hurry up and dig out the source-level divine medicine. We'll deal with this golden condor. Lion shouted. He took a step forward and rushed out. He brandished the saber in his hand and slashed out dozens of saber lights, which collided with the dozens of golden lights. A series of collision sounds were heard. The saber lights and sword lights dissipated, but the golden condor did not stop. It quickly pounced on Lion, and its sharp claws reached for Lion's head. Lion slashed with all his might. Clang! The saber hit the golden condor's sharp claws, and there was a sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew everywhere. The next moment, Lion's expression changed drastically. Its huge body shook violently, and it was thrown backward. It smashed into the cliff wall, causing the entire cliff to shake. The golden condor wanted to continue attacking and kill Lion in one go, but the other experts had already made their move. The 6-peak Divine Lord experts attacked the golden condor together. 6 sharp attacks aimed at 6 different parts of the golden condor. Caw! The golden condor did not continue to chase Lion. Its wings swept out like golden sabers, and all the attacks in front of it were destroyed. As for the other 3 attacks, they landed on its back. The golden condor's body shook, and it was sent flying. However, it was not injured at all. It was blocked by its thick feathers. So strong, Lu Ming's heart trembled. The strength of this golden condor was truly astonishing. Even the lion was sent flying with a single strike. One must know that Lion had used his source-level divine weapon earlier, but he had failed to sever the golden condor's sharp claws. Although this golden eagle only had the cultivation of a peak divine master, its strength far surpassed that of an ordinary peak divine master. It was no wonder that he could monopolize a source-level divine herb, and the other remnant beasts of the primordial era did not dare to fight over it. And with such a delay, the old man of the world turtle had completely dug out the origin-level divine medicine, including the roots, and put it into his storage ring. Seeing that the source-level elixir had been dug out, the golden condor let out a sharp screech and madly pounced towards the world turtle elder. However, Lion and the others had already made their move. The 7 experts surrounded the golden condor. The old man of the world turtle stood beside Lu Ming and did not make a move. Obviously, he was protecting Lu Ming. "Senior, you should attack as well. Don't worry about me," Lu Ming said. Although he could not interfere in such a battle, he could still protect himself. "It's fine. The 7 of them are enough to deal with this golden condor," the old man of the world turtle elder said. The 7 experts joined forces, and 2 of them had source-level divine weapons. Their strength was indeed very strong, and they were able to suppress the golden condor. However, the golden condor's defense was too amazing. They could not kill the golden condor in a short time. The defense of the thick feathers was too amazing. Even source-level divine weapons could not penetrate the thick feathers. "You guys hold it back. The 2 of us will attack its vital points," Lion roared. The golden condor was not without weaknesses, like the eyes and neck of the golden condor. Although the golden condor's neck was also covered with feathers, the feathers were just fluff. It was relatively soft, and its defense was much weaker. However, the golden eagle used its sharp claws and wings to cover its eyes and neck tightly. Their attacks were unable to be effective. Immediately, the 5 experts without source-level divine weapons used all their strength to pin down the golden condor. They attacked its wings and claws to create flaws in its defense. Lion and another expert with a source-level divine weapon attacked the golden condor's eyes and neck with all their strength. After a dozen moves, Lion finally seized the opportunity and slashed the golden condor's neck. The source-level divine weapon's power played a role. It cut through the thick layer of feathers and left a deep wound on the golden condor's neck that went straight to the bone. Feathers flew and blood flowed. "It's effective." Lion and the others' eyes lit up. Sure enough, the source-level divine weapon could cut through the feathers on the golden condor's neck and cause serious damage to the golden condor. With 2 more attacks like this, the golden condor's head would definitely be cut off. The golden condor was injured and went completely crazy. Its body emitted a dazzling golden light. Many feathers on its wings flew out and turned into sharp swords, stabbing at the 7 experts. There were at least hundreds of sword lights that repelled the 7 experts all at once. After repelling the 7 experts, the golden condor screamed and flapped its wings rapidly, pouncing on Lion. A pair of sharp claws grabbed at Lion at an astonishing speed. Lion was repelled by the sword light. He couldn't dodge in time and could only fight back. But at the critical moment, he couldn't use 100% of his strength and was caught by one of the golden condor's claws. Puff! Blood splattered. A small part of Lion's left body was torn off. It was a horrible sight. Roar! Lion let out an angry roar and retreated. "Block it!" The other experts also reacted. They rushed over and launched a series of attacks. Only then did they block the golden condor's attack and save Lion's life. Not good. The old man of the world, Turtle, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He waved his hand, and 12 formation flags appeared in the void. The formation flags shone brightly, and countless runes filled the air. These runes intertwined together, forming a huge chain that wrapped around the golden condor. At the same time, the old man of the world, Turtle, quickly formed seals with both hands. More rune arrays appeared around him. All of them were entrapment arrays. All of them shrouded the golden condor. Caw, caw, caw. The golden condor kept screeching and struggling crazily. Those rune arrays trembled violently and kept exploding. "Let's attack together," the old man of the world, Turtle, roared. In fact, there was no need for him to roar. The others also attacked. All kinds of attacks were constantly directed at the Golden Condor. With so many experts and the array of the Old Man of the World Turtle, the Golden Condor was finally trapped and its movements became slow. Chapter 46-65. The Golden Condor was enveloped by layers of formations. Coupled with the attacks of the other 6 experts, the Golden Condor's body was covered in runes and its movements began to slow down. Kill! Lion roared. Ignoring his injuries, he wielded his saber with one hand and charged forward. Poof! The saber landed on the Golden Condor's neck, on the wound that had been left behind earlier. More than half of the Golden Condor's neck had been cut off. More than half of the bones in its neck had been broken. Its entire head had almost been chopped off. The Golden Condor went berserk and struggled madly. The runes continued to explode as it struggled to break free. Kill! Lion roared again and slashed down with his saber. This time, the Golden Condor's head was completely cut off. With its head cut off and its soul destroyed, the Golden Condor stopped struggling. Its aura rapidly dissipated as it died. Huff, huff, huff. The 8 experts, including Lion, were constantly panting. The Golden Condor was just too powerful. It had far surpassed the strength of an ordinary peak godlord. Although it was not comparable to the Origin realm, it was definitely an invincible existence among peak godlords. The 8 of them were peak godlords, and 2 of them had even possessed source-grade divine weapons. They had paid a heavy price to kill it. Even the Lion was heavily injured. Lion took out a few divine pills and swallowed them to heal his injuries. It's a pity that the Golden Condor did not manage to kill 1 or 2 people. Not far away, a Lord of Heaven sighed. Although it did not manage to kill 1 or 2 people, they have expended a lot of energy to deal with the Golden Condor. That primordial god has also been heavily injured and his strength has been greatly reduced. Our strength has already far surpassed theirs. It's time for us to attack, Xianxia said coldly. Xianxia and the 8 Lord of Heaven level experts concealed their auras and quietly approached Lu Ming's group. On the other side, Lion and the others had collected the Golden Condor's corpse and were preparing to leave. The Golden Condor's entire body was a treasure. They naturally could not let it go to waste. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Everyone, be careful. There's danger. Lu Ming roared. Lion and the others were also very alert. They immediately reacted and scanned their surroundings. Damn it, attack! Xianxia shouted. Swish! Swish! 8 experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven immediately rushed over. Before they arrived, 8 terrifying attacks were already flying towards Lu Ming and the others. It's the heavenly human tribe. Defend! The Old Man of the World Turtle roared and waved his hand. A huge turtle shell appeared in the sky and blocked the attack. The others also moved to block the attack. However, Lion was not in peak condition. The Golden Condor's previous attack had seriously injured him. Although he had unleashed his full strength and killed the Golden Condor with 2 consecutive strikes, he had also exhausted the last of his strength. At this time, although he had blocked the opponent's attack, he kept retreating. Gather together and form a defense. The Old Man of the World Turtle roared. With a wave of his hand, more than 30 array flags flew out and formed a huge defensive array. The others also used their defensive secret techniques. They surrounded Lu Ming and Lion in the middle. As soon as the other party attacked, they could feel that the strength of the heavenly human tribe was very shocking. All 8 of them were at the level of the Lord of Heaven. They were not people that Lu Ming could deal with. Lion was also seriously injured and could not deal with them. Kill! The 8 experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven surrounded Lu Ming and the others. The supreme power of heaven erupted and turned into a terrifying destructive force, attacking Lu Ming and the others. However, the experts on the Heaven Destroyer's side only defended and did not attack. For a time, they blocked the attacks of the other party. Attack! Continue to attack. They are exhausted from the battle with the Golden Condor. Sooner or later, they will not be able to hold on. Yi Xiaoxian walked through the air and stood high up in the sky as he shouted. Swish! Swish! The 8 experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven attacked with all their strength. Among the 8 experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven, 2 of them had source-level divine weapons. The attacks of these 2 were the most terrifying and made the defense of the Heaven Destroyer in danger. Lu Ming, this will be your burial ground, Yi Xiaoxian said coldly. Yi Xiaoxian, you only know how to hide in the dark and attack when we are injured. Is this the style of the top genius of the heavenly human tribe? Lu Ming retorted. Lu Ming, I can give you a chance. Come out and fight me alone. This time, I will not lose. I will kill you. Yi Xiaoxian was full of confidence. Of course, Lu Ming would not go out and fight Yi Xiaoxian alone. If he went out, who knew if the Lord of Heaven would attack him directly? The Heaven Destroyer's side defended with all their strength, while the Heavenly Palace's side attacked with all their might, trying to break the defense of the Heaven Destroyer. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. The defense of the Heaven Destroyer became a little unstable and was almost broken through several times. After all, they had used all their strength in the battle with the Golden Condor and had lost a lot of energy. In addition, Lion was seriously injured and lost a powerful combat force. The Heavenly Palace had 2 Lord of Heaven who had source-level divine weapons. The gap between them was not small. As time passed, the gap between them would be more obvious. Let's break out, Lion roared. Although he was trying his best to heal his injuries, the time was too short and his recovery was limited. Charge! They rushed in one direction, trying to break out. However, when they turned their defense into offense, the defense was naturally weakened. Break for me! One of the Lord of Heaven who had a source-level divine weapon seized the opportunity and stabbed his sword with all his strength. In an instant, it broke through 3 layers of defense. The sharp sword light penetrated the shoulder of one of the Heaven Destroyer's experts. This expert could not help but retreat continuously. The defense formation was torn apart. Kill! The other Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace seized the opportunity and attacked the torn gap with terrifying attacks. Block it! The Heaven Destroyer wanted to resist, but it was too late. The defense was completely torn apart, and they couldn't help but retreat again and again. The distance between each other was pulled apart. Kill! One of the Lord of Heaven targeted an expert of the Heaven Destroyer and attacked him. The 2 exchanged a few moves in a row and had already left the battlefield and killed their way to a distance. The other Lord of Heaven also attacked, and in the blink of an eye, it became a chaotic battle. Lu Ming died. Several Lord of Heaven stared at Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the defense has been broken. We can only fight for ourselves. Seize the opportunity to escape. We will hold these people back. The powerhouse of the world, Turtle roared. He continuously made seals and turned into a chain that wrapped around Lu Ming. Yes, we will hold them back. Lu Ming, you escape and meet up with the others in the north. Lion spoke as well. He swallowed several divine pills in succession, erupting with his remaining strength. With a loud roar, his body rapidly swelled up, transforming into an incomparably gigantic lion-like beast. This was his true form. Chapter 46-66. Lion reverted to his original form. He held the saber in one of his claws and slashed away several attacks. The old man with the turtle took the opportunity to fling Lu Ming out and sent him flying into the distance. I'm too weak. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and his bones cracked. His heart was filled with anger, and he felt extremely sullen. Whether it was the battle with the Golden Condor or the battle with the Heavenly Palace experts, he couldn't interfere. In short, he was too weak. If he interfered, he would only be a hindrance. Not only would it be useless, but it would also harm Lion and the others. After the old man of the world turtle threw Lu Ming out, the few Lords of Heaven wanted to chase after Lu Ming. However, they were held back by Lion, the old man of the world turtle, and the others. Lu Ming had a forbidden body, and his future was limitless. Moreover, he was crucial in obtaining the Human King's body. Even if they had to die, they couldn't let anything happen to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, don't even think about leaving. Yi Qiuxian had been staring at Lu Ming. When he saw Lu Ming being flung away, Yi Qiuxian unleashed all his strength and chased after Lu Ming. The World Turtle Elder and the others couldn't stop Yi Qiuxian. It was already good enough that they could hold back the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming was flung tens of thousands of miles away before he could stabilize himself. However, Yi Qiuxian caught up with him immediately. Lu Ming, don't leave if you have the guts. Fight with me. Yi Qiuxian roared. His speed was extremely fast, and he traveled tens of thousands of miles in an instant. Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you want to fight, let's fight. Lu Ming's voice was filled with killing intent. He stopped and held the war god spear in his hand as he faced Yi Qiuxian. He had been holding back his anger for a long time and had nowhere to vent it. He wasn't a match for the Lord of Heaven. However, why would he be afraid of Yi Qiuxian? Buzz! The war god's spear vibrated and turned into a dazzling spear light, thrusting toward Yi Qiuxian. Good timing. When Yi Qiuxian saw that Lu Ming was not trying to escape, he was overjoyed. He bellowed out, and 4 types of heaven's powers appeared. They turned into 4 beams of sword light that slashed out at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palm shook, and the war god's spear vibrated once more. The spear light transformed into 4 beams and collided with Yi Qiuxian's 4 sword beams. Boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive booming sounds rang out as the spear light and the sword light disappeared at the same time. However, Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he couldn't help but madly retreat. The power of a 6-tier divine master is indeed powerful. Lu Ming muttered. Yi Qiuxian's cultivation level was 1 level higher than his. In a head-on clash, Yi Qiuxian was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming, I will kill you today. Yi Qiuxian stepped in the air, his white robes fluttering in the wind like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Perfect heaven's energy appeared, and 4 swords of different colors floated around him, their sword intent soaring to the heavens. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and suddenly threw out the war god spear in his hand. The war god spear pierced towards Yi Qiuxian like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Lu Ming's hands rapidly formed seals, unleashing the desolation style. A continent appeared above Yi Qiuxian's head, pressing down on him. Rumble! Lu Ming's desolation style was getting more and more powerful. Before it even landed, the void was already exploding. Lu Ming, this move of yours is useless against me. Sword formation, activate. Yi Qiuxian roared, and the 4 swords around him continued to revolve, turning into a powerful sword formation. Sword light soared to the sky, slashing forward and above. With a loud clang, the war god spear was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. It was struck by the sword light continuously, shaking violently and flying back. At the same time, even more sword light bombarded the desolation continent, tearing it apart. Lu Ming grabbed the war god spear that was flying back and unleashed the sky-breaking style, becoming one with the spear and piercing towards Yi Qiuxian. He held the spear with one hand, while the other hand continued to condense the desolation continent, blasting it towards Yi Qiuxian. However, the sword array controlled by Yi Qiuxian was extremely powerful. Dense sword gleams burst forth continuously. Lu Ming broke through more than 10 sword auras consecutively. However, his body shook violently and he retreated rapidly. There were several wounds on his arms. They had been cut open by the sword auras. One had to admit that Yi Qiuxian's combat strength was really strong. Back in the Taishang Immortal City battle, the 2 of them were at the same level. Although Lu Ming defeated Yi Qiuxian, it wasn't an easy victory. The 2 of them exchanged many moves before the outcome was decided. In a battle of the same level, Yi Qiuxian wasn't much weaker than Lu Ming. Now that his cultivation was 1 level higher than Lu Ming, it was naturally difficult for Lu Ming to match him. Die! After sending Lu Ming flying with the sword formation, Yi Qiuxian charged towards Lu Ming with boundless sword light. The sword chi whistled, stabbing towards Lu Ming. This was because the sword chi was formed by the perfect power of heaven. Every ray of sword chi was extremely powerful. Lu Ming brandished the war god spear and attacked with all his might. In an instant, hundreds of spear lights were shot out, but they still couldn't block the sword chi. Lu Ming, let me help you. At this moment, Xiao opened its mouth and rushed out, transforming into a huge halberd. It slashed out, slashing at the sword chi that filled the sky. With Xiao's help, the pressure on Lu Ming was greatly reduced. He finally managed to block Yi Qiuxian's attack. However, the result was that both he and Xiao were sent flying at the same time. This guy's strength is really shocking. If I hadn't broken through, I wouldn't have been able to block it, Xiao muttered. That's right, Xiao was now a 5th-tier Divine Master. When it was a 4th-tier Divine Master, Xiao had swallowed 2 semi-finished Source-level Divine weapons. Later on, Lu Ming gave Xiao 3 damaged Source-level Divine weapons to swallow. With so many semi-finished and damaged Source-level Divine weapons, coupled with the refinement during this period, Xiao had finally broken through, reaching the 5th tier from the 4th-tier Divine Master Realm. Moreover, it was at the peak of the 5th-tier Divine Master Realm. At the peak of the 5th-tier Divine Master Realm, Xiao's fighting strength was extremely shocking. After all, it could evolve the attack of a Source-level Divine weapon. Xiao, let's attack first and confuse him. Then, you seize the opportunity to use an illusory formation to affect him. I'll use my strongest attack. Lu Ming transmitted to Xiao. Lu Ming still had a trump card, which was the power of Origin. However, Origin energy could only be used once. Thus, it had to be used at the most critical moment. The mirror that Xiao had transformed into could shoot out a beam of light and had the effect of an illusory formation. As long as it affected Yi Qiuxian, it would be the time for him to use his strongest attack. All right, Xiao replied. Instead of retreating, the two of them advanced and joined forces to attack Yi Qiuxian. Xiao transformed into a war halberd. It was huge like a mountain range and constantly hacked at Yi Qiuxian. Lu Ming, on the other hand, used the sky-splitting form and the desolation form to attack. In an instant, he had exchanged more than a dozen blows with Yi Qiuxian. Xiao, now's the time. Lu Ming transmitted to Xiao. Xiao immediately transformed into a mirror and shot out a beam of light. This beam of light directly enveloped Yi Qiuxian. Yi Qiuxian's gaze became sluggish. Swish! How could Lu Ming miss this opportunity? He used the sky-splitting form and turned into a beam of spear light that pierced toward Yi Qiuxian's forehead. Chapter 46-67. Lu Ming performed the sky-breaking technique and became one with his spear as he stabbed towards Yi Qiuxian's forehead. He was about to reach it. Break! Yi Qiuxian roared as the perfect power of the heavens surged out of his body like a tidal wave, instantly shattering Xiao's light beam. Kill! Yi Qiuxian roared as his sword chi soared into the sky. The four-colored battle swords merged into one and slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils constricted as he forcibly stopped his attack. He performed the greater teleportation technique and moved to the side to avoid the sword. Xiao also quickly retreated and flew to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming, I didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful to be able to break through my illusion so quickly. Xiao said regretfully. The perfect power of the heavens is indeed powerful and cannot be underestimated. Lu Ming said. He could tell that Yi Qiuxian had relied on the perfect power of the heavens to break through Xiao's illusion so quickly. In addition, Yi Qiuxian's cultivation was one level higher than Xiao's, and his willpower was extremely strong. That was why he could break through Xiao's illusion in an instant. Lu Ming, you have succeeded in infuriating me, Yi Qiuxian said coldly as the killing intent in his eyes was extremely strong. In fact, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Just now, if he had been a little slower, he would have been hit by Lu Ming. It was extremely dangerous to be hit in such a situation. He had almost lost again. It was unforgivable. He grabbed at the air and a purple gold battle sword appeared in Yi Qiuxian's hand. Source level weapon. Without a doubt, it was in source level weapon. Previously, Yi Qiuxian had not used in source level weapon. The main reason was that Yi Qiuxian's sword formation was not suitable for in source level weapon. Unless Yi Qiuxian could gather 4 source level weapon battle swords and combine them with his sword formation, then the power would be terrifying. But how could it be so easy to gather 4 source level weapon battle swords? Lu Ming, I'll let you experience the true power of perfect heaven's energy. Yi Qiuxian coldly spoke. The 4 four-color battle swords actually gathered towards the source-grade divine weapon battle sword, showing signs of fusing into one. This was what Yi Qiuxian had learned from the Yi Immortal during this period of time. His talent was unparalleled, and he was exceptionally intelligent. With just a few pointers from the Yi Immortal, his use of the perfect power of heaven had reached a whole new level. Whoosh! Yi Qiuxian's body was like a bolt of lightning as he dashed towards Lu Ming. As he slashed out with his sword, a shocking sword light burst out towards Lu Ming with extreme speed. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, activating the primal desolation style. A huge continent appeared in front of him, blocking his path. However, the sword light slashed down, splitting the continent into 2 halves. The sword light did not stop there, continuing to slash towards Lu Ming. Heaven Breaker. Lu Ming let out a long howl, displaying the heaven-breaking style. At the same time, Qiuqiu also attacked with all his might. However, even if the 2 of them worked together, it was still not enough. Lu Ming and Qiuqiu were both sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. Puffed. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His arm was filled with numerous wounds as blood flowed continuously. The previous sword strike had injured him quite badly. Qiuqiu, are you all right? Lu Ming asked. I'm fine, Lu Ming. We can't fight head-on. We still have to prioritize defense. Qiuqiu replied and dashed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Yi Qiuxian's second sword strike had also arrived. After sending Lu Ming flying with his first strike, he immediately attacked with his second strike. He became one with his sword and pierced towards Lu Ming. However, Qiuqiu had also reached Lu Ming's body, turning into an armor that covered Lu Ming's entire body. On the other hand, Lu Ming brandished his battle god spear and swept it out. With a loud clang, Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian exchanged blows. His arm shook violently, and his bones broke. The battle god spear almost flew out. Die! Yi Qiuxian shouted coldly. His battle sword slashed down on Lu Ming's body again. With a loud clang, Lu Ming's body retreated rapidly. However, Yi Qiuxian did not manage to break through Lu Ming's defense. The armor that Qiuqiu had transformed into was the source-level armor that he had devoured. The battle sword in Yi Qiuxian's hand was not of a higher grade than the battle god spear. Naturally, it would not be able to break through. Yi Qiuxian, is this all you've got? Lu Ming sneered sarcastically. Humph. Do you think hiding in your turtle shell is of any use? Watch me break your turtle shell. Yi Qiuxian snorted coldly. He pushed his perfect heaven's force to the limit and poured it into his source-level sword before swinging it at Lu Ming again. This time, Lu Ming did not try to dodge or block. He allowed Yi Qiuxian's sword to strike him. With a loud clang, sparks flew everywhere. Lu Ming was sent flying by the powerful impact. However, the armor that Qiuqiu had transformed into did not break. Instead, it deflected Yi Qiuxian's combat sword. The armor that Qiuqiu had transformed into was Yi Chu Tianji's source-level armor. It was of a similar grade to Yi Qiuxian's sword. Yi Qiuxian could not break through it at all. Of course, it would be different if an Origin Realm expert wielding a source-level armor. Breaking through the armor that Qiuqiu had transformed into would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, Yi Qiuxian did not possess the strength to do so. Lu Ming, you can only rely on a metallic life form. What kind of ability is that? If you have the guts, fight me head-on. Yi Qiuxian roared. You have the nerve to say that when you want to fight me with a cultivation that's 1 level higher than mine. If you have the ability, fight me at the same level. Lu Ming sneered in response. Yi Qiuxian was speechless. His face sank. Through the exchange of blows earlier, he learned a cruel truth. That was, he was no match for Lu Ming even if they were the same level. This made him extremely displeased. It's enough that I'm invincible among the younger generation. Lu Ming die. Yi Qiuxian roared in his heart. He swung his sword at Lu Ming again. However, this strike tore through space and produced a terrifying whistle. It was even more powerful than before. Oh no, it's origin energy. Lu Ming immediately sensed it. Yi Qiuxian had also condensed an origin energy seed. Although he could not compare to Lu Ming, he could still unleash an attack. Combined with a source-level weapon, its power was extremely shocking. It's just one move. I can block it. Qiuqiu's response made Lu Ming relax. Clang! In the next moment, Yi Qiuxian's battle sword continued to slash at Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body flew out like a cannonball and crashed into the cliff in the distance. A violent explosion erupted and a huge hole was formed in the cliff. However, he managed to block it in the end. There was only a mark on the armor that Qiuqiu had turned into. It was not broken. Damn it, Yi Qiuxian roared. He had already used all his means, but still could not break through Lu Ming's defense. With a bang, Lu Ming rushed out of the hole in the cliff and charged at Yi Qiuxian at an extremely fast speed. Qiuqiu, illusion! Lu Ming shouted. Have a taste of my strongest move. Qiuqiu shouted and flew out from Lu Ming's body and turned into a mirror. Lu Ming was about to launch his counterattack. Yi Qiuxian had used all his strength to attack Lu Ming just now. Especially just now, he had used all his origin energy and perfect heaven's power to activate this source-level weapon. This was very energy-consuming. Now, Yi Qiuxian was in a weakened state. Lu Ming was waiting for this opportunity. Chapter 4668. Qiuqiu turned into a mirror and shot out a beam of light that shrouded Yi Qiuxian within. Yi Qiuxian's eyes fell into a daze. Swoosh! Lu Ming attacked with all his might. He unleashed the sky-breaking form and became one with his spear. He turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards Yi Qiuxian's forehead. This time, Yi Qiuxian did not manage to break free from Qiuqiu's illusion. Previously, Yi Qiuxian was in his peak condition and could break free from the illusion with his perfect power. However, this time, he did not react even when Lu Ming's spear light was nearing him. The sharp spear light pierced Yi Qiuxian's forehead. However, just as the spear tip pierced the skin between Yi Qiuxian's eyebrows, dense runes suddenly appeared. These runes were like a net that intertwined together to form a strong defense that blocked Lu Ming's attack. The strong impact also woke Yi Qiuxian up completely. Lu Ming! Yi Qiuxian roared and wanted to attack with all his might. Explode! Lu Ming roared and his origin energy erupted. Previously, Lu Ming wanted to attack with his origin energy. However, because Yi Qiuxian quickly broke free from Qiuqiu, Lu Ming stopped in time and did not use his origin energy. If he didn't use it now, when would he? The origin energy surged into the War God Spear and exploded, activating a trace of the War God Spear's power. Lu Ming's attack reached its peak. A terrifying power erupted from the War God Spear's tip, causing the runes in between Yi Qiuxian's eyebrows to tremble violently. Some small cracks appeared on it. However, in the end, he was not pierced through. The powerful impact caused Yi Qiuxian's body to explosively retreat several thousand miles. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. However, he felt dizzy and his vision darkened. Although the attack just now had been blocked, the powerful impact on his head still had a great impact on him. Swoosh! Just as Yi Qiuxian stabilized himself, Lu Ming's attack had arrived. Lu Ming would not miss such a good opportunity to kill him while he was down. Whoosh! The War God Spear pierced towards Yi Qiuxian's forehead once more. However, this attack did not contain any source energy. Thus, it was blocked by the runes on Yi Qiuxian's forehead. Yi Qiuxian's body was once again sent flying by the powerful impact. As expected, these guys all have life-saving treasures. Lu Ming snorted coldly in his heart. Yi Xian also possessed a life-saving treasure that the master of the heavenly palace had planted in him, allowing him to block an attack from a reciprocity expert. Yi Xian also had a life-saving treasure. Although it was not as strong as Yi Xian's, it was still very shocking. It was not something that Lu Ming could break. However, Lu Ming would not give up so easily. He executed the Greater Aurora technique, and in a flash, he quickly caught up with Yi Xian and swept out with his spear. This time around, they were not attacking Yi Xian's head. Instead, they were attacking his body. His glabella was protected. Could it be that his body was protected as well? As expected, it really was protected. When Lu Ming's spear was about to strike Yi Xian's body, the runes on Yi Xian's forehead rapidly expanded and enveloped his entire body. Boom! The war god spear was blocked by the runes when it struck Yi Xian's body. However, Lu Ming immediately discovered that the runes that enveloped Yi Xian's body were much weaker than the runes on his forehead. Their defenses were much weaker as well. When the war god spear struck them, the runes began to shake violently, as if they were about to collapse at any time. A powerful force directly seeped into the runes and struck Yi Xian's body. With a bang, Yi Xian was blown several thousand kilometers away once more. This time, he was no longer unscathed. Many parts of his body had exploded and several dozen of his bones had been broken. In particular, the place where the war god spear had struck had almost been pierced through. If it were not for the defense of the runes, Yi Xian's body would have been reduced to mush. The intense pain also woke Yi Xian up from his stupor. "Arg! Lu Ming, I'll kill you!" Yi Xian roared. "Yi Xian, to think that you would bring along a life-saving treasure when you're out adventuring. You're indeed a flower in a greenhouse. You're not fit to be mentioned in the same breath as me. You'll be trampled under my feet forever." Lu Ming's cold and disdainful voice rang out. He had initially treated Yi Xian as an opponent on the same level as him. But now he had changed his mind. Yi Xian would bring along life-saving treasures when he was out adventuring. Unknowingly, he would have a reliance on Yi Xian and wouldn't allow himself to truly experience life and death, even though his safety was guaranteed. Geniuses who couldn't truly experience life and death wouldn't be able to truly reach the pinnacle. Sooner or later, a loophole would appear. Even though Lu Ming had some trump cards, those trump cards were obtained by Lu Ming through life and death experiences. They were completely different from life-saving treasures given by others. Therefore, Lu Ming no longer treated Yi Xian as a true opponent. Yi Xian wasn't fit to be his opponent. In terms of talent, Yi Xian's talent was indisputable. There was probably no one in the younger generation of the primitive universe who could compare to him. Even Lu Ming himself couldn't compare to Yi Xian in terms of talent. But why was Lu Ming able to defeat Yi Xian? It was because Lu Ming had experienced life and death experiences time and time again, which allowed him to transform continuously. Whether it was his body, mind, or potential, they were all transforming continuously. That was why he could trample Yi Xian under his feet. As for Yi Xian, even though his talent was unparalleled, he couldn't truly experience life and death. With a reliance, he would lack the transformation in the future. Lu Ming was confident that as time passed, Yi Xian wouldn't be worthy to be his opponent. As Lu Ming's voice rang out, the war god spear didn't stop and continued to attack Yi Xian. Even though Lu Ming was confident that he could forever trample Yi Xian under his feet, Yi Xian's talent was still too great. Once he grew up, he would be a huge threat. It was naturally best to get rid of him as soon as possible. The war god spear was incomparably huge. It continued to attack Yi Xian's body, wanting to destroy Yi Xian's body in one go. But before the attack could even get close to Yi Xian, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He could feel a fatal danger approaching rapidly. "Withdraw!" Lu Ming roared as he forcibly withdrew his attack. He executed the Great Aurora art and turned into an aurora as he retreated rapidly. Swoosh! In the sky, a long spear fell from the sky and pierced the ground where Lu Ming was just a moment ago. It blasted a huge hole in the ground. What a terrifying attack. A peak almighty. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He didn't stop and continued to retreat. In the sky, a figure stepped down from the sky. It was a heavenly monarch realm expert from the heavenly human race. It was one of the people who had attacked Lion and the others previously. Xianxia, are you all right? That Lord of Heaven looked at Yi Xianxia. Chapter 46-69. The Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe was a little worried when he saw Yi Xianxia chasing after Lu Ming alone. After fighting with Lion and the others for a while, he left the battlefield and chased after Yi Xianxia and Lu Ming. Anyway, Lion was seriously injured and the others were exhausted. It was enough to leave the other 7 experts. On the other hand, Yi Xianxia was more important. He was afraid that something might happen to Yi Xianxia. After all, Yi Xianxia was one of the only 3 people in the history of the heavenly human tribe who could control the perfect power of heaven. He was too important to the heavenly human tribe. Although on the surface, Yi Xianxia's combat strength was definitely stronger than Lu Ming's. However, his opponent was Lu Ming. Lu Ming had the forbidden body. He was still worried. Sure enough, when he arrived, he saw that Yi Xianxia was completely at a disadvantage. He was continuously bombarded by Lu Ming and could only rely on his life-saving treasure to survive. Although he found it unbelievable and didn't know how Yi Xianxia could be defeated, he attacked without hesitation. That was why the scene just now happened. Kill him for me, Yi Xianxia roared. His eyes were red, and he seemed to have gone crazy. He was originally elegant and smart. He wouldn't lose his composure like this. The main reason was that Lu Ming had dealt him too big of a blow. He was defeated twice by Lu Ming. This time, he was defeated by Lu Ming despite having a higher cultivation base. What made him angrier was Lu Ming's last words. A flower in a greenhouse would never be a match for Lu Ming. In fact, he also understood that Lu Ming was right. He went out to train and brought along life-saving treasures. No matter what, he had a reliance in his heart and couldn't really experience life and death. He understood all of this. However, he couldn't do it. It wasn't easy for him to achieve his current status. His talent was unparalleled and could be said to be the number 1 in the current universe. Even in the history of the heavenly human tribe, only 2 legends could be compared to him. His future was bright. He was destined to step onto the peak of the universe and become an invincible overlord. If he didn't bring any life-saving treasures with him, what if he died? Ever since he had grasped the perfect heavenly energy, he no longer had that adventurous spirit. If this continued, he really wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming in the future. Therefore, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He became even more furious. He wanted to kill Lu Ming even more. As long as Lu Ming died, who among the younger generation could be his opponent? The patriarch of the heavenly human tribe, Yi Immortal, was naturally not included. Yi Xianxia, consider yourself lucky. Lu Ming's voice rang out, but he didn't stop. He retreated at top speed, flying off into the distance. When the Lord of Heaven descended, Lu Ming knew that he would not be able to kill Yi Xianxia. The Lord of Heaven was in existence at the peak of the Divine Master level. Lu Ming was definitely no match for him. The difference was too great, so he could only retreat. You want to leave? Did you ask for my permission? The Lord of Heaven said coldly. He rushed out and chased after Lu Ming. The Lord of Heaven's speed was extremely fast. However, Lu Ming's great ultimate light skill and great teleportation skill were both extremely fast. Even if the Lord of Heaven wanted to catch up, it wouldn't be that easy. The 2 of them, one chasing and one fleeing, disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. However, the distance between the 2 of them was still shrinking. This was because Lu Ming had to pay attention to one thing while escaping in front. That was the ancient remnant beasts of his continent. He had to pay attention to those powerful ancient remnant beasts. He was afraid that they would suddenly attack him. If he saw a powerful ancient remnant beast, he would have to take a detour. Otherwise, if he were to be attacked by the ancient remnant beasts with the Lord of Heaven behind him, it would be really dangerous. As for the Lord of Heaven behind him, he didn't have to worry so much. Since Lu Ming wasn't in danger when he flew past, he naturally wouldn't be in too much danger if he followed Lu Ming's route closely. Therefore, the distance between the two of them was still shrinking rapidly. In just a little more than 10 minutes, the distance between the two of them was very close. Kill. The Lord of Heaven behind him was wearing a purple robe. He held a purple gold battle spear in his hand. The spear stabbed out, and a huge spear shadow stabbed towards Lu Ming. Its speed was so fast that it caught up with Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming waved his battle god spear to block, but the moment the two of them collided, the spear light formed by the battle god spear was shattered. Lu Ming could only dodge with all his might. Finally, he narrowly avoided the attack. However, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's attack came again. This time, he shook his spear, and hundreds of spear shadows pierced through the void and stabbed towards Lu Ming. The spear shadows almost covered the entire void, blocking all of Lu Ming's escape routes. This time, Lu Ming couldn't dodge, so he could only take it head-on. I hope I can block it. Lu Ming roared in his heart. He waved his palm and performed the primitive style, which turned into a continent in front of him. At the same time, his body glowed, and all kinds of defensive ancient secret skills were also performed. There were hundreds of them behind the continent. In the blink of an eye, the spear shadows attacked. Boom, boom, boom. The continent condensed by the primitive style was instantly pierced through. It was the same for those defensive ancient secret techniques. They could only block for a few breaths of time before they were penetrated. After all, the Lord of Heaven was the Lord of Heaven. The universe bridge had already connected the cosmic sea and condensed the origin seed. Moreover, the amount of origin energy he had far surpassed Lu Ming's. His opponent had used origin energy in that move just now. Its power was astonishing, far exceeding that of a 9th-level Divine Lord. It was normal that Lu Ming couldn't block it. Clang, clang, clang. At least 12 spear shadows pierced Lu Ming and the armor that Xianxia had transformed into. In the end, they failed to pierce through the armor, but the spear shadows were so powerful that they sent Lu Ming flying tens of thousands of li away. Plush. Within the armor, Lu Ming vomited large mouthfuls of blood, his face pale. Although the spear shadows failed to pierce through the armor, the powerful impact still penetrated the armor and struck Lu Ming's body. Although the armor had blocked a large portion of the impact, the remaining power still injured Lu Ming. It should be known that Lu Ming was powerful, but that was only in terms of his ability to fight head-on. After all, he was only a 5th-level Divine Lord. His body's defensive ability wasn't as strong as his ability to fight head-on. If a 7th-level Divine Lord struck Lu Ming, it would be enough to pose a fatal threat to Lu Ming. However, under normal circumstances, a 7th-level Divine Lord wouldn't be able to hit Lu Ming at all. Xianxia, are you okay? Lu Ming was somewhat worried about Xianxia. Xianxia was only a 5th-level Divine Lord. He didn't know if it would have any problems blocking the attack of a Lord of Heaven. It hurts so much that I'm about to cry. That damn celestial race. Xianxia yelled. Lu Ming was relieved. It seemed that Xianxia was fine. Lu Ming could not be bothered about his injuries. With the help of this force, he dashed forward quickly. An armor formed from a metallic life form is actually like a source-level divine weapon. What sort of metallic life form is this? The purple-robed Lord of Heaven was also stunned. Then came endless greed. Chapter 4670. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven's eyes flickered with the flames of greed. A metallic life form could actually transform into a source-level armor and block his attack. This was simply unheard of. In his long life, he had never heard of such a thing. The metallic race of the top 10 races was simply trash compared to Xianxia. It was definitely not simple, extremely not simple. He wanted to take it for himself. Lu Ming, you can't run away. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven coldly shouted and continued to chase Lu Ming. The two of them chased and fled. Not long after, the distance between them closed again. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven stabbed out with his purple gold spear again. This time, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven once again erupted with the power of origin. Hundreds of spear shadows whizzed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming still tried his best to block. The primitive style, all kinds of defensive ancient secret techniques, etc. Although these methods couldn't block the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's attack, they could at least weaken a part of the power, allowing Xianxia to take a part of the attack and lessen the impact. Just like before, the primitive style and defensive ancient secret techniques were penetrated. More than 10 spear shadows pierced Lu Ming's body and sent Lu Ming flying again. The powerful impact made Lu Ming's injuries worse. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, and many of his bones were fractured. What a powerful force! It's too powerful. If this continues, even if Xianxia can block the attack, I will be killed by the impact. Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to think of a countermeasure. However, his body didn't stop. He continued to use the force to charge forward. It's useless even if you hide in the armor. The impact alone can kill you. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven snorted and continued to chase. Not long after, Lu Ming suffered another attack and his injuries worsened. The main reason was that he didn't have time to heal. No matter how strong his vitality was or how fast his recovery was, he couldn't recover. Escape. I will definitely be able to escape. The geography of this continent is complicated, and there are powerful surviving species of the Great Desolate Land. Perhaps I can borrow the strength of those powerful surviving species of the Great Desolate Land to repel the other party, Lu Ming kept thinking. Right now, he could only think of one way, and that was to rely on the Great Desolate Ring and the powerful Great Desolate Ancient Species. For example, if he discovered a primordial beast at reciprocity, Lu Ming would directly charge into the primordial ring. After alarming the primordial beast, Lu Ming would immediately enter the primordial ring. That way, the Lord of Heaven would not dare to approach him. However, there were several risks in doing so. Firstly, when he charged toward the powerful primordial remnant species, he had to alarm them. If he did not alarm the Great Desolate Remnant, he would have entered the Great Desolate Ring. That purple-robed Lord of Heaven would have been able to get close and take away the Great Desolate Ring. Then, he would have become a turtle in a jar. Secondly, if he alarmed the Great Desolate Remnant species, it would charge towards Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could enter the Great Desolate Ring, he would be killed by the Great Desolate Remnant species. Thirdly, if he alarmed the Great Desolate Remnant species, Lu Ming would successfully enter the Great Desolate Ring and scare away the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. However, if the Great Desolate Remnant species discovered the Great Desolate Ring and put it away, he would be in trouble. He would not be able to escape and would only be able to remain in the Great Desolate Ring. Only by alarming the Great Desolate Remnant species would Lu Ming successfully enter the Great Desolate Ring and scare away the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. At the same time, the Great Desolate Remnant species would not discover Lu Ming. Only then would Lu Ming be able to escape successfully. With these 3 points of danger, Lu Ming became rather hesitant about whether he should do it or not. At a crucial moment, he still had to risk it. It was better than being killed by his opponent. After a while, Lu Ming was struck again, worsening his injuries. I'll risk it. I can't go on like this. I can't shake off the other party. Lu Ming finally made up his mind. He planned to find a strong, Great Desolate Remnant species and risk it all. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming saw a huge crack in the ground in front of him. The crack was pitch black. Faint roars and screams came from within. It seemed like many Great Desolate Remnant species resided in there. I'll risk it. A ruthless look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he charged into that crack. The crack went straight down. The further down it went, the wider it became and the larger it became. There were many protruding rocks on both sides of the crack, as well as some caves. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure charged out of one of the caves and lunged at Lu Ming. This was a huge lizard. Its entire body was green, and a scarlet strip of flesh protruded from its mouth. Then, it tried to wrap around Lu Ming. Just a 5th-level divine master. Lu Ming's heart thumped. He thrust out his spear and killed the lizard. His body did not stop as he continued to charge downward. Gaga! Creak, creak, creak. Screams came from the cliffs on both sides of the crack. Pairs of scarlet lights appeared in those pitch-black caves. Those were all eyes. Then, one great, desolate remnant species after another crawled out of those caves. There were lizards, toads, spiders. They were all poisonous insects. So many. The extreme light art. Lu Ming was alarmed. His body turned into a beam of light as he charged downward. Swish! Above, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven also chased down. Those lizards, spiders, and toads charged out of the caves and charged at Lu Ming and the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. Poisonous fumes of various colors filled the air, and the entire void was covered by these poisonous fumes. Lu Ming ignored these poisonous gases and attacks. In any case, Xianxia was here to block these attacks. He only needed to charge down with all his strength. Scram! The purple-robed Lord of Heaven roared. Powerful energy surged out of his body. It was the power of heavenly punishment. The power of heavenly punishment turned into thousands of lightning bolts that covered the void and purified the poisonous gases. Those lizards, spiders, and toads were also struck by the lightning bolts. Some were directly killed, while others were heavily injured and fell. Although there were many poisonous insects, they were not very strong. The strongest was only at the 7th or 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. Naturally, they could not stop the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. However, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's speed was slightly affected. Lu Ming took this opportunity to open up some distance. Kill! The purple-robed Lord of Heaven roared. His entire body was covered in the power of heavenly punishment, as if he was wearing armor of lightning. He became one with the purplish-gold battle spear and swooped down, charging toward Lu Ming in a domineering manner. Those poisonous bugs exploded one after another as he rushed past them. The crack was very deep. Lu Ming felt that he had charged down at least 10,000 li before finally reaching the end. That's when Lu Ming saw the scene below. He felt his scalp go numb and his hair stand on end. There was a pond below, and there was a pile of giant snakes in it. Yes, giant snakes. Each snake was more than 10 meters in diameter. There were not just 1 or 2 snakes, but a pile of at least a dozen of them. More than 10 giant snakes intertwined with each other, turning into a snake pile, looking incomparably terrifying. Most importantly, each of the giant snakes was emitting a terrifying aura. Peak God Lord. Lu Ming could tell that the cultivation level of each of these giant snakes had reached peak Almighty Master. Chapter 4671. Lu Ming's scalp went numb. He had fallen into a snake's nest. From the looks of it, these giant snakes should be in their breeding season, so they gathered together. Hiss! Hiss! Those giant snakes had already discovered Lu Ming. Several of them rose into the air, exposing their bodies that were more than 100 meters long. They opened their mouths wide and tried to swallow Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked down and saw several pitch-black abysses. Fight! Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Below was the snake's nest, and behind him was the purple Lord of Heaven. He had no way out. If he continued to hesitate, he would only die. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the ancient Desolation Ring. The ancient Desolation Ring continued to descend. It landed in the mouth of a giant snake and was swallowed into its stomach. How did this kid disappear? Did he enter the ring? Could it be that the ring has an internal space? The purple Lord of Heaven's mind raced. Only a treasure with an internal space could take him in, and one that could allow living creatures to live in. Such a treasure was extremely rare in the greater thousand world, like the Chaos Universe. Lu Ming even had such a treasure. He had too many good things on him. At the thought of this, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's eyes burned even more fervently. He did not slow down and wanted to kill the giant snake so that he could take control of the Chaos Ring. Whoosh! One of the giant snakes swept its tail at the purple Lord of Heaven like a bolt of lightning. The snake's tail was more powerful than a divine weapon. It directly pierced through the void and let out a terrifying roar. With a terrifying force, it kept pressing towards the purple Lord of Heaven. The purple Lord of Heaven waved his violet golden battle spear and swept it out, colliding with the snake's tail. Boom! With a loud bang, the purple Lord of Heaven's body shook violently. He couldn't help but retreat. His face turned pale, and he almost vomited blood. What a strong power! It's even stronger than mine. The purple Lord of Heaven was a little shocked. Boom! 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 At this moment, several giant snakes made their moves. All of them lashed out with their tails towards the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. Every single one of them exploded with an astonishing amount of power. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's expression was grave. He used his movement technique to continuously dodge, but in the end, he was unable to completely dodge. He was swept by a snake tail, and the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven crashed into a wall, coughing up large amounts of blood. With just one strike, 9 of the Lord of Heaven's bones were broken. Silk then, a giant snake flew out like lightning, opening its mouth and biting towards the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven waved his hand, and a few balls flew into the giant snake's mouth. Then they suddenly exploded, blowing up the giant snake's mouth. However, the giant snake didn't die. It just continued to scream and went completely crazy. The 2 fangs in its mouth flew out like 2 daggers at lightning speed. Although the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven did his best to dodge, he was still struck by one of the fangs. It left a deep wound on his body, almost tearing half of his body apart. Run, run, run! The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven was terrified and frantically fled upwards. Fortunately, the giant snakes didn't chase after the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven when they saw that he had run far away. Instead, they fell down and continued to tangle with the other giant snakes. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven didn't dare to be careless, nor did he dare to stop. He continued to charge downwards until he reached the outside of the crack. Only then did he let out a long breath. Then his body trembled, and he suddenly coughed up blood. Damn, those fangs are poisonous. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven roared. Previously, he had been struck by one of the giant snake's fangs. That fangs contained a deadly poison that had already spread throughout his body. He had to heal as quickly as possible. He casually laid down some alert formations around the crack, and then sat down cross-legged. He took out several medicinal pills, swallowed them, and began to circulate his energy to expel the poison. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven spent 3 days to expel the poison from his body. His injuries were mostly healed. That brat Lu Ming still hasn't come out. Could it be that he's already dead? Not necessarily. He entered a treasure with a hidden space. He shouldn't die so easily. This crack is very dangerous, and I can't go alone. I should find someone else to go with me. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven thought to himself. He actually wanted to capture Lu Ming by himself and take all of Lu Ming's treasures for himself. However, it was clear that he was too weak. It was too dangerous for him to enter the crevice alone. He planned to go with Yi Qiuxian and the others. Immediately, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven laid down some formations around the crack. These formations were surveillance formations. He could see them even from far away. This kind of formation was very simple and basic in the Eldritch universe. It was also very practical. So many people with higher cultivation would learn it easily. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven laid down surveillance formations around the crack, mainly because he was afraid that Lu Ming would sneak away after he left. Then, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's figure flashed and left the place. How do I get out? Lu Ming frowned. He stayed in the chaos ring and sat cross-legged. He spread out his spirit sense and covered the surface of the chaos ring. He could observe the situation outside the chaos ring. It was obvious that the chaos ring was in the giant snake's stomach. At this moment, there was a green and disgusting liquid surging towards the chaos ring from all directions, wrapping the chaos ring within. This liquid was terrifyingly corrosive and poisonous. It was the giant snake's digestive fluid. It was extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful a creature was, once it was wrapped in this digestive fluid, it would be poisoned and slowly corroded. However, the Chaos Ring was not to be underestimated. It was one of the 4 great treasures of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Its material was indestructible and could not be corroded by this digestive fluid. Therefore, the Chaos Ring was completely fine. Lu Ming was not worried about this. What he was worried about was how to get out. Should he break open the giant snake's body and kill his way out? Obviously, that was not realistic. After he got out, he would probably be completely corroded by the digestive fluid. Should he release the War God Spear and make it expand rapidly to burst the giant snake's stomach? That was also impossible. This giant snake was a peak divine master. At this level, it was easy to change the size of its body. When the War God Spear expanded, the giant snake's body could also expand. It was a stupid method to make the snake's body explode by expanding its size. It might work at a lower level, but it was completely impossible at a higher level. Lu Ming had a headache. The only thing he could do now was to wait. Perhaps the Chaos Ring could be excreted along with the giant snake's excrement? Although this method was embarrassing and disgusting, there was no other way. After about half a day, Lu Ming could clearly feel that the giant snake was moving quickly. It should be done and had left the nest. After a few hours, the giant snake stopped. After a while, the giant snake started moving again. Just like that, a few days passed in the blink of an eye. The Chaos Ring was still in the giant snake's stomach. Chapter 4672. On this day, Lu Ming could clearly feel that the giant snake was violently shaking. Outside, there was a violent rumble and the giant snake's sharp cry. The giant snake is fighting. What is it fighting against? Could it be that the people from the Heavenly Palace have arrived? Lu Ming's heart sank. It had already been a few days. It wasn't surprising that the people from the Heavenly Palace had arrived. The battle didn't last for long. After a few minutes, Lu Ming sensed that the giant snake was no longer moving. Lu Ming's spiritual awareness covered the surface of the ancient desolation ring. He could feel that the surrounding digestive fluid had receded. The life force of the giant snake was also quickly draining away. The giant snake was dead. It was obvious that the giant snake had been killed. Lu Ming's heart also rose. He hoped that the people who had killed the giant snake weren't from the Heavenly Palace. Pucci, the giant snake's body was being cut open. Looking outside through the ancient desolation ring, he could see that the giant snake's stomach was also cut open. The light outside shone in. That's a desolation remnant. After seeing the situation outside, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel happy. The people who had killed the giant snake weren't from the Heavenly Palace, but several giant redbirds. These giant redbirds had long beaks and extremely sharp claws. At this moment, these giant birds were using their sharp claws to tear apart the giant snake's body. Small, small, small. Lu Ming controlled the ancient desolation ring and made it quickly shrink until it was as small as a speck of dust. He then attached it to a piece of the giant snake's bone. He didn't dare to act rashly. These giant birds were able to kill the giant snake in just a few minutes. This was enough to show their terrifying strength. Lu Ming couldn't even defeat the giant snake. If he acted rashly, he would be courting death. The giant birds were enjoying their meal to their heart's content. They didn't even notice the tiny, ancient desolation ring. Soon, the giant snake was almost completely eaten. Only a few scraps were left. After the giant birds enjoyed their meal, they seemed to be satisfied. After chirping a few times, they spread their wings and flew away in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming let out a long breath. However, he didn't immediately come out of the ancient desolation ring. Instead, he controlled the ancient desolation ring to fly up and looked around with his spiritual awareness. This was a plain with a few hills in the distance. There were no other desolation remnants around. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. With a thought, he flew out of the primitive ring. He condensed a wisp of flame and shrouded the primitive ring, removing the residual digestive fluid on the surface of the primitive ring. He then put the primitive ring into his sea of consciousness. I didn't expect there was an underground world under the crack. Lu Ming looked around. The surroundings were wide and boundless. The vegetation was lush and full of vitality. Apart from the dim lighting, it was no different from the outside of the crack. I don't know where I am now, and how far away I am from that crack. I wonder if the people from the heavenly palace have come after me? Lu Ming pondered. If the purple-robed Lord of Heaven was fine, Lu Ming guessed that the heavenly human race would most likely come after him. They wouldn't let him go so easily. A few days had passed. Perhaps the heavenly palace had already entered the crack. I can't go back to that crack. Maybe the heavenly palace is waiting for me there. Maybe there are other exits. Lu Ming pondered. He planned to leave this place first and look for other exits. But before leaving, Lu Ming waved his hands. Runes spread, and several formations appeared around him. Similarly, this was a monitoring array formation. If the heavenly palace's people passed by here, they would be discovered by Lu Ming. After setting up the monitoring array, Lu Ming flew along the ground and disappeared from the place. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and rushed forward. Every once in a while, Lu Ming would set up a few surveillance formations in some hidden corners. Very soon, a day passed. This underground world was really vast. It also gave birth to many powerful primitive surviving beasts. Throughout the day, Lu Ming saw many surviving beasts of the untainted land. Of course, these primitive surviving beasts varied in strength. It was impossible for all of them to be as powerful as the giant snakes or the fiery red giant birds. There were primitive surviving beasts of all realms. Ordinary surviving species of the untainted land did not pose a threat to Lu Ming at all. He just had to avoid those powerful surviving species of the untainted land. Fortunately, Lu Ming did not encounter any primordial surviving beasts of the origin realm that day. At this moment, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven finally found Xianxia and the others outside the crack. Young Master Xianxia, how are the Heaven Destroyer and the others? Asked the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. I killed one of them. The others escaped. Oomph. Xianxia snorted coldly. He was extremely displeased. Originally, with their strength, they had the absolute upper hand. Even if they couldn't wipe out Lion and the others, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. However, due to his defeat in the battle against Lu Ming, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven left the battlefield to save him. This allowed the Heaven Destroyer to catch their breath. In the end, only one of them was killed. The others all escaped. This was equivalent to him indirectly helping the Heaven Destroyer. It would be strange if he wasn't happy. Where's Lu Ming? Did you kill him? Xianxia changed the topic and asked the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. He managed to escape. That little brat has many treasures and is extremely crafty. He managed to escape to a dangerous place. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven explained in detail how Lu Ming escaped into the crack. Of course, he had made some slight changes in some parts. For example, he didn't mention that Lu Ming had a treasure that contained an internal space. He only said that Lu Ming rushed into the crack, and he followed him in, only to be attacked by the giant snake. As for the metal life form being able to transform into a source-grade armor, he didn't want to say it. However, after thinking that Xianxia should know, he said it. He was a little selfish. He wanted to take all the treasures on Lu Ming. That Lu Ming has great luck. Even if there's a powerful remnant species in the crack, he won't die so easily. He's most likely still alive. Let's go and kill him in the crack. Xianxia said coldly. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. He must find a way to get rid of Lu Ming. I've set up a monitoring formation around the crack. I didn't see Lu Ming come out of the crack. He should still be inside. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven said. All right, lead the way. Let's go. Xianxia immediately led the way toward the crack. Not long after, they arrived above the crack. The last time I went down, I encountered a group of giant snakes. There were more than a dozen of them, and each of them had a cultivation of peak divine lord. They were very strong. I don't know if they're still there. You must be careful when you go down, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven said. Gather together. If you find that you can't handle the danger, retreat quickly. Xianxia, 8 peak divine lord experts immediately surrounded Xianxia and rushed down the crack. Soon, they were attacked by the lizards and spiders on both sides of the crack. Chapter 4673. However, the poisonous insects on both sides of the crack were unable to cause any harm to Xianxia and the others. They easily killed a large number of them and soon arrived at the bottom of the crack. Be careful, there are giant snakes down there. There are only 3 left. Don't worry, kill them. Xianxia and the others found that there were indeed giant snakes under the crack. However, there were only 3 left, as the others had all left. Hiss, hiss, the 3 giant snakes attacked Xianxia and the others. Each of the giant snakes had the cultivation of a peak almighty. However, there were only 3 of them. On the heavenly palace's side, there were 8 Lord of Heaven. 2 of them even had source-level divine weapons. Their combat strength was far superior to the 3 giant snakes. The 2 sides fought for a while. In the end, the 3 giant snakes were defeated, and all of them were killed. Peel open the giant snake's body and see if Lu Ming has been eaten by the giant snake. Xianxia said. Immediately, one of the Lord of Heaven stepped forward, took out a sharp sword, and cut open the giant snake's stomach. However, he did not find Lu Ming's body. It seems that Lu Ming is not here. It's very likely that he survived. Xianxia said coldly. This underground world looks very big. It won't be easy to find Lu Ming. How about we split up and chase him? 2 people in a group and chase in 4 directions. The Purple Lord of Heaven's suggestion was approved by the others. This underground world was indeed very big. They could not see the end of it. If they searched together, the efficiency would be too low. If they split up, the efficiency would be greatly increased. With 2 Lord of Heaven in a group, even if Lu Ming had many treasures, he would not be able to escape death. Immediately, they split into 4 groups. 2 Lord of Heaven in a group. Xianxia, with 2 Lord of Heaven in a group. The 4 groups split into 4 directions. They shot out like lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Ming was hiding on a giant rock and looking ahead. Is it a glazed peach? Lu Ming stared at a mountain peak in front of him without blinking. Up ahead, there was a mountain peak. The peak of the mountain wasn't very tall, and there was a huge peach tree at the peak. This peach tree had a diameter of 100 meters and a height of several thousand meters. It was incomparably huge. There were at least a few hundred peaches growing on this peach tree. Each peach was as big as a bucket. The peaches were sparkling and translucent, like colored glass. Lu Ming had seen records of such peaches in ancient books. This type of peach was known as the glazed peach. It was a type of primary divine medicine. Master-grade divine medicine, as the name implied, was a divine medicine that was extremely useful to divine masters. This was especially true for the colored glazed peach, which contained extremely rich essence qi. It could be refined directly to replace the desolate crystal and increase the cultivation of a divine master. For divine masters, other than the primal chaos crystal, there were actually many main-level divine herbs that could increase their cultivation. However, master-grade, godly medicines were simply too rare. They were much rarer than great desolation gems. Just like source-grade, godly medicines, the desolate universe couldn't nurture any of them. If one wanted to obtain them, they could only do so in the universe ruins. However, the laws of the universe ruins were chaotic in the past, so very few of them could be nurtured. It was only in the last few dozen stellar years that the laws of the universe ruins became more orderly. Some places could nurture some main-level divine herbs, but they were extremely rare. Therefore, divine masters mainly relied on great desolation gems to increase their cultivation. This continent had always been sealed in the thousand-year battlefield. Just like the desolate continent, it didn't seem to be affected. The surviving species of the desolate universe had reproduced here, and they had encountered source-grade divine herbs before. Thus, it was normal for some main-level divine herbs to be nurtured. If I want to break through to the 6th level of the divine master realm, I'll need at least 5 to 6 million great desolation gems. Where can I find so many great desolation gems? If I have a few hundred-colored glazed peaches, I might be able to take a big step forward and save a lot of great desolation gems. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought about it. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible because he didn't know when the heavenly human race would arrive. If he could increase his cultivation to the 6th level of the Divine Master Realm, he would be much more confident in protecting himself. However, it wasn't that easy to get these glazed peaches, because there were many apes living on the peach trees and mountain peaks. These apes were burly and extremely strong. They were obviously surviving species of the desolate universe. There were more than 100 of them. If he wanted to get these glazed peaches, he would have to fight with these apes. There's a peak Divine Master Monkey King and 3 9th-level Divine Masters. The rest are all below the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. Even so, I can't deal with them. Now, I can only wait for the right time. Lu Ming thought about it and used the great concealment technique to hide in the rocks and wait for the right time. Half a day later, Ayo, 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 the apes howled loudly, especially the Monkey King. Then, it led a group of apes into the distance and disappeared from Lu Ming's sight. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The opportunity had come. The Monkey King had taken away more than half of the apes, including 2 9th-level Divine Master apes. Now, there was only 1 9th-level Divine Master ape left on the mountain peak. With a 9th-level Divine Master, Lu Ming now had a chance. However, Lu Ming did not immediately make his move. The Monkey King had only just left. If he made a move now, he might alarm the Monkey King. Lu Ming waited for some minutes before making his move. Swish! Lu Ming used the extreme light art and shot toward the mountain peak like a bolt of lightning. Ayo, 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 the apes immediately noticed Lu Ming and furiously roared. Some apes leaped at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming roared as the war god spear thrust forward, transforming into some spear lights. Swoosh! Swoosh! The war god spear was incredibly sharp. Although these apes had tough physical bodies and astonishing defensive abilities, they could not block the war god spear's attacks. Those below the 8th level of the God Lord realm were unable to block a single spear light and were killed. The 2 8th-level God Lord apes relied on their powerful defensive abilities to preserve their lives, but they were heavily injured, their heads almost exploding. Lu Ming moved with incredible speed and arrived at the mountain peak in an instant. Boom! The 9th-tier Divine Master ape stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Its burly body charged toward Lu Ming like a small mountain. It threw a punch, causing the void to crack. It was a shocking sight. Little ball! Lu Ming exclaimed softly. Xianxia flew out and turned into a mirror. It shot out a beam of light and shrouded the 9th-level Divine Master Ape. The 9th-level God, Lord Ape, was instantly affected and fell into an illusion. However, primordial descendants seemed to have a powerful resistance to illusions. In just a moment, the ape began to roar and struggle. But this moment was enough for Lu Ming. Though-ish, Lu Ming thrust his spear with all his might toward the 9th-level Divine Master Ape. This spear erupted with the power of Origin Source. Chapter 4674. A 9th-level god, Lord Ape, was the strongest ape here. As long as he could deal with this ape, the rest would be easy. Thus, Lu Ming used his full strength the moment he attacked. Origin energy also erupted and poured into the war god spear. Whoosh! This spear was unstoppable. It directly penetrated the space between the ape's eyebrows, blasting a large hole in the ape's forehead. The vitality of a primeval remnant was not to be underestimated. Even with a large hole in its forehead, this 9th-level god Lord Ape did not die immediately. It madly punched out with its fists, sending out some punches before finally collapsing to the ground. Swish! 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 Lu Ming did not stop attacking the other apes. Faced with apes below the 9th tier of the Divine Master Realm, with Xianxia's cooperation, even without the power of the Origin, they could destroy them easily. Lu Ming killed 7 to 8 7th-tier and 8th-tier Divine Master apes consecutively. The other apes were terrified. They no longer dared to continue fighting with Lu Ming and Lu Ming, howling as they ran off into the distance. These apes were clearly running in the direction of the Monkey King, clearly intending to inform it. But Lu Ming did not care. He only needed a short period of time to harvest the colored peaches. Once he was done, Lu Ming would leave. Even if the Monkey King returned, it would not be able to find him. With the apes fleeing, Lu Ming flew to the top of the tree. His forbidden energy transformed into large hands that began to harvest the colored peaches. One bucket-sized colored peaches after another were put into Lu Ming's storage ring. Lu Ming was very fast at harvesting. In just a few minutes, he had harvested more than 300 colored peaches. Lu Ming then transformed into a ray of light that shot off into the distance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. More than 10 minutes after Lu Ming flew away, an earth-shattering roar could be heard from afar. The Monkey King flew over quickly. When it saw the bare peach tree, it roared furiously. It smashed the ground around it, forming many big pits. Unfortunately, it was useless. Just like before, Lu Ming set up several monitoring arrays after flying for a short distance. After flying for half a day, Lu Ming found a relatively secluded place and sat down cross-legged. He took out a glazed peach and began to gnaw it. The colored glass peach looked like colored glass, but its flesh was juicy and melted in the mouth. It was filled with rich life essence and energy. It was as big as a water bucket, and Lu Ming finished it in a few bites. Waves of energy crisscrossed within Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming began refining with all his might. About an hour later, the glazed peach was completely refined by Lu Ming. Carefully sensing the changes in the forbidden energy in his body, Lu Ming gasped in amazement. The energy contained in a single glazed peach is equivalent to 10,000 desolate crystals. More than 300 glazed peaches are equivalent to more than 3 million desolate crystals. There was joy on Lu Ming's face. Although more than 300 glazed peaches couldn't help Lu Ming break through, they could save Lu Ming more than 3 million desolate crystals. If he had enough main gray divine herbs, he could indeed break through directly. These glazed peaches are truly priceless. If I'm below the 3rd layer of the Divine Lord Realm, I only need one to break through. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. He then took out another glazed peach and continued to refine it. Just like this, several days passed. Lu Ming had refined several dozen glazed peaches, and the forbidden energy in his body was growing thicker and thicker. But at this time, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. Let's see if the people from the Heavenly Palace are here. Lu Ming thought for a moment, then waved his hand. Several light screens appeared in the air. These light screens corresponded to the surveillance formations he had set up and could project images of the nearby area. He didn't see anyone from the Heavenly Palace in these images. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and the images changed. After all, Lu Ming had set up many surveillance formations, so he had to look through them one by one. After continuously changing dozens of images, finally, Lu Ming's pupils shrank when he saw one of the images. In this image, there were 2 figures standing high in the sky. These 2 figures were naturally the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe. One of them was the purple-robed Lord of Heaven who had chased after Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming instantly determined that these 2 Lord of Heaven were very close to his current location. A layer of cold sweat seeped out of Lu Ming's forehead. He had forgotten about it because he was cultivating. Fortunately, he had checked in time. If he had delayed any longer, the other party might have found him. If the 2 Lord of Heaven attacked together, even if he had the protection of Qiuqiu's armor, he would still be shocked to death. Lu Ming ended his cultivation, withdrew his aura, and quietly left this place. Not long after Lu Ming left, 2 figures flashed in the place where Lu Ming had been cultivating in seclusion. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven appeared in the sky, looking in all directions and spreading out their spiritual senses. However, Lu Ming was now experienced. Before leaving, he had wiped out the aura he left behind, So the other party didn't find anything. Could it be that Lu Ming is not in this area? Or has he been eaten by the surviving species of the untainted land? The other Lord of Heaven, who was more burly, frowned. I don't think so. I guess he's near this area. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven said. Oh, why do you think so? The burly Lord of Heaven said in confusion. Have you forgotten those apes you saw before? Those apes were as violent as thunder, and that Monkey King was filled with killing intent. I'm guessing that there must have been a fruit on that peach tree, but it was plucked away by someone. That's why those apes were so violent. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven analyzed. Are you saying that Lu Ming plucked it away? The burly Lord of Heaven's eyes lit up. The others are searching in other directions. Who else could be in this direction except for us? So, I'm sure that Lu Ming is in this area. Maybe he's not far from us. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven said. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Let's speed up the search. The burly Lord of Heaven laughed and flew forward. His spiritual consciousness whizzed out and covered a large area. On the other hand, Lu Ming was flying at high speed. At the same time, many thoughts were running through his mind. It seems that the people from the Heavenly Palace have really come in. Their purpose is obviously for me. I can't go on like this. They'll find me sooner or later. I either have to find another way out or launch a counterattack. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Caw! In the distant sky, a sharp chirp interrupted Lu Ming's train of thought. In the distant sky, there was a golden eagle. Its body was golden and its wings were hundreds of meters long. This golden eagle was almost identical to the golden eagle that Lion and the others had besieged earlier. Lu Ming was sure that the two were the same species. Even though they were far away, Lu Ming could feel the terrifying aura of the golden eagle in the distance. It was definitely a peak, almighty, surviving species of the untainted land, and it was extremely terrifying. Chapter 4675. Lu Ming subconsciously tensed his muscles. His body flashed as he used the great concealment technique to hide in a rock. This golden condor's combat strength was simply too shocking. Lu Ming had a deep impression of it. Previously, Lion and the other 8 peak Divine Master experts had joined forces to fight against the golden condor, but it had been extremely difficult. In the end, Lion had been seriously injured before he finally killed the golden condor. Although the others were not injured, they had also consumed a lot of energy. The golden condor's combat strength was evident. Although it was also a peak divine master, it was definitely many times stronger than the giant snake. It was evident that the golden condor was extremely powerful even among the surviving species of the untainted land. In the void ahead, the golden condor swooped down and landed on a rock that protruded from a cliff. This golden condor is powerful enough. If I can borrow the power of this golden condor, I can kill the 2 Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming's mind quickly began to think. It was obviously unrealistic to rely on his own strength to deal with the 2 Lord of Heaven. He could only rely on external forces to deal with experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven. However, what should he do to borrow the power of the golden condor? This was very dangerous. If he did not do it right, he might get burned by playing with fire and lose himself. Lu Ming, I can sense that there's a metal vein underground that extends all the way to the cliff. Perhaps we can approach it silently. Xianxia said, there is a metal vein underground? Can you approach the cliff without making any noise? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as an idea immediately surfaced in his mind. If he could get close to the golden condor and wait for the heavenly human tribe members to arrive, he could appear and lure the 2 heavenly human tribe members over. No. Lu Ming immediately shook his head and dismissed the idea. This method would not work at all. Firstly, if he took the initiative to appear, he would probably immediately be attacked by the golden condor. Secondly, even if the golden condor did not attack him, would the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe be so stupid as to attack him after seeing the golden condor? At that time, with the golden condor in front and the Lord of Heaven behind him, he would be in a desperate situation. What should we do? Lu Ming furrowed his brows deeply. At this moment, he deeply felt that his cultivation was too weak. If his cultivation was strong enough, he wouldn't have to waste so much effort. He could just charge over and crush the other party with his powerful battle prowess. Let's not think about it anymore. Let's go over and see what's going on. Having made up his mind, Lu Ming had Xianxia dig a small hole in the ground before the two of them entered the underground metal mine. This metal mine was just an ordinary metal mine. It wasn't precious, but it was enough for them to pass through. Xianxia wriggled and enveloped Lu Ming within it. It then integrated into the metal mine and moved along the metal mine toward the cliff. The cliff looked like it was made of brass, but it turned out to be a huge metal mine. This also made things easier for Lu Ming and the others. Xianxia brought Lu Ming along and silently appeared on a cliff above the golden condor, watching it secretly from above. Those are bird eggs. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that there was a bird's nest on the protruding rock below. There were 3 huge golden bird eggs in the nest. The golden eagle was obviously incubating the eggs. If I can steal an egg, this golden eagle will probably go crazy. Right, I got it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He thought of a way to use this golden eagle to deal with the 2 Lord of Heaven from the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming and Xianxia quietly waited in the metal mine. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. They're here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He saw 2 figures rapidly flying over from afar. They were the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven saw the golden eagle from afar, didn't dare to approach. They just glanced at it and left. Naturally, they couldn't discover Lu Ming and the others. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed. His plan hadn't succeeded yet, so he could only continue to hide. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. Whoosh! The great golden condor soared into the sky, flying into the distance in search of food. Just like the golden eagle that Lion dealt with previously, this golden eagle also set up a formation before it left to hide the eggs. It couldn't be seen from the outside at all. Good chance. After the golden eagle left, Lu Ming and Xianxia took action. With Lu Ming's attainments and formations, it would be difficult for him to break the concealment formation set up by the golden eagle. It would take him at least a few days. After such a long time, the golden eagle would have been alerted. However, there was a loophole in this formation. There was a metal mine below. Therefore, Xianxia directly took action from below and silently obtained an egg. The golden bird egg had a diameter of a few meters. Lu Ming kept it in the ancient desolation ring. Then, Xianxia took Lu Ming and continued to merge with the metal mine before leaving silently. Not long after, the golden eagle seemed to have sensed that something was wrong with the egg and hurried back. When it saw that an egg was missing, it immediately let out an earth-shattering cry and flew around in the sky. From time to time, it would spit out a golden stream of light from its mouth, blasting a large hole in the ground. Caw! The golden eagle screamed and pounced on the other surviving species of the ancient wilderness in the surrounding area. The surviving species of the ancient wilderness in this area suffered. Dozens of them were killed by the golden eagle while the rest fled. The golden eagle screamed for a long time before it calmed down. It landed on the nest and didn't leave anymore. How terrifying. The strength of this golden eagle seems to be even stronger than the one that Lion and the rest attacked previously. Its combat strength is far above the heavenly human race. What a terrifying species. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. However, the stronger the golden eagle, the better. Let's try and see if the golden eagle is sensitive to the eggs. Lu Ming pondered. Then, he carefully went to the ground and took out the golden egg from the ancient wilderness ring. As soon as the golden egg was taken out, the golden eagle on the cliff immediately raised its head and screeched. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Then, it rushed toward Lu Ming. Nest, your senses are really sharp. Lu Ming put the golden egg into the ancient wilderness ring as fast as he could. Then, he and Xianxia quickly rushed into the metal mine and went down along the metal mine. Boom! Boom! Not long after Lu Ming entered the metal mine, An earth-shattering roar erupted from above. The place where Lu Ming was standing just now was brutally ravaged by the Golden Eagle's crazy attacks. A large piece of the hard ground was forcefully removed by the Golden Path, creating a large hole that was 10,000 meters deep. Fortunately, the metal mine here was rich. It extended down for more than 100,000 meters. Lu Ming and Xianxia went down without being attacked by the Golden Eagle. Chapter 4676. Half a day later, the Golden Eagle finally stopped and returned to the cliff. After a while, Lu Ming quietly returned to the ground and quickly flew into the distance. The direction Lu Ming was heading in was the direction where the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven had left. This time, Lu Ming wanted to take the initiative to find the two Lord of Heaven. Along the way, Lu Ming left clues and then sped up, flying in the direction of the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly man. Lu Ming didn't fly for long before he was discovered by the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven. This was because the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven would also leave surveillance formations in secret corners when they were moving forward. When Lu Ming passed by the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven, he was discovered. That kid has appeared. That kid is indeed in this area. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's eyes lit up. This kid is actually behind us. It seems that he was hiding somewhere before and was overlooked by us. Haha, let's see where you can run now. The burly Lord of Heaven laughed. Come, let's go quickly, lest that kid slips away again. Let's make it clear in advance. After killing Lu Ming, I'll have the first pick of the treasures on his body. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven said, It seems that you've taken a fancy to some treasure on his body. Haha, don't think about taking the treasure for yourself. The burly Lord of Heaven sneered. The two of them were extremely fast. Soon, they were close to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's reaction was extremely sharp. He was always ready and paying attention to his surroundings. He knew very well that if he could set up a surveillance formation, so could the other party. They could kill him at any time, so he was always highly focused. As soon as he discovered the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven, Lu Ming turned around and ran. The direction he was running in was naturally the direction of the Golden Eagle. Don't go, Lu Ming, this time, don't even think about running away. The two Lord of Heaven shouted and quickly chased after Lu Ming. Fortunately, this place was not far from the Golden Eagle. In this area, the Golden Eagle had gone crazy, and there were almost no other surviving species of the untainted land. Therefore, Lu Ming did not need to worry about encountering other powerful surviving species of the untainted land. He could increase his speed to the maximum. In this way, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven would not be able to catch up with Lu Ming in a short time. Soon, they arrived at the area where the Golden Eagle was. Lu Ming rushed directly to a place that contained a metal vein. When he arrived, Xianxia had already wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly rushed into the metal vein. Before dashing into the metal or vein, Lu Ming took out the golden egg and threw it out with all his might. The golden egg was like a golden piece of metal. It smashed towards the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly man. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven really thought that the golden egg was Lu Ming's weapon to attack them. Clang! The burly Lord of Heaven held his battle saber and slashed out, directly splitting the golden egg into two halves. The egg liquid spilled all over the ground. This is an egg? The burly Lord of Heaven and the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven were slightly stunned. Caw! At this moment, an earth-shattering cry sounded. On the cliff, the Golden Eagle rushed into the sky. Its incomparably sharp eyes looked at the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven. When it saw the broken golden egg, its eyes turned red. It let out a crazy roar. Its golden body rushed towards the burly Lord of Heaven and the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven like a bolt of lightning. Oh no, we've been tricked. Damn it, let's go. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven immediately reacted. He roared and turned to run. The burly Lord of Heaven was slightly stunned. He also turned to run. However, their speed was much slower than that of the Golden Eagle. At this moment, the Golden Eagle was filled with endless killing intent. Its golden wings flapped rapidly. Its speed was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, it caught up with the burly Lord of Heaven. It opened its mouth, and a golden blade of light shot towards the burly Lord of Heaven. The burly Heaven Monarch yelled as he waved his hand and slashed out a ray of light to block the light blade. However, the Golden Eagle had already arrived. Its golden wings were sharper than a divine blade. It slashed at the burly Lord of Heaven. Clang! The burly Heaven Monarch brandished his saber to block the attack. When the two collided, there was a violent explosion. Then, the burly Heaven Monarch's body shook violently and flew backward like a cannonball. As he flew, he vomited large amounts of blood. The bones in one of his arms were shattered. He almost couldn't hold his blade. His internal organs were also severely injured and almost shattered. They were both peak almighty, but his combat strength was far inferior to the Golden Eagle. He was severely injured in one move. After sending the burly Lord of Heaven flying, the Golden Eagle roared and continued to attack the burly man. "Save me. Come and help me. Let's fight this eagle together." The burly man roared at the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. He was no match for the Golden Eagle alone. He would be torn to pieces. If there were two people, they would have a better chance of escaping. However, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven didn't even turn his head. He only shouted, "Hold on for a while. I'll go and find reinforcements. We're both peak almighty. I'll find a few more people to kill it." As he shouted, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven fled even faster. "Hold on my ass. How am I supposed to hold on alone?" The burly Lord of Heaven roared in rage. It was obvious that the purple-robed Lord of Heaven wanted to use him as a shield so that he could escape. But what could he do in this situation? He could only fight with his life on the line. With a furious roar, the paramount power of heaven blazed. The origin power of the origin seed was fully unleashed, surging into his saber as he slashed at the Golden Eagle. However, the Golden Eagle didn't dodge the attack of the burly Lord of Heaven, allowing it to strike its body. With a clang, the burly Lord of Heaven's saber struck the golden feathers, but it couldn't break through the Golden Eagle's defense. Instead, the Golden Eagle's sharp claws grabbed the chest of the burly Lord of Heaven and crushed his heart. "Ah, Lu Ming, I can't accept this." The burly Lord of Heaven let out a desperate roar. In the next moment, the Golden Condor's sharp claws tore the burly Lord of Heaven's body into pieces. His head was also swallowed by the Golden Condor. A powerful Heaven Monarch had perished in such an aggrieved manner. After killing the burly Lord of Heaven, the Golden Eagle was obviously not appeased. It flapped its wings and continued to fly towards the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. It believed that the purple-robed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven were in cahoots. Both of them were going to die. Damn it! The purple-robed Lord of Heaven was shocked and fled frantically. But it was obvious that the Golden Eagle was faster. Although there was some distance between the two, the distance between the two was quickly closing. Damn it, what should I do? What should I do? The purple-robed Lord of Heaven was extremely anxious, and various thoughts kept running through his mind. If this went on, he would also follow in the footsteps of the burly Lord of Heaven and be torn apart by the Golden Eagle. He didn't want to die like this, especially because of Lu Ming. Chapter 4677. I've got it. Let's go all out. A vicious light flashed through the eyes of the Lord of Heaven. He thought of a swamp he had passed by earlier. Several terrifying venomous insects resided in the swamp, and they were all peak god lords. His only chance of survival was to use those venomous insects to fend off the Golden Condor. Although that would be very dangerous and very likely lead to the venomous insects attacking him, there was nothing he could do about it. He directly charged toward the swamp. However, the Golden Condor was just too fast. The distance between them was rapidly closing. If this continued, it would catch up to him before he even reached the swamp. "I gotta go all out. Lu Ming, As long as I don't die today, I'll definitely make you regret being born into this world." The Lord of Heaven roared furiously as madness filled his eyes. He had truly gone all out. The origin energy in the origin energy seed madly circulated, supporting his body and causing his speed to skyrocket once more. At the same time, he burned his supreme heavenly force to continue increasing his speed. Only by doing so did he manage to avoid the golden condor catching up. However, the aftereffects of doing so were extremely severe. The burning of his supreme heavenly force would damage his foundation. In the worst-case scenario, he would never be able to reach reciprocity again. In the blink of an eye, one fled while the other pursued. Lu Ming's figure appeared in the Orvane. With a flash, he appeared where the Lord of Heaven had been slain. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the Lord of Heaven's storage ring and stowed it away. That guy in purple really is difficult to deal with. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Then, with a flash of his figure, he chased after the golden condor and the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven flew all the way. After half an hour, a huge swamp appeared in front of him. He had finally made it. After burning his divine force for half an hour, his foundation had been severely damaged. If he did not encounter a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter in the future, he would never be able to reach reciprocity again. He blamed everything on Lu Ming. However, the matter of dealing with Lu Ming could be put aside for now. First, he had to escape this calamity. He rushed straight into the swamp. As soon as he rushed into the swamp, he frantically attacked the bottom of the swamp. Hundreds of attacks fell into the swamp. Croak, squeak. Strange cries immediately rang out from the swamp. Mud splattered everywhere as several colossal creatures appeared. A giant toad, a giant snake, and a giant lizard. The three poisonous insects were all at the peak of the Divine Master level. As soon as they appeared, they attacked the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven dodged with all his might and did not attack. However, he was not in his peak condition at all. His ultimate heavenly energy was burning severely, and the origin seed in his origin seed was completely exhausted. His fighting prowess was far from his peak. Even if he were to dodge with all his might, he would not be able to completely avoid the attacks of the three venomous bugs. He was directly hit by the toad's poisonous gas, causing him to scream in pain. At the same time, the giant lizard's tail whipped the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's body smashed into the swamp like a cannonball. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven was smashed into the depths of the swamp and sank into the mud. However, the three venomous bugs did not have time to continue attacking, because the golden condor had already arrived. As soon as the golden condor entered the swamp, it swooped down and pounced on the swamp. The golden condor's target was the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven, but the three venomous bugs thought that the golden condor's target was them. This was because the golden condor usually fed on venomous bugs and snakes. Therefore, the three venomous bugs attacked the golden condor with all their might. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Terrifying energy waves swept through the swamp. In the depths of the swamp, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His blood dyed the mud red. The giant lizard's tail whip had severely injured him. In addition, he was also poisoned by the toad's poison. This kind of poison had seeped into every part of his body and was constantly destroying his physical body. This kind of poison could even destroy his soul, making his soul feel weak. "Run! I must escape!" The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven roared in his heart. He unleashed his remaining strength and broke through the mud, moving forward. He was unlucky. As he moved through the mud, he was hit by a few energy waves that shot down from above, worsening his injuries. However, he still managed to escape from the battlefield. When he was far away from the place where the three venomous bugs and the golden condor were fighting, he climbed out of the mud and flew into the distance. Lu Ming had been flying in the direction of the golden condor and the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. After chasing for a while, a sharp cry suddenly came from a direction. "It's that golden condor." I almost went in the wrong direction. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The golden condor's voice pierced through the void and traveled far to the left of Lu Ming. Lu Ming chased in the wrong direction. Fortunately, he heard the golden condor's voice. Swish! Lu Ming flew directly in the direction of the golden condor's voice. Soon, he heard a series of roars. In addition to the golden condor's cry, there were also the cries of other surviving species of the untainted land. Lu Ming restrained his aura and approached carefully. He hid behind a large rock and looked forward. He saw the golden condor and the 3 venomous bugs fighting fiercely. That guy is smart. He actually thought of using the 3 venomous bugs to fight the golden condor so that he could take the opportunity to escape. However, he should be nearby. If he rashly enters the territory of the 3 venomous bugs, he will probably be attacked. If he is already injured, thinking of this, Lu Ming went to the other side where he had a better view and observed. That is, after a while, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He saw some movement in a marsh in the distance. A lump of mud was wriggling. Then, a figure climbed out of the mud and rushed into the distance silently. If Lu Ming hadn't been watching, he would have missed it. It's the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human race. It seems that he is injured. Let's go and see. Lu Ming walked along the side and followed him silently. Very soon, the 2 of them were far away from the battlefield. After leaving the battlefield, the purple Lord of Heaven used the power of heaven to wash the mud on the surface of his body clean. However, his aura was weak and his face was green. The surface of his skin was covered by a layer of mist. The poisonous gas was constantly corroding him, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, it's all because of Lu Ming. My foundation is damaged. I must take revenge. Lu Ming, I will make you suffer. The purple-robed heaven monarch kept roaring in his heart. His face was hideous. He had suffered far too great a loss. In order to preserve his life, he had severed all hopes of breaking through to reciprocity. All of this was because of Lu Ming. His hatred for Lu Ming was overwhelming. However, no matter how much he hated him, he still needed to find a place to heal first. Chapter 4678. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven roared in his heart as he flew into the distance. When he was far away from the battlefield of the golden condor and the 3 poisonous insects, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven found a hidden canyon. He entered the canyon and sat cross-legged. He took out several divine elixirs and swallowed them in succession. Some were for healing, and some were for detoxifying. However, when he began to circulate his energy to refine the elixirs, he felt his heart palpitate, and an inexplicable great fear arose in his heart. Without hesitation, he moved his body to the side and opened his eyes at the same time. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a spear light in front of him that was rapidly stabbing towards him. Fortunately, his spiritual sense was extremely sharp, and he dodged 1 step ahead of time, narrowly avoiding this move. With a puff, the spear light flew past the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's head and pierced the wall of the canyon behind him, directly piercing through the canyon. Cold sweat broke out on the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's forehead. This spear was aimed at his glabella just now. If it had pierced through, his glabella would definitely have been pierced, and he would have been killed directly. Immediately after, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven saw a young and handsome figure walking over in the air. His pupils contracted sharply, and he couldn't help but roar, "Lu Ming, it's you." Who else could it be other than Lu Ming? As expected of the Lord of Heaven, your spiritual sense is really sharp. Lu Ming sighed. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven was clearly seriously injured, but he was still able to avoid his sneak attack while refining elixirs to heal himself. This really surprised Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you actually dare to appear in front of me. You're really bold, but it's good. It saves me some effort to find you. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven shouted, revealing a strong, murderous intent, as if he was about to attack immediately. Lu Ming sneered and said, "You don't have to scare me. You suffered a heavy blow and were poisoned. You don't have much strength left. If you were really powerful, you would have taken action long ago. You're just shouting to scare me. This shows that you really can't make it. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's expression was extremely ugly. His heart kept sinking. He pretended to be an expert just now. In fact, he wanted to scare Lu Ming and scare Lu Ming away. However, Lu Ming saw through it completely. "Little ball, do it." Lu Ming did not waste any more words. After instructing Xianxia, he immediately made his move. Boom! He slapped out with his left palm and used the desolation style. A continent condensed and pressed down on the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. The Eldritch continent was so huge that it completely enveloped the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. At the same time, Lu Ming used the sky-piercing style and became one with the spear. He stabbed at the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. On the other side, Xianxia also made his move. He turned into a mirror and shot out a beam of light, enveloping the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven roared and struggled frantically, trying to break free from Xianxia's illusion. At the same time, his body moved, trying to avoid Lu Ming's attack. However, it was obvious that the purple-robed Lord of Heaven was far from his peak. At his peak, Xianxia's illusion could barely do anything to him. However, it was very difficult for him to break free now. The continent in the sky also pressed down, making it difficult for him to move his body. He tried his best, but only managed to move a little. Poof! The war god spear pierced the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's heart. The terrifying power directly tore the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's body apart, leaving only his head. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven howled in pain, his eyes flashing with fear and unwillingness. He truly didn't have much strength left. If he had been at his peak, he wouldn't have been able to take a single blow. Earlier, in order to escape from the Golden Eagle, he had exhausted all of his origin energy, and he had even burned away most of his supreme heavenly energy. Later on, he had suffered a heavy blow from the giant lizard and been poisoned by the toad. He truly didn't have much strength left, let alone Lu Ming. Any 5th or 6th level God Lord would be able to defeat him in a direct confrontation. Thus, in the face of Lu Ming's attack, he had used all of his skills, but he still couldn't take a single blow. Lu Ming, even if you kill me, you won't live for long. The ancestor will kill you. You will die at the ancestor's hands. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven roared. Ancestor? Lu Ming frowned and coldly asked, "Who is the ancestor?" Don't even think about finding out. When you find out, it will be the day of your death. Attack! The purple-robed Lord of Heaven roared. Bang! Lu Ming didn't want to waste his breath. The war god's spear lashed upward, causing the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's head to explode. His soul was also instantly extinguished. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven was slain in an extremely sullen manner. Whoosh! Lu Ming let out a long breath. His plan had finally come to fruition. With a wave of his hand, he took the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's storage ring and left in a flash. After leaving this place, Lu Ming found another secluded place to continue refining the colored peaches. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had refined several dozen colored peaches, and his cultivation had advanced a little more. His forbidden energy had also grown a little more vigorous. However, Lu Ming still felt that it was too slow. He knew that Yi Qiuxian and the others would definitely be searching for him in this underground world. As time passed, they would definitely discover some clues. Refining the colored peaches alone is still too slow. Moreover, even if I refine all the colored peaches in my hand, my cultivation won't be able to break through to the 6th tier of the Divine Master Realm. There won't be a significant increase in my fighting strength. I need to think of another method. I can either find another way to deal with Yi Qiuxian and the others, or find another exit to leave. Lu Ming pondered and made up his mind. He stopped refining the colored peaches and got up to leave in search of an opportunity to escape. On the other side, Yi Qiuxian and the others had been searching for Lu Ming over the past few days, but to no avail. They did, however, find some main divine herbs, so this trip wasn't in vain. However, Yi Qiuxian's expression was still very ugly. He couldn't rest easy until he killed Lu Ming. Sent a message to the others and asked if there's any news about Lu Ming. Yi Qiuxian said, "All right." The two Lord of Heaven beside Yi Qiuxian nodded and took out their respective voice transmission jade talismans to send messages to the other three groups. In the universe ruins, the illusory divine jade definitely couldn't be used. However, voice transmission jade talismans could be used. As long as the distance wasn't too far, they could use the voice transmission jade talismans to send messages. However, the speed of the voice transmission jade talismans was far inferior to the illusory divine jade. The next moment, several beams of light flew out of the two Lord of Heaven's hands and disappeared into the sky. They waited quietly. After a while, two beams of light flew towards them from afar and were caught by them. They were two voice transmission jade talismans. The two scanned them with their spiritual senses and then handed the voice transmission jade talismans to Yi Qiuxian. There's no news about Lu Ming. Yi Qiuxian frowned. Two of the groups had sent messages saying that they hadn't found any traces of Lu Ming. Could Lu Ming have died in the mouth of the wilderness surviving species? Yi Qiuxian guessed. Chapter 4679. They waited for a few more minutes. Why haven't Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan sent any news back yet? Yi Qiuxian frowned. Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan were the two Lord of Heaven who were killed by Lu Ming. They're probably quite far away. Let's wait a little longer. A Lord of Heaven said. Then, 10 minutes passed, and there was still no news. Let's send another message to them. Yi Qiuxian had a bad premonition in his heart. A Lord of Heaven sent another message to Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan. However, another 10 minutes passed, and there was still no news. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Yi Qiuxian and the other two looked serious. It seems that something has happened. Gather the others. We'll go to the direction where Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan were searching. Yi Qiuxian said. Then, the two Lord of Heaven sent another message to the two groups of Lord of Heaven who had replied. After a while, two Lord of Heaven came from two different directions. In this way, Yi Qiuxian and the sixth Lord of Heaven met up and headed towards the direction where the purple Lord of Heaven was. After a careful investigation, they found the place where the purple Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven were killed. The purple Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven were killed, although they were almost torn apart and broken. But how powerful were the Lord of Heaven? They were able to accurately find them. Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan are dead. Their bodies and souls are destroyed. A Lord of Heaven said with an ugly face. Who killed them? That Lu Ming. How could he have such combat strength? Could it be that they were killed by some powerful ancient species? Another Lord of Heaven said. The probability of being killed by the surviving species of the Great Desolate Realm is extremely small. Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan are not idiots. When they see the surviving species of the Great Desolate Realm at the peak of the Divine Lord level, they will take a detour. With their cultivation, the surviving species of the Great Desolate Realm would not be able to catch up to them, unless they encountered an Origin Realm ancient species. However, there doesn't seem to be any Origin Realm ancient species in this underground world. At least we haven't encountered one yet. Yi Qiuxian analyzed. What do you mean, Lord Qiuxian? A Lord of Heaven looked at Yi Qiuxian in doubt. Lu Ming, it must be Lu Ming. That Lu Ming is cunning and has various trump cards. He most likely used some kind of trick to cause Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan to perish. Qiuxian said. The other Lord of Heaven's hearts sank. Was it really Lu Ming's doing? That Lu Ming was truly terrifying. The danger level of Lu Ming in their hearts had unknowingly increased. Lu Ming is very dangerous, so all the more we have to kill him. He should be in the direction ahead. Let's go after him. No matter what, there are 7 of us. No matter how crafty Lu Ming is, it's useless. As long as we encounter him, we'll attack him. Qiuxian said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7 of them moved and headed in the direction Lu Ming was heading. Lu Ming continued forward for another 2 days, but he still couldn't find the exit. Roar! Suddenly, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar came from the front. It shook the heavens and the earth, rumbling and exploding. Following that, there were other roars, followed by flashes of light. There was a black light, a fiery red light, a white light. It lit up the entire sky. Over there, could it be that the surviving species of the great wilderness are fighting each other? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He decided to check it out. He wanted to check it out mainly because he wanted to see if he could be the fisherman. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would reap the benefits. Lu Ming approached cautiously. He hid in a large tree and cast the great concealment art. His body was almost one with the tree as he looked ahead. There was a mountain ahead. There was a cave at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, an intense battle was taking place outside the cave. 5 primordial remnant species were attacking another primordial remnant species. What powerful strength! Lu Ming could not help but gasp when he saw that. The 5 ancient species were of different shapes and sizes. Some resembled an eagle, some resembled a giant wolf, and one of them was a python. Each of the ancient species was a peak almighty. Moreover, they were not ordinary peak almighty. Their combat strength surpassed that of the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe. However, the most terrifying one was the ancient species that was being besieged. It was a strange beast that looked like a fierce tiger. Its body was covered with black hair, and there was a row of fangs in its mouth. Its body was completely black, and a layer of black flame was burning fiercely during the battle. This surviving species of the Great Desolate Era was truly incomparably powerful. It was able to fight against 5 powerful surviving species of the Great Desolate Era, all by itself, without being at a disadvantage. That seems to be demonic chi. Lu Ming was a little surprised. The energy that surged around the ancient species that looked like a black tiger seemed to be demonic chi. It was extremely rich and overbearing. Yes, it is indeed demonic chi. It is extremely rich and pure. It seems that there was demonic chi in the untainted land of the last era. My predecessor was indeed a grand cultivator of the last era. Bone Demon shouted excitedly in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming, if I have the bones of this surviving species of the untainted land, I will definitely be able to recover a lot of my strength. By then, even if those heavenly lords come, I will be able to help you kill them all. Bone Demon continued to shout and became more and more excited. This ancient species is too strong. I can't deal with it at all. Lu Ming sighed. Let's wait and see. These ancient species seem to be competing for something. If they can injure each other, we will have a chance. Bone Demon said. The battle continued, and it was getting more and more intense. The 5 surviving species of the untainted land wanted to kill the pitch-black tiger-like surviving species of the untainted land. Their targets seemed to be that cave. As for the tiger-like, great desolate surviving species, it guarded the cave tightly. It displayed its terrifying battle prowess and fought against the 5 great desolate surviving species. A few minutes later, both sides were injured. Wounds appeared on their bodies, and blood kept flowing. The ancient species that looked like an eagle swooped down. Its sharp claws were like hooks. It immediately tore off a large piece of flesh from the ancient species that looked like a tiger. However, the tiger-like surviving species of the untainted land went berserk as well. It pounced forward and clawed at the head of the python, crushing it into pieces. A powerful python was killed. However, the python fought back before it died. Its tail hit the ancient species that looked like a tiger and made it roll away. However, the ancient species that looked like a tiger rolled a few times and stood up again. It continued to fight as if nothing had happened. The 2 sides fought fiercely for a few more minutes. After paying a certain price, the ancient species that looked like a tiger seized the opportunity to kill another ancient species. The remaining 3 ancient species were a little frightened. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they continued to fight. The battle that followed was even more intense. Both sides were covered in wounds. Chapter 4680. The two sides fought for more than 10 minutes. In the end, 3 surviving species of the untainted land were killed by the tiger-like surviving species of the untainted land. The remaining 2 surviving species of the untainted land were finally scared and fled. However, the tiger-like surviving species of the untainted land was also heavily injured. There were at least a dozen wounds on its body, some of which were very serious. Even half of its heart was torn apart. Its head had also exploded, and it had almost died. It dragged its exhausted body into the cave. Do it, do it. Kill it while it's weak. Bone Demon yelled. Wait, don't get too excited. Let's think about it at length. Lu Ming said. What do you mean by think about it at length? If you miss this opportunity, you won't get it again. Only by killing this surviving species of the untainted land can I recover some of my strength and help you deal with those heavenly humans. Otherwise, once they find you, you'll be dead. If you don't fight now, when will you? Bone Demon yelled. I understand what you're saying, but that surviving species of the untainted land is too strong. To be honest, even if I have Xianxia to protect me, I won't be able to withstand 2 moves from it. Lu Ming said. He naturally wanted to kill that surviving species of the untainted land very much. Perhaps this would be a turning point for him to escape and deal with the heavenly humans. However, that surviving species of the untainted land was too strong. Even though it was heavily injured, its battle strength was still astonishing. It was much stronger than the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming felt that even if the tiger-like surviving species of the untainted land had not reached the origin realm, it was not far from it. You're right, but it's not like we don't have a chance. Bone Demon said, do you have a way to deal with that surviving species of the untainted land? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. To be honest, with my current strength, it's very difficult for me to interfere with the enemies you're facing now. In the past, I could still interfere with the small fights between divine kings and divine lords. However, your current opponents are almost all divine lords, and peak divine lords at that. I can't interfere at all. However, this surviving species of the untainted land uses demonic chi. I have a way. Bone Demon said. What idea do you have? Lu Ming asked. Let's enter the cave stealthily. You use your full strength to attack this great desolate remnant beast's vitals. Once you attack, that great desolate remnant beast will definitely counterattack. I have a way to break its demonic chi and render its counterattack ineffective. Guillermo said, all right, if that's the case, we can give it a try. What do you need? Lu Ming said, give me some jade talismans. I'll refine some things. Guillermo said. Lu Ming did not delay at all. With a wave of his hand, several hundred jade talismans flew out. I don't need that much. 36 pieces is enough. The bone devil flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It waved its bony claws, and runes flew out one after another, and submerged into the 36 jade talismans. He was refining a simple jade talisman. The bone devil's speed was very fast. It finished refining in about a minute. Let's go in. Bone put away the 36 jade talismans and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming concealed his aura and carefully walked into the cave. He did not encounter any danger and easily passed through the cave. What entered his eyes was a rather large cave. In the center of the cave, there was a pond. Some plants grew on both sides of the pond. They were lush and filled with an astonishing medicinal fragrance. That's main-grade divine medicine. And after seeing the plants on both sides of the pond, Lu Ming's eyes widened. If he had not tried his best to hold it in, his heart would have probably begun to beat violently. Those plants were not ordinary plants. They were main-grade divine medicines. There were several hundred of them. However, this was not what attracted Lu Ming's attention the most. What attracted Lu Ming's attention the most was the center of the pond. There was a lotus in the center of the pond. The lotus gave off a hazy glow. Above the lotus, there was a small lotus made of energy that flew around. Origin-grade divine medicine. Lu Ming recognized it with a single glance. It was an origin-grade divine medicine. It contained a dense origin imprint. It was an origin-grade divine medicine that could increase a reciprocity expert's cultivation after they refined it. Lion and the others had come across origin-grade divine medicine earlier. It was because of that origin-grade divine medicine that they had engaged in a great battle with the Golden Condor. Needless to say, origin-grade divine medicines were precious. Even reciprocity experts would turn green with envy when they saw them. They would want to kill each other. Lu Ming had never thought that there would be one here. Lu Ming finally understood why the 5 surviving species of the primordial world had besieged the tiger-like surviving species of the primordial world. He reckoned that their objective was this stock of source-level divine medicine. The tiger-like primitive descendant lay on the edge of the pond, chewing on a few main grade divine medicines. It was very likely that it wanted to use the main grade divine medicine to heal its wounds. What a waste, Lu Ming muttered inside. However, he could already tell that the injuries of the tiger-like primitive descendant were extremely severe. Even now, blood was still flowing from its wounds, dyeing the ground red. Its aura was very weak. It lay on the ground without moving at all. It did not notice Lu Ming at all. Fantastic. The injuries of this primitive descendant are even more severe than I imagined. Our chances have greatly increased. Lu Ming attacked the injured half of its head. You must kill it with a single strike. Bone Demon said. All right, get ready. Attack. Lu Ming called out with his spiritual sense. Afterwards, he erupted with all his strength and used the heaven-piercing style. He became one with his spear and stabbed at the head of the tiger-like primitive descendant. The head of the primitive descendant had already been heavily injured. Half of it had been torn off. It was a fatal weakness. Lu Ming also erupted with the origin energy of the origin source seed. He had to kill it with a single strike. At the same time, it turned into an armor that enveloped Lu Ming. Just in case, he had to defend himself. Roar! A furious roar was heard. As soon as Lu Ming attacked, he was discovered by the tiger-like primitive descendant. It suddenly jumped up and a strong demonic aura burst out of its body. It turned into a flame that burned fiercely. The demonic fire turned into a blast wave that rushed towards Lu Ming. Break! Bone Demon took action in time. With a wave of his hand, 36 runes flew out and turned into a formation that enveloped the tiger-like primitive descendant. Suddenly, the demonic aura of the tiger-like primitive descendant melted quickly like ice meeting fire. Lu Ming rushed past it. The demonic aura did not affect Lu Ming at all. The tiger-like primitive descendant was stunned. Obviously, it did not expect such a situation to happen. In addition, its injuries were too severe. It was too late for it to move and dodge. Puff! The divine war spear pierced through its injured head. The origin energy erupted and the terrifying power of the divine war spear burst out from the head of the tiger-like primitive descendant. Chapter 4681. Roar. After the war, God's spear pierced into the head of the tiger-shaped, surviving species of the untainted land. It let out an earth-shattering roar. The entire cave shook violently. Then, the tiger-shaped surviving species of the untainted land grabbed at Lu Ming with its sharp claws. This was a desperate grab before its death. It was so powerful that Lu Ming was sent flying and crashed into the wall of the cave. The wall exploded. Lu Ming's body smashed through the cave and flew out. He fell on the ground, creating a gully that was tens of thousands of meters long and dozens of meters deep. Puff! Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that dozens of bones were broken and his internal organs were completely shattered. What a powerful force! Fortunately, I have Xianxia's armor to protect me. Otherwise, this move would have killed me. Lu Ming was shocked. This was an attack that the surviving species of the untainted land had launched when it was seriously injured. Its strength was definitely not at its peak. One could imagine how powerful this surviving species of the untainted land was. Roar! An angry roar came from the cave, and the rocks exploded. This surviving species of the untainted land actually rushed out of the hole that Lu Ming had smashed through and rushed toward Lu Ming. The war god spear was still in its head, which looked extremely terrifying. Lu Ming was shocked. He retreated with all his strength and did not dare to face it head-on. Fortunately, this surviving species of the untainted land staggered for a distance and fell to the ground with a plop. It was completely lifeless. This surviving species of the untainted land was finally dead. Lu Ming's attack just now had completely destroyed its head. Whoosh! Bone Demon also flew out of the cave. He circled the surviving species of the untainted land twice and confirmed that it was indeed dead. Bone Demon, what should we do now? Lu Ming walked over and pulled out the war god spear. Drag it back to the cave and leave it to me, Bone Demon said. Lu Ming nodded and dragged the surviving species of the untainted land back to the cave. Bone Demon surrounded the tiger-shaped surviving species of the untainted land and kept pointing his hands. Streaks of black light entered the body of the surviving species of the untainted land. After a while, strip! Bone Demon shouted and grabbed at the air. The tiger-shaped surviving species of the untainted land wriggled, and some bones came out of its flesh. More and more bones appeared. The Bone Devil had completely separated the skeleton of the tiger-shaped surviving species of the untainted land from its flesh and blood. Not long after, a complete tiger-shaped skeleton appeared in front of Lu Ming. The bones of the tiger-shaped Great Desolate Aeon Remnant were as black as ink and as smooth as jade. They did not seem to contain any impurities and gave off a dense demonic chi. Next, I need some time to fuse with this skeleton. Once I do, I will definitely be able to recover a portion of my strength. After saying that, Gumo's body turned into a ray of light and flew into the tiger-shaped skeleton, disappearing from sight. As the Bone Demon began to fuse with its skeleton, Lu Ming looked at the pond. Several hundred stalks of main-grade divine herbs and one stalk of origin-grade divine herb. Such precious treasures could not be missed. Lu Ming took action, uprooting hundreds of main-grade divine herbs and placing them into the Great Desolate Ring. Although the Great Desolate Ring was brimming with vitality and lush vegetation, it lacked divine herbs. Once these divine herbs were transplanted into the Great Desolate Ring, they could be uprooted and used without losing their medicinal properties. Lastly, there was the stalk of source-level divine herb. Lu Ming planned to transplant it into the Chaos Ring. He could not use origin-grade divine herbs at all right now. At the very least, he would need to wait until he reached peak Divine Master before he could use them. They would be very effective for breaking through to reciprocity. This pond water is not simple. At this moment, Lu Ming discovered that the pond water was not simple at all. It was extremely viscous and filled with a shocking amount of energy. The energy was pure and gentle, very similar to the energy in the Great Desolate Crystals. The pond water seemed to have liquefied the Great Desolate Crystals. No wonder it can nurture so many divine herbs. So it has something to do with the pond water. If I can absorb the pond water, my cultivation might reach a new level. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. After carefully transplanting the origin-grade divine herb into the Great Desolate Ring, Lu Ming leapt into the pond water with a plop. After jumping into the pond water, Lu Ming began to circulate his forbidden energy. All the pores on his body opened, producing an extremely powerful suction force. Extremely pure energy constantly gathered towards Lu Ming from the pond water. It seeped into every pore of his body and permeated Lu Ming's entire body before being absorbed and refined by Lu Ming. It was converted into forbidden energy. Lu Ming had guessed correctly. The pond water was like liquid, Great Desolate Crystals. It contained extremely pure energy that could be rapidly absorbed and refined, increasing the cultivation of a divine master. The divine herbs from before had been nurtured by the pond water. Lu Ming rapidly absorbed the energy in the pond water to increase his cultivation. The pond water was rapidly consumed as well, decreasing at a visible rate. In just a few days, the pond water had decreased by more than half. Lu Ming's cultivation had also reached a limit, the limit of a fifth-layer divine master. Break! Lu Ming growled. The extremely dense, forbidden energy in his body began to circulate as he began to break through to the sixth-layer divine master realm. With sufficient energy, this was not difficult at all. Breaking through was practically a matter of course. Boom! Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed, increasing by a large margin. He successfully broke through to the sixth-layer divine master realm. There was still about half of the pond water left. Lu Ming did not want to waste it, so he continued to absorb it. However, he needed at least 5 million great desolate crystals to break through to the sixth-layer divine master realm. It might even be more. In that case, the amount of great desolate crystals needed to break through to the seventh-layer divine master realm would be even more terrifying. It would be 10 times more than the former. 50 to 60 million. Thus, although the pond water was rich in energy, it was practically impossible for the current Lu Ming to break through. However, after reaching the sixth-layer divine master realm, Lu Ming's refining speed had greatly increased. In less than a day, Lu Ming had completely refined the remaining pond water. His cultivation had also completely stabilized at the sixth-layer divine master realm, roughly at the peak of the early stage. I've finally reached the sixth-layer divine master realm. As Lu Ming sensed the surging energy in his body, his confidence soared. A sixth-layer divine master was much stronger than a fifth-layer divine master. Although he might not be able to defeat the Lord of Heaven, his chances of survival had greatly increased. I wonder what will happen if I face Xianxia now. A cold light flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. He was now on the same level as Xianxia. In a battle of the same level, he did not fear anyone. There seems to be a spring below. Lu Ming examined the bottom of the pond and discovered a spring. But no water flowed out of the spring. The water in this pond is very likely flowing out of this spring. It's just that the speed is very slow. It might take a very long time for a few drops to flow out. Lu Ming speculated. Then he looked at Bone Devil. Powerful demonic energy surged over from Bone Devil's side. At this moment, the tiger-shaped primordial remnant skeleton had undergone a major transformation. Chapter 4682. Originally, the skeleton was in the shape of a tiger, but now it had changed drastically. The tiger-shaped skeleton had actually transformed into a humanoid skeleton. It looked almost the same as the bone demon from before, except that it was much larger. It was about the size of an ordinary person. It was pitch black and as smooth as jade. It seemed to contain terrifying energy as waves of powerful aura permeated the surroundings. This is the aura of a peak divine master. Can the bone demon recover his cultivation of a peak divine master? Lu Ming pondered, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Lu Ming did not have to wait for long. A while later, the bone demon withdrew his aura, and his two eye sockets flickered with a fiery red light. Haha, I've finally recovered a little. It feels great to be in control of my power. The bone demon laughed heartily and twisted his body, producing cracking sounds. Bone demon, how is it? Can you deal with 6 Lord of Heaven at the same time? Lu Ming asked. There were a total of 8 Lord of Heaven beside Xianxia. 2 of them had already been killed, so there were 6 left. I can't. The bone demon answered straightforwardly. This skeleton is only the skeleton of a peak divine master after all. It's not the skeleton of an origin realm expert. Moreover, the energy contained within the skeleton is not much to begin with. Coupled with some of my own tricks, dealing with 2 or 3 Lord of Heaven is not a problem, but dealing with 6 is impossible. You can't deal with 6? Lu Ming frowned. If that was the case, he would have no chance of winning against Xianxia and the others, unless they split up. However, would they still split up after the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven were killed? They were probably not that stupid. If that was the case, he could only run away if he encountered Xianxia and the others. However, it's not impossible to deal with 6 Lord of Heaven if you plan carefully. The bone demon's tone changed. You have a way? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Yes. After Bone Demon finished speaking, he stepped out of the cave and walked out. Lu Ming followed him out. There are 3 great desolate-era surviving species corpses here. I can peel off their bones and refine 3 devil bone puppets. Although these 3 surviving species of the untainted land do not have any devil chi, and the devil bone puppets that they have refined are not authentic and can only be used once, each of them should be able to deal with 1 Lord of Heaven. If we plan carefully, we may be able to take down 6 Lord of Heaven. Guillemot said. As soon as he finished speaking, Guillemot grabbed at the air, and 3 balls of demonic energy flew out from his hand and enveloped the corpses of the 3 black, red, and yellow species. Soon, the 3 skeletons were removed. The 3 corpses belonged to the 3 primordial surviving species that had been killed by the tiger-shaped primordial surviving species. They were all peak divine masters and extremely powerful. Lu Ming, I'll enter your ancient desolate ring first and refine the demonic bone puppet. This kind of one-time use demonic bone puppet can be refined very quickly. You can find a place to set it up. Guillemot said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. With a wave of his hand, he kept Guillemot into the ancient desolate ring. Then, his figure flashed and he left the place. Not long after, Lu Ming found a relatively hidden canyon. It's here. However, I still need to set it up for Yi Qiuxian and the others to find me, Lu Ming muttered. Then, his figure flashed and he left the place, heading in the direction he had come from. Of course, Lu Ming was very cautious. He was afraid that he would run into Yi Qiuxian and the others. Guillemot had not refined the demonic bone puppet yet and was not a match for them. If he ran into them, he could only retreat. Fortunately, Lu Ming did not run into Yi Qiuxian and the others after traveling for hundreds of thousands of miles. Roar! At this moment, a huge surviving species of the untainted land had its eyes on Lu Ming. It was a lion. Its body was fiery red as if it was burning. Its aura was powerful, and it was a 9th-level divine master. Good. I was just about to find a surviving species of the untainted land to set it up. I didn't expect it to come here by itself. Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. Roar! The fiery red lion pounced at Lu Ming. Its sharp claws swiped at Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming did not dodge. He allowed the lion's sharp claws to strike his chest. Puff! Blood splattered. A piece of flesh was ripped out of Lu Ming's chest. However, at the same time, Lu Ming attacked. The war god spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it at the lion's head. At such a close distance, and with Lu Ming's current strength, the lion could not dodge at all. The war god spear pierced through its head, and it died instantly. Lu Ming circulated his taboo energy. The wound on his chest rapidly healed. Lu Ming did not dodge, and allowed the lion to attack him on purpose. He wanted to pretend that he had fought with the surviving species of the untainted land and was seriously injured. In the end, he killed the surviving species of the untainted land and escaped. Pulling out the war god spear, Lu Ming flew towards the canyon that he had his eyes on. Of course, along the way, Lu Ming deliberately spilled a little of his blood. In that case, when Yi Qiuxian and the rest saw this, they would definitely think that Lu Ming had been attacked by the surviving species of the untainted land. Although he had killed the surviving species of the untainted land, he had also suffered serious injuries and was bleeding all the way. They would then find Lu Ming based on the bloodstains. Even if the lion's corpse was eaten by the other surviving species of the untainted land, with the intelligence of Yi Qiuxian and the others, they would definitely be able to deduce that Lu Ming had been injured in the fight with the surviving species of the untainted land. They would find a canyon based on the bloodstains. I'll meet you guys in that canyon, Lu Ming muttered. Along the way, Lu Ming would leave a few drops of blood every once in a while. Along the way, he arrived near the canyon. Then, Lu Ming entered the canyon and sat down cross-legged, waiting quietly. Now, all he had to do was wait. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The Bone Demon had already finished refining the Devil Bone puppet, but there was still no trace of Yi Qiuxian and the others. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. After all, the underground world was quite big. It would not be easy to find Lu Ming's bloodstains. Another 3 days passed. "They're here." The bone demon's voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. He deliberately shouted, "Who's there?" "Lu Ming, how long has it been since we last met? Have you forgotten about us?" A cold voice rang out. Outside the canyon, a few figures walked over. The one in the middle was Yi Qiuxian. On his left and right were 2 Lord of Heaven experts. Swoosh, 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 around the canyon, another 4 figures appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. They were the other 4 Lord of Heaven. "Yi Qiuxian, how did you find this place?" "Wait, my blood stains." Lu Ming deliberately pretended to have a drastic change of expression. "Hee, it's too late to think of it now." Yi Qiuxian sneered, his killing intent cold. He continued, "Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan were killed by you, right? Are you talking about the 2 Lord of Heaven? So what if they are? Perhaps the next one will be you," Lu Ming said coldly. Chapter 4683. Lu Ming, you must have used some scheme to kill Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan, or you must have borrowed the power of other ancient remnant beasts. However, we have already scouted this place thoroughly before we came in. There are no powerful ancient remnant beasts within 100,000 miles. There are also no traces of any array in this canyon. And now, you are surrounded by 6 Lord of Heaven. How are you going to survive? Yi Qiuxian sneered. They were not fools. Before they came, they were afraid that this might be Lu Ming's scheme. Therefore, they had already scouted the surroundings before they entered the canyon. They did not find any powerful ancient remnant beasts. At the same time, they had also scouted the canyon. There were no traces of any array in this canyon. Therefore, they were very confident. "Young Master Qiuxian, why are you talking nonsense with him? Let me kill him." Beside Yi Qiuxian, a gray-robed elder shouted coldly. He took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming like lightning. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. The power of this sword was extremely terrifying. It was as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. The Lord of Heaven's combat strength was undoubtedly displayed. Wang, Lu Ming held the war god spear in his hand, and the taboo energy in his body erupted. At the same time, he activated the war symbol art and increased his combat strength by 8 times. The war god spear swept out and collided with the opponent's battle sword. Clang! There was an earth-shattering roar, and a powerful force swept out. The earth rumbled and rocks exploded. A layer of the earth was forcefully shaved off. The surrounding mountains of the canyon were also exploding, and gravel flew everywhere. Then, Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly. His face was flushed, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So powerful. No wonder he is a peak divine master, Lu Ming muttered. He felt his entire arm go numb. Just now, he did not let Guimo out because he wanted to test the combat strength of the Lord of Heaven. He had just broken through to the 6th level of the Divine Master realm, and his combat strength had increased greatly. He wanted to test the gap between him and a peak Divine Master. The facts proved that he still wasn't a match for an apex Divine Master, and there was still a big gap between them. When he was at the 5th level of the Divine Master realm, he could already contend against ordinary 9th level Divine Master experts. Combined with the War God Spear, Origin Energy, and Xianxia, he could kill ordinary 9th level Divine Masters. Now that his cultivation had increased by 1 level, it was reasonable to say that he should be able to contend with an ordinary peak Divine Master. That was not the case. The gap between a peak Divine Master and a 9th level Divine Master was huge, far greater than the gap between an 8th level Divine Master and a 9th level Divine Master. Therefore, after breaking through to the 6th layer of the Divine Master realm, his battle prowess had increased greatly. He could easily kill ordinary 9th layer Divine Masters, but he was still no match for peak Divine Masters. Lu Ming, why your cultivation has already reached the 6th layer of the Divine Master realm. Just what sort of fortuitous encounter did you have? Yi Qiuxian roared, his eyes wide open. Previously, when he had clashed with Lu Ming's cultivation had only been at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. How long had it been? Lu Ming's cultivation had already skyrocketed to the 6th layer of the Divine Master Realm. He knew that Lu Ming had the Origin Energy Seed. As long as he had enough resources, his cultivation would increase very quickly. This meant that Lu Ming had obtained an astonishing fortuitous encounter in the past few days. This made him extremely displeased. Lu Ming had relied on the vast amount of resources from the Heavenly Palace to reach his current cultivation, while Lu Ming had relied entirely on himself and his own fortuitous encounters. The difference between the two was obvious. That's right. I've already broken through to the 6th layer of the Divine Master Realm. Xianxia, we're now at the same level. If you're capable, let's fight. Lu Ming roared, pointing his war god spear at Xianxia and issuing a challenge. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. Previously, he had clashed with Lu Ming, so he knew very well that he was still no match for Lu Ming in a battle of the same level. If they were to really fight, the scene in the Taishang Immortal City would definitely repeat itself. Looks like you don't dare to fight. Xianxia, in the Taishang Immortal City, I still thought that you were the only person in the chaotic universe who could be my opponent. Now, it seems that I have misjudged you. You don't even dare to fight and only know how to rely on your cultivation advantage. You are not worthy of being my opponent. Lu Ming sneered, his voice filled with disdain. Lu Ming, Xianxia roared, his handsome face becoming somewhat sinister. Lu Ming's words had hit his sore spot. He wished that he could go up and fight Lu Ming, suppress Lu Ming with his own hands, and make Lu Ming kneel before him. However, his rationality told him that he could not do it. If he did not fight, he would be humiliated. If he fought, he would probably be humiliated even more. Young Master Xianxia, you don't have to take a dying man's words to heart, the gray-robed old man said. That's right. Why should I lower myself to the level of a dying man? Go, kill him for me. Xianxia roared. Lu Ming, although you managed to block one of my moves, I did not use my full strength just now. Now, I will kill you in 3 moves. The gray-robed old man shouted coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming at an even faster speed than before. He was right. He did not use his full strength in the previous move. Right now, he was using his full strength. The sword light was faster than lightning as it slashed towards Lu Ming's forehead. This time, Lu Ming did not dodge, nor did he take action to counter the attack. After testing one move, Lu Ming had a rough idea of his own strength. There was no need for him to test it again. He would leave the rest to the Bone Demon. Just as the other party's attack was about to hit him, Lu Ming's glabella shone. The Bone Demon dashed out from Lu Ming's glabella and rapidly enlarged. Its palm was like a knife, slashing toward the other party and colliding with the other party's combat sword. With a loud clang, the Bone Demon's pitch-black palm bone collided with the old man's battle sword. However, the Bone Demon's palm was not damaged at all. Instead, the old man's main grade battle sword was chipped. The Bone Demon's bones were obtained from the tiger-shaped ancient species. The ancient species' physical defense was shockingly strong. Its bones were incomparably tough. With the help of the Bone Demon's demonic chi, the old man could not break it at all. The old man's eyes widened, and he was stunned. Kill! The Bone Demon's soul rippled as its 2 palms slashed out like demonic blades. Everything happened too suddenly. The other party did not expect that such a powerful skeleton would suddenly emerge from the area between Lu Ming's eyebrows. In addition, Gumo's attack was as fast as lightning, without the slightest hesitation. Puff! The sword light flashed, and the gray-robed old man's head was split into 2. His soul was completely destroyed. This was Lu Ming and the Bone Demon's plan. They wanted to kill one of the old men at lightning speed to weaken the old man's strength. As expected, everything went smoothly. Now, there were only 5 Lord of Heaven left on the old man's side. Everything happened too quickly. By the time Xianxia and the rest reacted, the gray-robed old man had already been killed. Damn it, he has helpers. Let's kill them together. Xianxia roared. Chapter 4684. Kill. Let's attack together. The remaining 5 Lord of Heaven roared as they charged towards Lu Ming and Gu Mo from 5 different directions. The combined might of the 5 Lord of Heaven was terrifying. "Demonic bone puppets, come out!" Gu Mo yelled. Immediately, 3 skeletons filled with demonic aura appeared. One of them was a snake-shaped skeleton, the other was a wolf-shaped skeleton, and the last one was a bear-shaped skeleton. These were the demonic bone puppets that Gu Mo had refined using the bones of the 3 surviving species of the untainted land. The 3 demonic bone puppets charged towards the 3 Lord of Heaven. Both parties clashed, and an intense battle broke out. The 3 demonic bone puppets were very powerful. They fought against 1 Lord of Heaven each, and it was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. Gu Mo, on the other hand, was fighting against 2 Lord of Heaven alone. Gu Mo was very powerful. Every part of his body was a deadly weapon. At the same time, his defense was also very strong. However, the 2 Lord of Heaven that Gu Mo was fighting were not easy to deal with either. This was because the 2 Lord of Heaven were both in control of source-level divine weapons. Source-level divine weapons were extremely sharp and indestructible. Although a peak divine master could not unleash the true power of a source-level divine weapon, it was still a big threat. Therefore, although Gu Mo was powerful, he was only able to fight the 2 Lord of Heaven to a draw. It was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. The 5 Lord of Heaven were all blocked. Only Lu Ming and Xianxia were left at the scene. How is this possible? Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Xianxia, now that only the 2 of us are left, we can have a fair fight, Lu Ming said coldly. He held the war god spear in his hand and exuded a strong fighting spirit. He took a few steps forward and quickly approached Xianxia. "Don't think that I'm afraid of you," Xianxia shouted, and his glabella glowed brightly. The source-grade divine weapon flew out and landed in Xianxia's hands. His perfect heavenly energy erupted. For different kinds of heavenly energy gathered in the soul-grade divine weapon, and he slashed it at Lu Ming. Wong, the war god spear vibrated and turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced toward Xianxia. Clang, clang, clang. Both of them were extremely fast. In an instant, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Spear chi and sword chi were overflowing. After dozens of moves, Xianxia staggered back. He was no match for Lu Ming and was at a slight disadvantage. Desolate style. Heaven-breaking style. Lu Ming executed 2 killer moves consecutively, not giving Xianxia any chance to catch his breath. Lu Ming did not ask Xianxia for help. He wanted to defeat Xianxia head-on. For ultimate heavenly sword formation, rise, Xianxia roared. With the soul-grade divine weapon as the core and the 4 master-grade divine weapons as support, he activated the sword formation and unleashed his perfect heavenly energy to the maximum. To be honest, Xianxia was really strong. He was almost invincible among those of the same level in the desolate universe. Especially after Yi Immortal's guidance, his combat strength was even stronger than when he was in Taishang Immortal City. However, Lu Ming was also stronger than when he was in Taishang Immortal City. As he continued to comprehend, the power of the Desolate style was also stronger than when he was in Taishang Immortal City. Using the Desolate style and Heaven-breaking style consecutively, Lu Ming gradually gained the upper hand in the battle. Bam! After dozens of moves, Xianxia was almost hit by the War God Spear. However, he was also hit by the aftershock of the War God Spear, and his body flew out. Then, Xianxia turned around and ran into the distance. Xianxia, don't even think about leaving, Lu Ming shouted. He executed the greater extreme light art and chased after Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were tens of thousands of miles away from this place. Clearly, Lu Ming's speed was faster. In just tens of thousands of miles, he caught up with Xianxia. With a palm strike, a continent was formed. It shrouded Xianxia's head and pressed down on him. "Break!" Xianxia shouted. He slashed out with his sword and split the continent in half. However, a spear light, was already closing in on Yi Qiuxian. Yi Qiuxian could only stop and continue fighting with Lu Ming. However, after dozens of moves, Yi Qiuxian was still no match for Lin Fan. He kept retreating. Lu Ming. Yi Qiuxian was completely enraged. He gathered all his strength into the Origin Grade Battle Sword, including the Origin Source Energy and the Origin Source Seed. This was his strongest sword move. The sword light was like a waterfall. It cut through the void and slashed towards Lu Ming. Then let's use this move to decide the victor. Heaven breaking, Lu Ming shouted. He executed the heaven-breaking style. His body turned into a spear light. He became one with the spear and stabbed towards Yi Qiuxian. Lu Ming also released his Origin Source Energy in this move. Boom! The sword light and spear light collided in midair. It was like a rampaging explosion. It was scorching hot and dazzling. The sword chi and spear light that burst out from the collision cut open, terrifying cracks in the void. However, the two of them were in a deadlock for only a few breaths. The sword light suddenly collapsed and the spear light expanded. It continued to stab towards Yi Qiuxian. Lu Ming emerged victorious in the clash of the two's strongest moves. Lu Ming had obtained first place in the highest immortal city. He was in the first tier. Therefore, the Origin Source Seed that he condensed was the largest and contained the most Origin Source Energy. As for Yi Qiuxian, he was only in the second tier. The size of his Origin Source Seed was about the same as Xianxia's. Therefore, when Yi Qiuxian activated his Origin Source Seed to release his strongest attack, he was defeated by Lu Ming. The War God Spear did not stop and stabbed towards Yi Qiuxian's forehead. However, at the instant the tip of the spear came into contact with Yi Qiuxian's forehead, countless runes emerged from Yi Qiuxian's forehead. Those runes weaved together to form a powerful defensive power that forcibly blocked the War God Spear. The strong impact sent Yi Qiuxian flying. Another life-saving treasure. This time, I'll break through your life-saving treasure. Lu Ming's body shot out like an aurora. The War God Spear swept across and struck Yi Qiuxian's body. The last time Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian clashed, Yi Qiuxian had exhausted too much of his energy and Lu Ming had turned the tables. At that time, it was this life-saving treasure that had protected Yi Qiuxian. However, Lu Ming remembered that this life-saving treasure had the strongest defensive force between the eyebrows. The body part was weaker. Therefore, he would attack from the weakest part of the body. Bam! The War God Spear struck Yi Qiuxian's body. There were still runes on his body that blocked the War God Spear. However, he was sent flying like a cannonball and smashed through a mountain. Lu Ming's attack did not stop. He turned into a ray of spear light and chased after Yi Qiuxian, piercing his chest. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. The defensive runes on Yi Qiuxian's body shook violently and were dented. They were almost pierced through. The strong impact seeped into the runes and struck Yi Qiuxian's body, causing him to cough up blood. Just a little more. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His killing intent was cold as he erupted with power. The War God Spear vibrated, and in an instant he stabbed out 108 times. The 108 rays of spear light all pierced Yi Qiuxian's chest. Crack! Bam! The defensive runes on Yi Qiuxian's body were finally broken. A strong force rushed in. Chapter 4685. The rune defense on Yi Qiuxian's body was torn apart by Lu Ming's spear and a powerful force gushed in. Bam! Half of Yi Qiuxian's body exploded. He screamed in agony as the remaining half of his body flew out. His eyes were filled with fear. Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly. His attacks did not stop as he continued to charge towards Yi Qiuxian. The War God Spear enlarged and swept out. Yi Qiuxian was only severely injured. Such injuries were far from enough to take his life. Only by destroying his soul could Yi Qiuxian be truly killed. Yi Qiuxian's rune defense had been breached. The rune defense on his head was no longer strong. Lu Ming was confident that he could break it in less than 2 moves. Bam! The The huge war god spear struck Yi Xiaoxian's head. The rune defense on Yi Xiaoxian's head vibrated violently and was almost broken. The powerful force sent Yi Xiaoxian flying like a rubber ball, crashing into a mountain peak. Lu Ming leaped and caught up with Yi Xiaoxian, launching the next wave of attacks. No, no, no! Yi Xiaoxian screamed his heart. His eyes were filled with fear. If this continued, it would take at most 2 moves. No, it might only take 1 move for his rune defense to be completely broken. Once his rune defense was broken, he would be dead. However, at this moment, Lu Ming was suddenly on the alert. He felt a strong sense of crisis descending. Lu Ming could not be bothered to continue attacking Yi Xiaoxian. Without hesitation, he brought the war god spear with him and turned in a half circle, sweeping it diagonally upwards. At this moment, a ray of sword light slashed towards Lu Ming and collided with the war god spear. Clang! A loud explosion rang out. Lu Ming's body involuntarily drifted back tens of thousands of meters. The power of this ray of sword light was extremely shocking. Then, Lu Ming saw 2 figures flashing and charging towards Yi Xiaoxian. They were the 2 Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe. However, these 2 Lord of Heaven were covered in blood and had suffered injuries of varying degrees. Their faces were pale and their auras were somewhat weak. Clearly, they were all heavily injured. The one who had launched a sneak attack on Lu Ming was a Lord of Heaven wielding a sword. At this moment, the 2 of them arrived before Yi Xiaoxian. The sword-wielding Lord of Heaven grabbed Yi Xiaoxian and rushed away. That direction was the direction of the crack they had entered from. "Where do you think you're going?" Lu Ming shouted and chased after him with all his might. Although the other side had 2 Lord of Heaven, they were obviously injured and not at their peak state. It seemed that Bone Devil had obtained an absolute advantage. Now, all he had to do was stall the other party and wait for the Bone Demon to arrive, then he could kill the other party. Most importantly, this was a rare opportunity. Lu Ming did not want to let Yi Xiaoxian go. Although Yi Xiaoxian lacked courage, it was undeniable that his talent was too high. In terms of talent, almost no one in the younger generation of the universe could compare to him. In the future, he would definitely become a big shot in the Heavenly Palace. This would be very disadvantageous for the Heaven Destroyer. If he could get rid of him, he would do his best to do so. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to get rid of him in the future. Lu Ming raised his speed to the maximum. He turned into an aurora and chased after the 2 Lord of Heaven. As expected, the 2 Lord of Heaven were not at their peak state. Their speed was not as fast as when they were at their peak, especially the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven. He was more heavily injured and his speed was slower. Even though the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven was carrying Yi Xiaoxian, he was still faster than him. The distance between Lu Ming and the other party was slowly closing. "Take Xiaoxian and leave first. I'll go kill that brat," the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven shouted. He suddenly turned around and flew towards Lu Ming. As for the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven, he continued to flee with Yi Xiaoxian. Swoosh! The sword-wielding Lord of Heaven rushed towards Lu Ming. He slashed his saber at Lu Ming. The saber light was thousands of miles long. Lu Ming swung his spear to meet the attack. The war god's spear struck the saber light and exploded. Then, the saber light dissipated. Lu Ming took a deep breath and trembled slightly. "Looks like the other party is seriously injured." Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Lu Ming would definitely not be able to stop the Lord of Heaven in his peak state. But now he could. "Kill!" the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven shouted. He became one with his saber and turned into a dazzling saber light. He cut through the void and slashed towards Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming. The reason why he stayed behind to stop Lu Ming was to let the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven leave with Yi Xiaoxian. Also, he wanted to take the opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Just like the reason why Lu Ming wanted to kill Yi Xiaoxian, in the eyes of the heavenly human race, Lu Ming was also a huge threat that had to be eliminated. Heaven Splitter! Lu Ming shouted and performed the Heaven Splitter. He became one with his spear and turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards the other party. The spear and the saber were incomparably dazzling. They cut through the void and collided in the air, erupting with dazzling light. Rings of shock waves spread out in all directions like ripples. Then, the two figures drifted back at the same time. They were evenly matched. Then, the two rushed towards each other and fought. After all, the other party was the Lord of Heaven. Even if his combat strength was not at his peak state, he was still extremely powerful and was not weaker than Lu Ming. In an instant, the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Ball, ball. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Ball, ball flew out and turned into a mirror. It shot out a beam of light that enveloped the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven. The sword-wielding Lord of Heaven was stunned for a moment. However, in just an instant, the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven roared, and a terrifying force burst out from his body, forcibly shattering Ball Ball's beam of light. Burn the supreme power of heaven. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and retreated rapidly. The other party had already started burning the supreme power of heaven without caring about the consequences. By burning the supreme power of heaven, the other party's battle prowess would probably reach its peak for a short period of time. As a result, Lu Ming retreated while Ball Ball flew back to Lu Ming's body. It rapidly squirmed and turned into a suit of armor that enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming died. The sword-wielding Lord of Heaven roared and charged at Lu Ming, swinging his sword wildly. The consequences of burning the supreme power of heaven were extremely severe. It was very likely that he would never be able to reach reciprocity again, cutting off all hope of advancing in the future. As a result, he paid such a great price to kill Lu Ming. The blade flashed as fast as lightning. Lu Ming could only use his spear to block. Clang! Clang! The two of them constantly clashed, clashing over 100 times in an instant. In the end, Lu Ming was still not his opponent. He retreated and was struck twice by the other party. Fortunately, Ball Ball's armor blocked the two strikes. It's still not at the peak. I can hold him back. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that even after burning the supreme power of heaven, the other party's battle prowess did not seem to reach his peak. Lu Ming understood very soon. One reason was that the other party was injured. The other reason was origin energy. Before the other party had fled, it was very clear that the origin energy in the origin seed had been used up. When fighting Lu Ming, the other party had not used any origin energy at all. Chapter 4686. Therefore, even though the blade-wielding Lord of Heaven had burned his ultimate power of heaven, he was still not as strong as origin energy. He was still a hair away from the peak. As for Lu Ming, he was now a 6th-level Divine Master, no longer a 5th-level Divine Master. With Xianxia's help, Lu Ming was confident that he could keep his opponent occupied. As long as Bone Demon arrived, his opponent would die. Heaven-crushing form, desolate form, kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's confidence was greatly boosted. He roared to the sky, his black hair flying as he continuously used the two self-created secret techniques in succession, bombarding his opponent. Although Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage, he ignored defense and attacked with all his might. He was really evenly matched with his opponent. Soon, the two had exchanged over 100 blows. At this moment, two streaks of light appeared in the distance. The two streaks of light collided in the air several times, erupting with violent booms. Bone Demon is here. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. One of the two streaks of light was Bone Demon. The other streak of light was a Lord of Heaven. This Lord of Heaven was extremely powerful. He held a spear in his hand. That spear was an origin-grade divine weapon. Of the 8 Lord of Heaven beside Xianxia, 2 of them wielded origin-grade divine weapons. One of them was the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven who had fled with Xianxia. The other one was the Heaven Monarch who used a long spear. However, this Lord of Heaven was clearly heavily injured. There was a large hole in his chest that went straight through. Even his heart had exploded. His combat strength was not at its peak and was no match for Bone Demon. This person was fighting as he ran. However, after several collisions, this Lord of Heaven's body smashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a deep pit. Swish! The bone devil looked down from above and dived into the deep pit. Rumble. The ground rumbled violently, and crushed stones flew everywhere. The next moment, the bone demon's figure charged into the sky from the deep pit. He was a skeleton, and his pitch-black bones were stained with fresh blood. He held a golden battle spear in his hand. The battle spear was stained with blood, looking demonic and horrifying. Needless to say, the Lord of Heaven was most likely dead. Otherwise, how could the battle spear have fallen into the bone devil's hands? The bone demon's gaze landed on Lu Ming and the blade-wielding Lord of Heaven. Then, like a streak of light, it rushed towards the blade-wielding Lord of Heaven. The blade-wielding Lord of Heaven revealed a look of despair in his eyes. Lu Ming, let's die together. The knife-wielding Lord of Heaven roared. His face was incomparably ferocious. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, like a volcano about to erupt. Self-detonation. Lu Ming was shocked. He retreated quickly, and at the same time, he blasted out a palm. A continent appeared and was about to envelop the opponent. However, the opponent slashed out with his blade, splitting the continent in half, and continued to rush towards Lu Ming. You want to self-detonate? You have to ask me first, the bone demon snorted. Demonic chi surged from his body, and he suddenly threw out the golden battle spear in his hand. The golden battle spear flew towards the blade-wielding Lord of Heaven like a bolt of lightning. Fast, it was really too fast. It took almost an instant, which was beyond anyone's reaction time, to appear in front of the blade-wielding Heaven Monarch. The blade-wielding Lord of Heaven was shocked and hurriedly raised his blade to block. With a clang, the golden battle spear pierced the opponent's battle blade, and sparks flew everywhere. The bone demon's attack was too powerful. He had used all of his strength. In addition, the golden battle spear was a source-level divine weapon, so it was incomparably sharp. The opponent's battle blade was only a supreme-level divine weapon. After the collision, dense cracks appeared on the blade. Finally, with a bang, the battle blade shattered. The battle spear did not stop there. It pierced through the Lord of Heaven's protective energy and pierced through his chest, nailing the blade-wielding Lord of Heaven to the ground. However, the opponent was not dead yet. He roared and wanted to self-detonate. Swoosh! The war god spear in Lu Ming's hand flew out and pierced the blade-wielding Lord of Heaven's forehead, killing him completely. At this moment, the bone demon landed and grabbed the golden battle spear in his hand. Not bad. I'll keep it for now. The bone demon smiled and kept the golden battle spear. Lu Ming walked over and pulled out the war god spear. Bone demon, where are the other Lord of Heaven? Lu Ming asked. I killed them. It's a pity that the 3 devil bone puppets were useless. They all fell apart. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape. Where's Xianxia? The bone demon asked. He was rescued by the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven. Let's chase after him, Lu Ming said. The bone demon nodded. Together with Lu Ming, they turned into 2 streaks of light and chased after the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven and Xianxia. It was obvious that the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven was trying to escape through the crack with Xianxia. Lu Ming and the bone demon flew in that direction. Unfortunately, they did not find any trace of Xianxia or the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven. Obviously, the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven had delayed them for a while and allowed them to escape too far away. Lu Ming and the bone demon were already flying at full speed, but they still could not catch up. After some time, they arrived at the crack where they had first entered. They still could not catch up with Xianxia and the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed softly. It was such a good opportunity, but they still could not kill Xianxia. It would be difficult to find such a good opportunity in the future. This Xianxia was obviously a person with great luck. He was always able to turn misfortunes into blessings. Lu Ming, I'd better hide in the Chaos Ring. I've just smelted the devil bone and need time to consolidate it. If there's anything, just call me. The bone demon said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and kept the bone demon in the Chaos Ring. Speaking of which, this trip of being hunted by the heavenly human tribe could be considered a blessing in disguise. His cultivation had increased by 1 level and reached the 6th-level Divine Master Realm. He had also obtained a few hundred stalks of main-grade divine herbs and a stalk of origin-grade divine herb. In addition, the Bone Demon had finally recovered some of his cultivation and reached the peak of the Divine Master Realm. He could deal with several Lord of Heaven at the same time. This greatly boosted Lu Ming's confidence. If he encountered another expert at the level of the Lord of Heaven, he could just release the Bone Demon. They left the crack and returned to the continent above. I wonder how Lion and the others are doing. Lu Ming was a little worried. Lion and the others had been besieged by 8 Lord of Heaven, led by Xianxia. He did not know how they were doing. However, because the purple-clad Lord of Heaven had been lured away by Lu Ming, there were only 7 Lord of Heaven left. Lion and the others should be able to escape successfully. They should be heading towards the depths of the continent. I've wasted a lot of time. I have to hurry over and meet up with them. Lu Ming pondered and then rushed along the ground toward the depths of the continent. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. There's someone over there. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he sensed a living being approaching from the right. Lu Ming used the great concealment technique and hid behind a rock to observe carefully. Not long after, 7 figures appeared nearby. It's Lion and the others. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to meet Lion and the others here. Chapter 4687. He did not expect to meet Lion and the rest here. He had been in that underground world for so long. He thought that Lion and the rest would have already entered the depths of the continent if they had escaped. He did not expect that Lion and the rest would not have entered the depths of the continent. Lu Ming did not continue to hide and came out in a flash. Lion and the rest were startled at first, but they were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's great that you're fine. Haha, I knew that Lu Ming would be fine. Lion and the rest laughed. Why are you here? What happened when you were besieged by the heavenly human race? Lu Ming asked. We attacked with all our might, but we managed to break out of the encirclement. Unfortunately, one of us was killed by them. How hateful. We've been looking for you in the surroundings all this time, Lion explained. Lu Ming was touched. He understood why Lion and the rest did not enter the depths of the continent. They had been looking for him in the surroundings all this time. By the way, Lu Ming, you were chased by a Lord of Heaven. How did you manage to escape? Lion asked Lu Ming. I was lucky and encountered a group of giant snakes. I was lucky enough to use those giant snakes to entangle that Lord of Heaven. That was how I managed to escape. Lu Ming explained when he saw them. Lu Ming did not mention that he had been chased by Yi Xiaoxian and the rest, and that he had killed the other party's 7 heavenly lords. Given his cultivation base, it would be too unbelievable to say that he had killed 7 Lord of Heaven alone. It would probably shock Lion and the rest. Low profile. Lu Ming had always been low profile. Lu Ming, your cultivation base has broken through again. Lion and the rest realized that Lu Ming's cultivation base had reached the 6th level of the Divine Master Realm. All of them widened their eyes in shock. I was lucky. I was lucky enough to obtain some master-grade divine herbs. Lu Ming laughed and glossed over it. The lips of Lion and the other peak divine masters twitched, but they didn't know what to say. Lucky breakthrough? How come I never got lucky? Was it that easy to break through to the Divine Master Realm? Back when it had broken through to the Divine Master Realm, they'd spent at least a stellar year to break through to the next level. It was only after a long period of accumulation, comprehension, and slowly accumulating resources that one could break through. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had only disappeared for a few days, and he had already broken through a level. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. We've been delayed for so long. I wonder how the human sovereign's body is doing. Let's hurry to the depths of the continent. Lu Ming changed the topic. As expected, when a human king's body was mentioned, the lion's attention was diverted. That's right. Let's hurry to the depths of the continent. Lion said. So many days had passed, and he wondered what the situation in the depths of the continent was like. Back then, The human king's 4 limbs and head had flown into the depths of the continent on their own. He did not know what had happened, and he did not know if they had been found yet. Had the depths of the continent been turned upside down because of the battle for the human sovereign's body? The group of 8 quickly set off and headed toward the depths of the continent. They had been delayed for a long time, so along the way, they almost did not encounter any other teams. They did not encounter anyone from the Heaven Destroyer or the Heavenly Palace. Presumably, these people had already entered the depths of the continent. They only needed to avoid those surviving species, so their speed was not slow. 3 days later, they arrived at the depths of the continent. In the depths of the continent, the forest had disappeared and turned into a plain. The field of vision was very wide. In the depths of the plain, there was a huge mountain peak that stood between heaven and earth. No, that was not an ordinary mountain peak. It was actually a mountain peak made of metal. Its entire body was made of pitch-black metal of the surviving species, and it looked sturdy and immortal. On the ground around the mountain, there were huge metal towers scattered all around. These metal towers were all as tall as the sky, and they were scattered all around the mountain peak. At a glance, there were no less than 1,000 of them. Furthermore, these metal towers were covered in talisman scripts. These talisman scripts intertwined with each other, forming an incredibly huge formation that enveloped the metal mountain peak in the middle. Lu Ming also saw a figure on each of the metal towers. Those figures were also made of metal. They held sabers in their hands, and saber lights soared into the sky, forming a battle formation. What was even more shocking was that the human sovereign's 4 limbs and head were actually attacking this large formation. The human sovereign's 4 limbs and head floated in 5 different directions, giving off boundless light as they launched ferocious attacks on the large formation. Suddenly, the fingers of one of the arms trembled as it grabbed downwards. It actually burst out with boundless sword light that smashed down on the large formation. A stone leg stomped down from the air, turning into a huge foot that could hold up the sky. It stepped on the large formation and clashed fiercely with the formation. That had opened its mouth and let out a roar. A long river descended and bombarded the grand formation. Strong, simply too strong. The human sovereign's 4 limbs and head seemed to have turned into a peerless expert using a powerful move. However, that formation was also incomparably powerful. More than 1,000 metal towers, giving off boundless talisman scripts and radiance, in addition to the metal puppets on the towers, seemed to have merged into one. They actually condensed into 5 huge figures in the void. These 5 figures were very blurry. Their appearances couldn't be seen clearly, only that they were all in human form. The 5 figures sat cross-legged in the void, blocking the attacks of the human sovereign's body. Lu Ming, Lion, and the others were dumbfounded. This scene had far exceeded their imagination. Could it be that the human sovereign's body flew here on its own to break the formation here? Could it be that the human sovereign's body was in that metal mountain peak? The metal box had said that the human sovereign had died in battle. The human sovereign's body had been divided into 7 parts and sealed in 7 different places. Could this formation have been left behind by the existence that sealed the human sovereign's body? Then, Lu Ming and the others saw that there were many people gathered in the distance where the human sovereign's body clashed with the formation. On one side, there were people from the Heaven Destroyer. On the other side, there were people from the Heavenly Palace. Not far from the people from the Heavenly Palace, there were 300 experts from the Quasi-Saint tribe. Lu Ming, Lion, and the others flew directly to the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming, you're finally here. Tang Jun smiled when he saw Lu Ming. Then, Imo Chong, Rong Gong, Lin Yi, and the others all came to greet Lu Ming. Lu Ming asked and learned that Tang Jun and the others had arrived here more than 10 days ago. When they arrived here, they found that the human sovereign's body had been attacking the formation for a long time. Until now, it hadn't broken through. When the other people from the Heaven Destroyer saw Lu Ming's arrival, they also smiled. After all, Lu Ming could use the human sovereign's body. If there was a competition later, perhaps Lu Ming could play a big role. Chapter 4688. Lu Ming looked around and realized that the number of people in the Heaven Destroyer had decreased by quite a lot. There were about a few hundred fewer people compared to when they had split up. It was very likely that these people had died along the way. They had either died in the mouth of an untainted ancient beast, or they had met the people from the Heavenly Palace and died in the hands of the people from the Heavenly Palace. Of course, there were some people who had been delayed and had yet to arrive. But after all, Lu Ming had been delayed for so long and was much slower than the others. Those who had yet to arrive were definitely in the minority. Losing a few hundred people, all of whom were divine masters, was definitely a huge loss. But thinking about it, the Heavenly Palace was not any better. They must have suffered a great loss as well. Rumble. In the sky, the human king's body was still attacking the formation. Heaven and earth rumbled incessantly. The scene was really shocking. The people from the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace did not dare to get too close for fear of being implicated. Not to mention divine masters. Even Origin Realm cultivators who were slightly weaker would have to avoid the might of the attack. Lu Ming waited quietly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The human king's body was still breaking the formation. It was as if it had endless energy that could not be used up. After these 5 days, Lu Ming realized that the light of the formation had dimmed a little. The runes on the metal towers had also dimmed a little. The energy of the formation is limited. If this continues, it won't be long before the formation is broken. Tang Ju muttered. Lu Ming nodded. Everyone was waiting here with the same thought. They were waiting for the day when the formation would be broken. When the formation was broken, there might be a huge change. Yi Qiuxian. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He saw 2 figures approaching from another direction. It was Yi Qiuxian and the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven. At this time, Yi Qiuxian's injuries were almost healed, and they flew towards the Heavenly Palace. In such an occasion, Lu Ming naturally could not make a move, because the other side was full of masters from the Heavenly Palace. The reason why the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace hadn't started fighting yet was because they were observing the situation. Now that the human king's corporeal body was breaking the formation, if a huge battle broke out between them, who knew what would happen? However, if someone were to make the first move, it would probably lead to an abnormally large-scale battle. Yi Qiuxian and the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven flew into the crowd in the Heavenly Palace. Yi Qiuxian flew directly to Yi Immortal's side and lowered his head as he called out, "Immortal Prince, what's going on? Why are you so late? Where are the others with you? Why is there only one left?" Yi Immortal asked with a slight frown. "The others are all dead," Yi Qiuxian replied with difficulty. "All dead? What happened? Tell me everything, don't hide anything," Yi Immortal said coldly. Yi Qiuxian didn't dare to hide anything from Yi Immortal, so he immediately recounted everything that had happened. Of course, he told Yi Immortal through telepathy because it was too embarrassing. If others knew about it, he would become a laughingstock. To think that something like this actually happened, Lu Ming. Interesting, Yi Immortal muttered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Immortal Prince?" Yi Immortal was ashamed. "Don't worry, if there's a chance, I'll personally eliminate him. When we're at the same level, I'll crush his confidence," Yi Immortal sneered. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. At this time, the light from the formation was extremely dim, and the runes on the metal tower were also dim. Boom! The human king's right arm became incomparably huge, and he punched down on the formation, causing it to shake violently and cracks to appear on it. For the first time, cracks appeared on the formation. The other parts of the human king's body seized the opportunity to unleash heaven-defying attacks on the formation. Boom! 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 The formation shook violently, and cracks appeared on it, then started to explode. Not only that, some of the metal towers also exploded. In an instant, at least a dozen of the metal towers exploded into pieces. The formation had been destroyed. The moment the formation was destroyed, the metal puppets on the metal towers soared into the sky and gathered together in the air. These metal puppets gathered together one by one, forming 5 incomparably huge metal puppets. Every few hundred metal puppets gathered together to form a gigantic metal puppet, which wielded a huge saber and charged towards the human king's body. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 gigantic metal puppets collided with the human king's limbs and head. However, with just one hit, the 5 gigantic metal puppets were destroyed. They scattered and split into smaller metal puppets. Many of the smaller puppets even exploded, turning into tiny metal fragments. Only a small number of metal puppets were not destroyed and landed on the metal towers. The formation had been completely destroyed. Swoosh, swoosh, the human king's body flew towards the metal mountain without any obstruction. The metal mountain seemed to be sealed without a door. However, the human king's body directly bombarded the metal mountain. Boom, boom. After 5 consecutive explosions, the sealed metal mountain was actually blasted open. 5 passageways were formed. The human king's body flew into the metal mountain and disappeared. Heaven Destroyer, Heavenly Palace, and Quasi-Sage tribe looked at each other in dismay. Then, everyone revealed a decisive look. The formation has been destroyed. The human king's body should have been gathered. Let's go. Seize the human king's body. Some of the leaders roared and rushed toward the metal mountain peak. Heaven Destroyer, Heavenly Palace, Quasi-Sage tribe, and all the experts rushed towards the metal mountain. There was no obstruction on the way. The remaining metal towers and metal puppets were motionless like statues. The 3 groups arrived at the foot of the mountain unimpeded. 5 passageways had been blasted open on the metal mountain. Heaven Destroyer's people entered from the southern passageway. Heavenly Palace's people entered from the northern passageway. Quasi-Sage tribe's people entered from the northeastern passageway. The passageway was smooth and circular. It was 100 meters in diameter and tens of thousands of meters deep. Clang! Someone used a master-grade divine weapon to hack at the smooth wall of the passageway. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. However, the smooth wall was completely unscathed. Not even a mark was left on it. Everyone was shocked. This metal was excessively hard. The person who had attacked just now was a 9th-level Divine Master. A 9th-level Divine Master controlled a master-grade divine weapon to attack, yet he could not even leave a mark on the metal wall. This metal was unimaginably hard. What if it was refined into a divine weapon? Many people's eyes were burning. They knew that this metal was definitely a rare and precious material. If they could bring some out, it would definitely be a great harvest. FPZW. Chapter 4689. Clang. Someone else made a move. This time, it was a pinnacle Divine Master. However, this peak Divine Master did not leave a single mark on the wall. Everyone gasped. Even a peak Divine Master could not leave a mark. What kind of metal was this? Was it not too hard? At the same time, everyone sighed. Not even a single mark was left. It was a fool's dream to dig out some of it and take it away. No. Everyone immediately thought of the metal towers and metal puppets outside. Those metal towers and puppets seemed to be made of the same metal as this metal mountain. Previously, many of those metal towers and puppets had been destroyed by the human king's body and turned into metal fragments scattered all over the ground. Those metal fragments could be taken away. Unfortunately, they were in a hurry to rush into the passage and forgot to pick them up. The human king's body is more important. When we get the body and retreat, we'll have time to pick up some more. Don't retreat now. Continue to rush forward. A peak-level Divine Master shouted. That's right. The human king's body is related to the fate of the primitive universe. We cannot lose it. After all, these metals are external objects. Another person shouted. Everyone could only continue to rush forward. Lu Ming also sighed. He had forgotten to pick them up. It would have been better to pick them up and give them to Xianxia. Xianxia was also gritting his teeth. The passage was not long. Soon, they rushed through the passage and arrived at the center of the metal mountain. The center of the metal mountain was empty, forming a huge space. Heaven Destroyer rushed through the passage and found that the people of the Heavenly Palace and the Quasi-Sage tribe had also arrived. However, their gazes fell in the center of the space. In the center, there was a metal altar and a bronze box on the altar. The bronze box was open. Inside, there was a human body made of stone suspended in the air. At this time, the four limbs and head of the human king's body were gathered together with the body. It was obvious that they wanted to fuse together to form a complete body. However, the body, limbs, and head of the human king's body were densely packed with runes that prevented them from fusing together. Every part of the human king's body emitted a dazzling light, as if to forcibly refine those runes and fuse together. Apart from the heart, the human sovereign's physical body is almost complete. I must get it. Attack. At this moment, the Heaven Destroyer, the Heavenly Palace, the Quasi-Mortal Tribe, and the other experts all rushed toward the human monarch's body to seize it. Previously, the Heavenly Palace had only grasped two parts of the human king's body. He had mastered one of the Heaven Destroyer. The Quasi-Saint race had grasped one. It was incredibly difficult to gather all the sovereign personages' bodies together. But now the opportunity was right in front of him. The body of the human king was almost complete. As long as he could obtain it, he would be able to obtain 6 in one go. In the future, as long as he could obtain the heart of the human king, he would be able to form the complete body of the human king and dominate the world, suppressing all his enemies. Who wouldn't be tempted? Every side wanted to grasp it in their hands. However, there were more than 10,000 divine masters from the three sides. When they got close to the human king's body, the human king's body emitted a powerful energy that spread out in all directions. Everyone's bodies shook violently as they were pushed back by the impact. Their speed was even faster than when they pounced forward. They were all slammed into the metal walls around them. Some of the weaker ones spat out blood, and their faces turned pale. No one could get close to the human king's body. We can't do it now. The human king's body is fusing and will emit a powerful energy. That's right. We can only wait until the human king's body fuses together. Everyone discussed among themselves and didn't continue to attack. The human king's body was too powerful. It seemed to be recovering on its own. The energy it emitted was incomparably terrifying. It wasn't something a divine master could compare to. They could only get close to the human king's body when it successfully fused, stopped recovering, and retracted its energy. Otherwise, even if the human king's body was there, they wouldn't be able to obtain it. Immortal young master, should we get rid of those traitors first so that they won't fight with us for the human king's body? A figure at the level of the Lord of Heaven suggested to Yi Immortal. That's a good suggestion. Yi Immortal nodded. He looked at Heaven Destroyer with a cold glint in his eyes. Then he said, "Let's attack first and eliminate the traitors." "Yes, kill." The people from the Heavenly Palace responded loudly. Then they circled around the altar in the middle from 2 directions and charged toward Heaven Destroyer. The people from the Heavenly Palace are about to attack. Get into formation and defend with all your might. Just like before, defend with all your might. A few peaked divine master existences shouted. The people from Heaven Destroyer gathered in 2s and 3s. All kinds of defensive secret arts and treasures appeared and formed a tight defense. The people from the Quasi-Saint tribe were still watching coldly from the sidelines. They had no intention of interfering. Swoosh, 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 the people from the Heavenly Palace attacked. All kinds of attacks flew toward Heaven Destroyer. However, they were all blocked. This time, Heaven Destroyer blocked the attacks from the Heavenly Palace more easily than before. The main problem was the terrain. Now, their backs were against the metal wall, so they didn't have to worry about the back. And in front of them was the altar again. The people from the Heavenly Palace could only attack from the left and right sides. Because the terrain was not wide enough, the people from the Heavenly Palace couldn't completely let go of their hands and feet to maximize their attack power. But their defense was different. The smaller the terrain, the smaller the space for defense, and the more concentrated their defense power was. Another problem was that the Lord of Heaven was missing a lot of people from the heavenly human tribe. The main problem was that 7 of them were killed by Lu Ming. This also had a big impact on the strength of the heavenly palace. Therefore, the people from the heavenly palace attacked more than 10 times consecutively. But the defense of Heaven Destroyer remained firm. Damn it! You only know how to move like a tortoise. That's right. If you have the ability, don't move like a tortoise and fight head-on. Someone from the heavenly palace shouted. However, the people from the Heaven Destroyer naturally wouldn't be fooled by such a low-level provocation. You have a few thousand more people than us, yet you still want to fight head-on? That's right. If you have the ability, fight head-on too. The people from the heavenly human tribe mocked. The people from the heavenly palace had nothing to say and could only attack silently. However, after attacking for more than 10 minutes, they still couldn't break through the defense of Heaven Destroyer. On the other side, Immortal frowned slightly and said, "Okay, stop and retreat." He knew that because of the terrain, even if they attacked for another half an hour, they still wouldn't be able to break through the defense of Heaven Destroyer. Therefore, he simply ordered them to stop. The people from the heavenly palace could only retreat helplessly. If these people from a quasi-saint tribe attacked together, they would definitely be able to break through the defense of the traitors. Xianxia said coldly and glanced at the people from the quasi-saint tribe. The leader of the quasi-saint tribe smiled faintly and pretended not to see Xianxia's gaze. Chapter 4690. The people of the heavenly palace retreated to the sides. Boom! Not long after, there was a major change in the situation. The runes on the human king's body had almost been obliterated during this period of time and had become dim and lightless. With a violent rumble, the runes completely disappeared. The 4 limbs, head, and torso of the human king's body had completely fused together, seamlessly fusing together as if they were perfectly intact. Success! Many people's eyes lit up. They wanted to take action, but just as the human king's body was successfully fused, a monstrous pressure spread out and completely enveloped the space within the metal mountain. Everyone was enveloped by this pressure. My cultivation. Why is my cultivation dropping? My cultivation is also dropping. What's going on? It's dropping too fast. I've already dropped 2 levels, and I've already dropped 3 levels. The scene was in an uproar as cries of alarm rang out. Whether it was the Heaven Destroyer, the Heavenly Palace, or the quasi-saint race, everyone's cultivation was rapidly dropping under this pressure. Lu Ming also felt that his cultivation was constantly being suppressed and falling. 5th level Divine Master, 4th level Divine Master, 3rd level Divine Master. Soon, Lu Ming's cultivation was forcefully suppressed to 1st level Divine Master before it stopped falling. At the same time, Chocho and Guimo were also suppressed to 1st level Divine Master. It was not just them. Everyone else was the same. Regardless of how high or low their cultivation had been, their cultivation had now been suppressed to the 1st layer of the Divine Master realm. The peak Divine Master existences had the most unsightly expressions. Their advantage had always been their cultivation, but now that their cultivation had been suppressed to the same level as the others, their original advantage had been completely nullified. Everyone was bewildered. This is only a temporary suppression. Don't panic. Once we leave this place, your cultivation will naturally recover, Yi Immortal said calmly. Yi Wuchang spoke, his expression calm. In truth, everyone's cultivation had been suppressed to 1st level Divine Master, which was more to his liking. It allowed him to seize the human king's body and increase his strength by a large margin. After a while, everyone calmed down. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. This was because the bronze box that had been submerged in the desolate ring without any movement actually flew out of the desolate ring on its own, flying towards the human king's body. It wasn't just him. She, Yi Immortal, Yi Xiaoxian, and the youth from the quasi-saint tribe also had a box fly out. The 5 bronze chests flew to the top of the altar and merged with the bronze chest on the altar, becoming a bronze chest that was several times larger. Rumble. At this moment, the ground also underwent a shocking change. The altar continued to expand, and the top of the altar became flat. Finally, it turned into a battle platform. As for the bronze chest and the human king's body, they flew into the air and floated there. Many people's eyes were burning. They wanted to make a move, but the human king's body was still emitting strong fluctuations. They could not get close at all. What's going on? Could it be that the human king's corporeal body still has its own consciousness, and outsiders cannot obtain it? Doesn't that mean it's different from what the bronze chest said? Many people were discussing this matter. Many people were disappointed. If that was really the case, this trip would have been in vain. The dream of using the human king's body to suppress the ancient times would also be shattered. However, at this moment, the huge bronze chest started to glow and a line of words appeared on it. To obtain the human king's body, one must be the one with the greatest talent and potential. Seeing this line of words, everyone's eyes lit up. How do we determine who is the one with the greatest talent and potential? Someone asked. It's very simple. We can determine it after a competition. That's why your cultivation is suppressed to the first level of the Divine Master Realm. The best way to determine talent and potential is through a battle of the same level. The one who comes in first will be able to take away the human king's body. Otherwise, no matter how high one's cultivation is, without the recognition of the human king's body, one will not be able to take away the human king's body. The human king's body still has the last heart. However, it's very difficult to obtain the last heart. Only those with heaven-defying talent and potential can obtain it in the future. A few sentences appeared on the bronze chest consecutively. Strongest in a battle of the same level. At the scene, everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to Lu Ming and Yi Xiaoxian. Lu Ming and Yi Xiaoxian were the strongest sky prides in the primitive universe. Whether it was in a battle of the same level or in terms of talent and potential, no one was on par with the two of them. Could it be that the human king's body would fall into the hands of one of them? Especially Lu Ming, who was even stronger than Yi Xiaoxian in the battle of the Taishang Immortal City. Could it be that the human king's body would ultimately fall into Lu Ming's hands? Many people on the Heaven Destroyer's side were overjoyed. This way, Lu Ming's chances of obtaining the human king's body would be very high. On the Heavenly Palace's side, some people had ugly expressions. They were also worried that Lu Ming would obtain the human king's body. However, those who knew the true identity of the Yi Immortal were overjoyed. With the Yi Immortal around, who could be a match for the Yi Immortal in a battle of the same level? Interesting, the young leader of the Quasi-Saint tribe muttered. His eyes were filled with intense battle intent. How will the competition be held? Someone else asked. It's very simple. 2-on-2 battles. The winner will continue to accept the challenge of the next person. Remember, each person only has one chance to go up on the stage. 2 more sentences appeared on the bronze box. These rules, many people's faces darkened. Their minds raced. The bronze box's 2 short sentences revealed that the rules weren't simple. 2-on-2 battles. The winner would continue to accept the challenge of the next person. This was equivalent to a battle of attrition. In this way, top geniuses like Lu Ming and Yi Xiaoxian were no longer confident in winning. No matter how strong they were, their strength would eventually be exhausted and they would be worn down by the battle of attrition. This time, it was the Heaven Destroyer's turn to have ugly expressions. This was because the number of people on the Heaven Destroyer's side was much smaller than the Heavenly Palace's side. A battle of attrition was extremely disadvantageous for them. On the other hand, the people on the Heavenly Palace's side were smiling. Haha, no matter how strong that Lu Ming is, he will be worn down to death. Everyone, there are many strong people among the Lord of Heaven. They might not be much weaker than Lu Ming. This time, the human king's body will definitely belong to the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace is the true master of the primitive universe. The people of the Heavenly Palace were overjoyed. So, are there any restrictions on the battle stage? Can we kill the opponent? Someone else asked. The specific rules are very simple. If you leave the battle stage, you will lose. Also, you can't use weapons or treasures. Everything else is up to you. Another sentence appeared on the bronze box. Many people narrowed their eyes. This sentence was very simple. There were no restrictions on the battle stage. They could kill the opponent. If they left the battle stage, they would lose. In other words, it was the same whether they fled or were sent flying out of the battle stage. At this time, the battle stage changed again. 3 stairs extended out. Chapter 4691. On the metal battle platform, there were 3 stairs extending out. One extended to the Heaven Destroyer, one extended to the Heavenly Palace, and the last one extended to the Quasi-Saint tribe. This made many people from the Heavenly Palace very unhappy. What did the battle platform mean? Did it mean that the Quasi-Saint tribe and the Heavenly Palace were on equal footing? Begin. Only those who ascend the stairs are qualified to participate in the battle. Another sentence appeared on the bronze chest, and then there was no more sound. I'll go first. An expert from the Heavenly Palace stepped forward and stepped on the stairs. This was an expert from the Blood Clan, one of the top 10 races. His whole body was covered in bloody light, and 2 blood-red wings extended from his back. His eyes were frightening. However, before he could take 2 steps, he seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His body retreated rapidly and was blasted off the battle platform. Can't go up. Everyone was shocked. It seems that only those who have reached a certain level of strength can step on the battle platform. Not everyone is qualified to fight. Someone said, "It seems that's true. I wonder how strong you have to be able to go up. Let me try." Another person from the Heavenly Palace stepped forward and stepped on the stairs. However, his situation was not much better than the previous Blood Clan member. He was blasted off the battle platform after a few steps. Then, a few more people from the Heavenly Palace tried, but none of them could step on the battle platform. In the end, 6 people tried in a row, but all of them failed. When it was the 7th person, a 10-winged angel from the Angel Clan successfully stepped on the battle platform. Roy is glaring at him. It seems that only the top geniuses can step on the battle platform. The people from the Heavenly Palace discussed animatedly. This middle-aged Roy was originally a 9th-level God Lord, a 10-winged angel. In the angel race, this level of talent was already at the apex. Who will fight with me? Roy stood on the battle platform and looked down at the people from the Heaven Destroyer. Needless to say, the people from the Heavenly Palace naturally would not go up to fight with him. His only opponent was the Heaven Destroyer. "I'll take you on." On the Heaven Destroyer's side, a figure stepped forward and landed on the stairs. Step by step, he walked up and finally stepped onto the platform. After seeing how 6 people from the Heavenly Palace have been defeated in a row, those on the Heaven Destroyer who weren't strong enough naturally wouldn't go forward. Even if they did, they would be blasted down. Therefore, those who took action were all people with top-notch talent. That man's name was Hao Ji. He was a descendant of a primitive god spirit. He had a thick primitive god spirit blood pulse. Although he was not a pure-blooded primitive god spirit, his battle power was still very strong. Boom! Without any superfluous words, Hoggy and Roy clashed. Both of their cultivations were suppressed to the 1st level of the Divine Lord realm, so there was not much difference in their combat power. The two exchanged more than 200 moves, and in the end, Hao Ji came out on top, sending Roy flying out of the stage with a single move. Heaven Destroyer won the first battle. I'll deal with him. Just as Roy was defeated, another figure rushed out from the Heavenly Palace and stepped onto the stairs. The stairs did not obstruct him at all, and he stepped onto the stage in a few steps. This person was also an angel, and his entire body was covered in dense holy light. Whoosh! 12 wings extended from his back. Hao Ji's expression changed drastically. This person was actually a 12-winged angel. A 12-winged angel was practically the apex of the angel race's talent. Lu Ming's old opponent, Gabbert, was also a 12-winged angel. However, Gabbert had a fortuitous encounter in Taishang Immortal City and evolved his Angel King bloodline. However, he had been crippled by Lu Ming in Taishang Immortal City. Hao Ji, Don't force yourself if you can't win. Rush out of the stage and admit defeat. Someone on the Heaven Destroyer's side shouted. I'll exhaust a portion of his strength before retreating. Hao Ji transmitted back. He was unwilling to admit defeat without even fighting. He had to exhaust a portion of his opponent's strength before admitting defeat. At the very least, he could build a foundation for the people who would fight later. Heaven Destroyer's side had fewer people to begin with. If they did not fight with all their strength, they would have no chance. Kill. The 12-winged angel directly attacked. His 12 wings flashed, and his body charged toward Hao Ji like a bolt of white lightning. His angelic sword turned into 12 sword lights and slashed at Hao Ji. Hao Ji's expression changed, and he tried his best to resist. However, he had already exhausted a lot of his divine power in the previous battle. Now that the two's attacks collided, he was immediately pushed back. The 12-winged angel would not miss this opportunity. He flapped his wings, and angel feathers appeared. Each angel feather was an extremely sharp sword. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds of swords flew toward Hao Ji. Hao Ji could not dodge at all. His body was pierced by dozens of sword lights and turned into a sieve. With a plop, he fell on the stage, no longer showing any signs of life. Hao Ji, damn it! Many people on the Heaven Destroyer roared. A powerful god lord had fallen just like that. It was a huge loss for the Heaven Destroyer. I'll go kill him. Leave this birdman to me. I'll tear him apart. Many people roared, wanting to kill their way to the stage. All of you, remember this. If you don't have the confidence to escape, don't force it. Just rush out of the stage and admit defeat. At this moment, Lion spoke, his eyes bloodshot. He had a good relationship with Hao Ji. That's right. We Heaven Destroyer have very few people to begin with. If one of us dies, we won't be able to get the body of another God Lord. How are we going to resist the Heavenly Palace? Another peak-level Divine Master spoke. Everyone nodded. Indeed, Hao Ji was too stubborn just now. He had already consumed a lot of his divine power in the battle with Roy, and he did not have much divine power left. His opponent was a 12-winged angel, and the difference was too great, so he was killed in one go. If he had rushed out of the stage from the beginning, he might have been able to save his life. Leave this guy to me. A middle-aged man in golden armor stepped out from the sky-exterminating troop. He walked toward the fighting ring and got onto it easily. Then, he waved his hand and put Hao Ji's body into his storage ring. Dragon? Hee, I haven't eaten dragon meat in a long time. I'll kill you and bring your body back for a good taste. The 12-winged angel sneered, revealing a cold, fighting spirit. You'll be the one to die. Roar, shouted the burly man in golden armor. His dragon roared and his body started to change. In the end, a golden dragon appeared on the fighting stage. That's a 9-clawed dragon. Lu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Back then, he had met the Dragon Princess and several other 9-clawed dragons on the Dragon Mother planet. He had thought that they were the only 9-clawed dragons left in the universe. He did not expect that there would be a god, Lord 9-clawed dragon in the Heaven Destroyer. When the dragon race was wiped out, there were still many powerful dragons scattered around and escaped. The one in front of him was probably one of them. Chapter 4692. The 9-clawed dragons' 9 dragon claws were covered in a golden divine light. They looked terrifyingly sharp. With a dragon roar, the 9-clawed dragon pounced on the 12-winged angel. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. This was a battle between the strongest talents of the two races. The 9-clawed dragon was the most powerful dragon of the dragon race. The 12-winged angel was also the most powerful angel. This was a battle between the two races. This battle was extremely intense. At the beginning, the two of them were evenly matched. They exchanged over 100 blows. However, after over 100 blows, the 9-clawed dragon clearly had the upper hand. The 9-clawed dragon continued to unleash its divine dragon secret technique, forcing the 12-winged angel to retreat. Kill. The nine-clawed divine dragon let out a long roar as its dragon claws grabbed onto the 12-winged angel's wings. With a forceful tug, it tore off the angel's wings. Blood stained the sky, and feathers flew everywhere. Arg, you are courting death. The 12-winged angel let out a painful howl as he slashed out with all his might, striking the nine-clawed divine dragon's body. However, the nine-clawed dragon's defense was extremely strong. Although the nine-clawed dragon's battle sword tore through its scales, it didn't cause any fatal damage. The nine-clawed dragon counterattacked. Its 9 dragon claws tore the 12-winged angel apart and killed him. A 12-winged angel fell just like that. It seems that the dragon race is stronger than the angel race. I guess the dragon race is one of the top 10 races. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Bam! The 9-clawed dragon threw the angel's body off the platform. Then its body glowed. It was seizing the time to heal. Humph! I will kill him. With a cold snort and a flash of demonic light, a burly figure rushed onto the platform. This was an expert of the demon race. Obviously, the heavenly human race had let the other races take the lead to exhaust the power of the Heaven Destroyer. This way, the heavenly human race could conserve their strength. As soon as the experts of the demon race stepped onto the stage, they launched an attack, not giving the 9-clawed dragon a chance to recover. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. However, this demon expert was not as strong as the 12-winged angel from before. He only came up because he saw that the 9-clawed dragon was severely exhausted and wanted to take advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, he had kicked a steel plate. Even though the 9-clawed dragon was severely exhausted, its battle strength was still incomparably powerful. After a fierce battle of about 100 moves, it heavily injured the demon expert. The demon race expert was horrified. He desperately rushed down the battle platform, and only then did he escape with his life. In this match, the 9-clawed dragon won again, while the Heaven Destroyer won 2 consecutive victories. Amipa, a Buddhist chant resounded as a bald, middle-aged man stepped onto the fighting ring. This was a powerhouse from the Buddhist tribe. His entire body was golden, as if he was made of gold. He and the 9-clawed dragon seemed to reflect each other. Behind his head, there was a layer of Buddhist light, sacred and peaceful. The 9-clawed dragon frowned. It felt a terrible pressure and danger from the opponent. I admit defeat in this battle. The moment the 9-clawed dragon spoke, its body rushed down the battle platform. The powerhouse from the Buddhist tribe did not stop it, allowing the 9-clawed dragon to successfully rush down the battle platform. The 9-clawed dragon had exhausted too much energy in the previous 2 battles and was almost at its limit. It knew very well that even if it forced itself to fight, it would not be able to exhaust too much of its opponent's energy. Instead, it would put itself in danger, so it simply admitted defeat. I'll take him on. On the side of the Heaven Destroyer, a person stepped forward and stepped onto the battle platform. A human. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this person was a pure human. This person looked like he was in his 30s. He was very young, but his actual age was probably not too old. After the rise of Tang Feng and the Flying Phoenix clan, they focused on nurturing the younger generation. In the past dozens of stellar years, the Heaven Destroyer had given birth to many powerful young talents. Among them, there were many human powerhouses. This person was one of them. Sky-severing 9 blades. The human powerhouse grabbed the air and formed a battle blade with divine power, slashing toward the powerhouse from the Buddhist tribe. The blade light pierced through the air like thunder and fire. The powerhouse from a Buddhist tribe was not in a hurry. His body was covered in a dazzling golden light as he used the Buddhist hand seal to fight the enemy. The two exchanged hundreds of blows fiercely and finally ended in a draw. After that, new powerhouses from the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace stepped onto the battle platform. Just like this, the two sides exchanged blows as more and more powerhouses stepped onto the battle platform and continued to fight. Those who could step onto the battle platform were all geniuses with strong combat strength. Their cultivation was suppressed to the first level of the Divine Lord realm, so almost no one could defeat them. When one side won, the other side would immediately send a new powerhouse to the battle platform, not giving the other side any chance to recover. The most powerful person could only achieve 3 consecutive victories at most before being defeated due to exhaustion of energy. Of course, this was also the reason why some of the top powerhouses from both sides had not yet stepped onto the battle platform. For example, Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Shi, Shi, and so on. The top powerhouses from the Heavenly Palace had not stepped onto the battle platform either. Under these rules, no one was confident that they could defeat the other side. If they stepped onto the battle platform first, they would be exhausted by the other side. Therefore, the more powerful a powerhouse was, the more they had to stay until the end. They had to step onto the stage last and win in one fell swoop. The best strategy was to let the weaker ones go up first to exhaust the other side's strength. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and the two sides had fought more than 100 battles. As the battles went on, the people from the Heaven Destroyer became more and more serious. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for them because they had fewer and fewer people who could step on the battle platform. Although the Heaven Destroyer had about 4,500 divine lords, only 200 of them could step onto the battle platform and were qualified to fight. On the other hand, the Heavenly Palace had even more people. There were at least 300 of them, maybe even more. If this continued, before the top powerhouses from the Heavenly Palace could step onto the stage, Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the others from the Heaven Destroyer would step onto the stage. No matter how strong Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the others were, they would be exhausted by the other side's continuous battles. In the end, they would have no chance of winning against the top powerhouses from the Heavenly Palace. If this continued, the Heaven Destroyer's defeat was almost certain. However, they had no choice but to continue fighting. The people from the Heavenly Palace seemed to have thought of this as well. They were relaxed and smiled. The great battle continued. After one battle after another, the number of people who could step onto the stage on the Heaven Destroyer side dwindled. 150, 130, 100, 80, 50. In the end, the Heaven Destroyer side estimated that there were less than 20 people who could step onto the stage. Although many people from the Heavenly Palace had been defeated in the battles, they estimated that there were at least 100 people from the Heavenly Palace who could step onto the stage. Moreover, they were all powerhouses. This can't go on. If this continues, we'll definitely lose. On the Heaven Destroyer side, some powerhouses gathered to discuss. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Shi, Lion, and the others were all present. The one who spoke just now was a powerhouse from the Heaven and Earth clan. Chapter 4693. There are too many people on the Heavenly Palace's side. There are at least 100 people who can participate in the battle, especially Yi Xiaoxian and that young man, Yi Immortal. They are absolutely powerful. In addition, there are also the 4 strongest people of the Heavenly Palace, the Lord of Heaven. Another old man from the Moke race said. He was also a top expert. If we continue to fight, we will definitely lose. Perhaps we can get help from other people to consume the power of the Heavenly Palace. At this time, Tang Jun said, Other people. The others were somewhat puzzled. Heaven Destroyer. How could there be other people helping them? That's right, it's the Quasi-Saint race. Tang Jun said, Quasi-Saint race. Quasi-Saint race dares to help us? Do they dare to go against the Heavenly Palace? The others were even more puzzled. Through this incident, we can see that the Quasi-Saint race is obviously not on the same side as the Heavenly Palace. When they attacked us previously, the Quasi-Saint race didn't make a move. Previously, they even brought the head of the human king's body. Obviously, the Quasi-Saint race is very ambitious and wants to monopolize the human king's body. Tang Jun said, But where did the Quasi-Saint race get the guts to go against the Heavenly Palace? Although they have always been sitting on the throne of the top 10 races, they are still only one of the top 10 races. That expert from the Moke race said, I once heard from my father that the Quasi-Saint race is not simple. The hidden power behind them is definitely beyond everyone's imagination. They've always been very low-key and might have a big scheme. They might not be afraid of the Heavenly Palace. Tang Jun said. What? Lu Ming, Shi, Lion, and the others were all shocked. In their impression, the quasi-saint race was only one of the top 10 races. Now that they heard Tang Jun's words, the quasi-saint race actually dared to go against the Heavenly Palace? The quasi-saint race actually had such strength? However, Tang Feng's strength was unfathomable, and he knew many unknown secrets. What he said shouldn't be wrong. It seemed that the structure of the universe was complicated beyond everyone's imagination. What should we do to make the quasi-saint race take action? She asked. It's very simple. For now on, we just don't send anyone out. Tang Jun said. Not sending anyone. She revealed a puzzled expression. However, Lu Ming and the others already understood. If the quasi-saint tribe is determined to obtain the human king's body, then they will definitely not let the heavenly human race obtain it. If we don't send people up, the quasi-saint tribe will definitely not sit still and send people to take action. Lion explained. After the discussion, everyone agreed that they would not send anyone else to attack. On the battle platform, there was a heavenly human tribe powerful being. After defeating one of the Heaven Destroyer members, he was ready to accept the challenge of the next powerful being. But after waiting for a while, no one went up on stage. The people from the Heavenly Palace looked puzzled. Why isn't Heaven Destroyer on stage? Could it be that there was no one else who could go up? That's not right. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Shi, Lion, and other top experts haven't gone up yet. The Immortal's eyes flickered, and he glanced at the quasi-saint tribe thoughtfully. The heavenly human on the battle platform was not alarmed, but happy instead. He seized the time to recover. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and still no one went up on Heaven Destroyer. If no one goes up on stage for half an hour, it will be determined that the person on the battle platform is the final winner. At this time, a sentence appeared on the bronze box. Everyone was shocked. If no one went up on stage for half an hour, the winner would belong to the side on the battle platform. What's going on? Why isn't Heaven Destroyer's member going up? On the contrary, the people from the quasi-saint tribe were somewhat anxious. Their original plan was to let the Heavenly Palace and Heaven Destroyer fight first. When both sides were injured, they could clean up the mess and easily seize the human king's body. Originally, everything was going according to their plan. But now, Heaven Destroyer's member actually made a move. More than 10 minutes had passed. If no one went up on stage in another 10 minutes, the human king's body would belong to the heavenly human tribe. This was not the result they wanted. Therefore, many people from the quasi-saint tribe were very unhappy. Young Master Xianxia, what should we do? Someone asked the leader of the quasi-saint tribe. Wait a little longer. The leader of the quasi-saint tribe said. His name was Xianxia. Time passed by second. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed. There were only 2 minutes left before the 30-minute deadline. The people from the Heavenly Palace's side were smiling more and more brightly, and many people in Heaven Destroyer were already somewhat anxious. However, Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Lion, and the others were still calm. The quasi-saint tribe was the most anxious. Damn it, Heaven Destroyer's member still hasn't made a move. Don't they want the human king's body? If this continues, the human king's body will fall into the hands of the heavenly human tribe. Some people from the quasi-saint tribe were anxiously discussing. They were very unhappy with Heaven Destroyer's member. They want to force us to make a move and exhaust the power of the Heavenly Palace. Xianxia said indifferently. His face was still calm. They are dreaming. What a good plan. A person from the quasi-saint tribe shouted angrily. Then let the human king's body fall into the hands of the heavenly human tribe? Another person retorted. The previous person was speechless. Young Master Xianxia, what should we do now? Finally, everyone's eyes looked at Xianxia. Of course we make a move. Xianxia said. If we make a move, won't we be helping Heaven Destroyer? The others said. Among the 3 parties, Heaven Destroyer and we're the weaker party. Heaven Destroyer, is also very clear about this point. If we don't join forces, we won't be able to contend against the heavenly palace. Therefore, we want to reap the benefits, but the other party isn't that stupid. We will definitely make a move. But it doesn't matter. In the end, I will throw this problem back to Heaven Destroyer. Xianxia laughed, and then ordered people to make a move. Then let me do it. A middle-aged man from the Quasi-Saint tribe said. After saying that, he stepped forward, stepped on the stairs, and arrived on the battle stage. The Quasi-Saint tribe's people on the battle stage stunned many people from the heavenly human tribe. Then they were furious. What are you doing? Are you going against our heavenly human tribe? How dare you, Quasi-Saint tribe? You are offending your superiors. Some people from the heavenly human tribe shouted. However, the Quasi-Saint tribe's people just smiled casually and ignored them. The Quasi-Saint tribe's expert on the battle stage directly launched an attack. The red mark between the eyebrows of the Quasi-Saint tribe's expert shone, and a terrifying energy pervaded out. It was incomparably hot, many times hotter than the core of a star. Every move of the Quasi-Saint tribe's expert contained a terrifying temperature, as if he wanted to destroy everything. The heavenly human tribe's expert didn't dare to be careless at all, because his supreme power of heaven was actually on the verge of being destroyed by the opponent's scorching energy. He used all his strength to resist the opponent's attack. Both sides exchanged hundreds of moves. In the end, the heavenly human tribe's expert was defeated by the Quasi-Saint tribe's expert and was sent flying out of the battle stage. Chapter 4694. The Quasi-Saint tribe defeated the celestial race's experts, which made many celestial races' faces turn ugly. In the eyes of the celestial race, the Quasi-Saint tribe was no different from the other top 10 races. They were all ants and slaves that they could order around at will. But now, the slaves actually dared to rebel against them and even defeated them. This was unbearable for them. Rebellion. This is really rebellion. The Quasi-Saint tribe is rebelling. They deserve to die. They should all be suppressed and executed by 1,000 cuts. In my opinion, the Quasi-Saint tribe doesn't need to exist anymore. After leaving here, we'll send an army to annihilate the Quasi-Saint tribe. Many celestial race members growled and looked coldly at the Quasi-Saint tribe. However, the Quasi-Saint tribe looked calm and unafraid of the celestial race's threat. Enough! Ye Immortal shouted coldly, and the celestial race members shut their mouths. It seems that the Quasi-Saint tribe is also determined to get the human king's body. Ye Immortal said indifferently and looked at the leader of the Quasi-Saint tribe, Xianxia. Naturally, everyone is tempted by a treasure like the human king's body. The Quasi-Saint tribe also wants to study it and see what's so special about it. Xianxia smiled. In that case, the Quasi-Saint tribe will have to bear the consequences. Ye Immortal's voice turned cold. You don't have to threaten me. I know the celestial race's background very well. You can scare others, but it's useless to scare me. Xianxia smiled faintly. Ye Immortal's eyes flickered with cold light. He said to the celestial race members, "Who's going up? I'll go and kill the Quasi-Saint tribe scum." A celestial race burly man stepped forward, walked up the stairs, and stepped onto the battle stage. Many people recognized that he was an extremely powerful Lord of Heaven of the celestial race. Although he wasn't as powerful as the strongest Lord of Heaven of the celestial race, he wasn't far off. Even though he was suppressed to the first level of the Divine Master Realm, his battle strength was still extremely powerful. This Lord of Heaven was called Yechu Qinglong. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Yechu Qinglong's body. Two kinds of powerful heavenly forces circled around his body, entangling with each other and emitting a terrifying pressure. He took a step forward and charged toward the Quasi-Saint tribe's expert like a bolt of lightning. The expert from the Quasi-Saint race had a grave expression as he focused his attention on the battle with Yechu Qinglong. However, it was obvious that Yechu Qinglong's battle prowess was stronger, and he completely crushed Yechu Qinglong. In just a few dozen moves, the Quasi-Saint expert was killed by Yechu Qinglong. His blood dyed the battle stage red. He didn't even manage to escape from the battle stage. This is the consequence of offending my heavenly human tribe. Yi Chu Qinglong's cold voice echoed throughout the place. At this moment, the faces of the people from the quasi-saint tribe turned gloomy. Damn it, I gave a celestial race face, but they actually want a yard after taking an inch. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Our quasi-saint race is low-key. Don't think that we are weak. I must take revenge for this. Many people from the quasi-saint tribe were furious. A middle-aged man from the quasi-saint tribe couldn't help but rush onto the battle stage and engage in a fierce battle with Yi Chu Qinglong. It had to be said that Yi Chu Qinglong was really strong. Killing the quasi-saint tribe's expert just now seemed to have consumed very little of his energy. His battle prowess was still incomparably strong, and he suppressed the quasi-saint tribe's expert. In the end, the quasi-saint tribe's expert was seriously injured. He had no choice but to rush down the battle stage with all his strength and save his life. Another person from the quasi-saint tribe appeared on the battle stage. This was an old man who was also a peak divine master. His battle prowess was very strong, and he actually fought Yi Chu Qinglong to a draw. Both sides fought fiercely for thousands of moves. In the end, because both sides were exhausted, it ended in a draw. However, the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe were already fighting fiercely. Both sides kept sending experts onto the battle stage, and the battle became more and more intense. From time to time, someone would be killed. Although the quasi-saint tribe only sent 300 people, they were all at the 6th layer of the Divine Master Realm or above. There were many talented and powerful people. Even if they were suppressed to the 1st layer of the Divine Master Realm, there were still hundreds of them who could step onto the battle stage. The continuous battle between the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe had consumed a lot of energy. The number of heavenly human tribe members who could step onto the battle stage was getting fewer and fewer. Young Master Xianxia, when should we stop? There are only a dozen people who can step onto the battle stage. An old man from the quasi-saint tribe asked Xianxia. No hurry. Continue. Xianxia said. The quasi-saint tribe was still sending experts onto the battle stage. What are these quasi-saint tribe doing? Are they crazy? Do they want to injure both sides and benefit the Heaven Destroyer? Someone from the heavenly human tribe shouted angrily. However, there was no other way. They could only fight. If no one went up to fight, the human king's physical body would be obtained by the quasi-saint tribe. Just like this, when there were only a few people left from the quasi-saint tribe, Xianxia opened his mouth and asked the quasi-saint tribe to stop fighting. On the battle stage, a heavenly human tribe expert stood there, waiting for the others to challenge him. However, as time passed, there was still no one who wanted to fight. It seems that the quasi-saint tribe wants to force us to fight. Lion said, they're also very smart. Now that there are not many people left from the heavenly human tribe who can fight, we definitely won't give up on fighting for the human king's physical body. They're certain that we will definitely send someone to fight. Tang Jun also said, this was not a conspiracy. It was an open conspiracy. It was easy for all parties to guess. Previously, the Heaven Destroyer didn't send anyone to fight because their remaining strength was too weak compared to the heavenly human tribe. Even if they went up, they would definitely lose. Therefore, they had the confidence to not send anyone up. At that time, the quasi-saint tribe had hopes of obtaining the human king's physical body. Naturally, they couldn't let the human king's physical body fall into the hands of the heavenly human tribe. Therefore, if the Heaven Destroyer didn't send anyone, they would definitely not sit still and send someone up. The current situation was the opposite. Now, there were only a few people left from the quasi-saint tribe who could participate in the battle. Their strength was too weak compared to the heavenly human tribe. Even if all of them went up, they would definitely not be a match for the heavenly human tribe. However, there were still 20 people on the Heaven Destroyer's side. They had hopes of obtaining the final victory. Naturally, they wouldn't let the heavenly human tribe obtain the human king's physical body. Therefore, they had to send someone up. Xianxia had long expected this scene. Which one of you is going to fight? Lion looked at the remaining 20 or so people on the Heaven Destroyer who could still fight. Let me do it. An expert from a myriad spirit insect race stepped onto the battle stage, and fought with the heavenly human tribe. Almost all the people left on both sides were top-notch experts with incomparably powerful battle prowess. However, their battle prowess was also very close. Neither side could suppress the other. Both sides fought fiercely for a long time. That expert from the myriad spirit insect race barely won, but he had almost exhausted his strength. Therefore, before the next expert from the heavenly human tribe went up, he took the initiative to retreat from the battle stage. He knew very well that his strength was almost exhausted. If he waited for the opponent's expert to come up, he might not even be able to escape from the battle stage. Chapter 4695. Just like that, the two sides fought back and forth. Both sides had their share of failures and successes. Those who fought in the end were almost all top-notch experts with similar combat strength. Almost no one could win 2 battles in a row. Every battle consumed a large amount of energy. Gradually, only 6 or 7 people from the Heaven Destroyer could fight. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Shi, Lion, an expert from the Heaven and Earth race, and 2 other experts. The heavenly human race was about the same. They only had 6 or 7 people left who could fight. This battle had reached its final juncture. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted on the battle stage. The 2 experts used their strongest moves, and then both retreated from the battle stage. It was a draw. Leave the next battle to me. The expert from the Heaven and Earth race stepped forward and onto the battle stage. This person's name was Rongjin, and he was a peak Divine Lord. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful peak Divine Lord. Even though he was suppressed to the first tier of the Divine Lord realm, there were not many people who could match him at the same level. Rongjin, I'll fight you. A cold voice came from the heavenly human race side. Then, a stunningly beautiful woman stepped onto the battle stage. Damning Lord of Heaven! It's Damning Lord of Heaven! Many people in the Sky Exterminating Army gasped. It's her! Lu Ming was also shocked. He had not only heard of Damning Lord of Heaven, but also seen her. This person was known as one of the strongest Lord of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace. He stood at the peak of the Divine Lord realm. It was said that he had once made all the living beings in an entire galaxy fall into a dream with one move. It was terrifying. The strongest Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace is finally going to fight. Tang Jun muttered with a grave expression. Is the strongest Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace very strong? Lu Ming asked. Very strong, very strong. Among the 4 Heavenly Palace, there are only 4 who can be called the strongest Lord of Heaven. Every one of them was a peerless genius when they were young. They were at the peak of their generation. They suppressed their generation and were also Heavenly Palace's daughters. Tang Jun explained. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Although it was impossible for such a person to be as strong as Yi Qiuxian when he was young, it was very likely that he would not be weaker than Yi Chu Tianji or Yi Ling Hongya. Even if such a person was suppressed to the first tier of the Divine Master Realm, he would still be incredibly powerful. Big dream, Rongjin muttered with a grave expression. Rongjin, are you sure you want to fight me? You are no match for me. The great dream Lord of Heaven said indifferently. His voice was filled with strong confidence in himself. We haven't fought in a long time. Things have changed. I might not lose now. Rongjin sneered. 2 different types of light radiated from his 2 heads. In the end, his body actually separated rapidly into 2. One was yin and one was yang. 2 completely opposite energies burst forth and charged toward the great dream Lord of Heaven. However, the great dream Lord of Heaven stood there motionlessly. He had no intention of dodging or blocking, allowing Rongjin's attack to land on his body. When Rongjin's attack landed on the great dream Lord of Heaven, his body shattered like a phantom and dissipated into the air. Rongjin's body suddenly changed. His two bodies burst forth with powerful energy and frantically charged outward. What's going on? Many people from Heaven Destroyer were dumbfounded. In their eyes, the great Dream Lord of Heaven was slowly approaching Rongjin from one side. Rongjin's attack was aimed at the air in front of him. It was as if he didn't see the approaching great Dream Lord of Heaven. In the end, Rongjin burst out with all his strength. The energy rushed in all directions, forcing the great Dream Lord of Heaven to take a few steps back. It's a dream. What a terrifying dream. Rongjin actually fell into it unknowingly. Lion said with a solemn expression. He actually fell into a dream? The others were also shocked, including Lu Ming. This great Dream Lord of Heaven was really terrifying. He could actually make people fall into a dream unknowingly. It was simply impossible to guard against it. The key point was that the target was a top expert like Rongjin. Even he couldn't avoid it. However, Rongjin was a top expert after all. He wasn't completely defenseless. When he missed his attack, he knew that he had fallen into the trap. He burst out with all his strength and launched an indiscriminate attack to buy himself time. His two bodies unleashed two completely different types of energy. They collided with each other, producing destructive energy that rushed in all directions. At the same time, he was also trying his best to break out of Great Dream Lord of Heaven's dream. It's unnecessary, Great Dream Lord of Heaven said coldly. Her body was shrouded in a layer of mysterious light. At the same time, there were layers of mysterious waves that constantly rushed towards Rongjin. This kind of wave could aggravate the dream. In the face of such an attack, Rongjin could only unleash an indiscriminate attack to prevent Great Dream Lord of Heaven from getting close. However, this method consumed a lot of divine power. Soon, Rongjin was sweating profusely. His breathing became heavy. Obviously, his strength was severely depleted. Whoosh! At this time, Great Dream Lord of Heaven suddenly accelerated. Her body was like a sharp sword, rushing towards Rongjin. Oh no! Rongjin's attack has weakened. Great Dream Lord of Heaven is about to launch her final attack. Lion exclaimed. Before Lion's voice fell, Great Dream Lord of Heaven's attack was close to Rongjin. In her hand, 3 types of supreme, heavenly energy burst out. Yes, Great Dream Lord of Heaven controlled 3 types of supreme, heavenly energy. The 3 types of supreme, heavenly energy converged into a sharp sword and pierced towards Rongjin. It broke through Rongjin's defense like a hot knife through butter and pierced towards his glabella. On Heaven Destroyer's side, everyone's heart couldn't help but be on edge. If it really pierced the glabella, it would be dangerous. At the critical moment, Rongjin let out a loud roar. His body abruptly shifted to the side, and he managed to avoid a fatal blow. However, Dream Sky Monarch's sword light slashed diagonally, almost splitting Rongjin's body into 2 halves. In the end, Rongjin avoided his vitals but was seriously injured. However, this blow woke Rongjin up. Time-space. Rongjin roared. His 2 bodies spun rapidly and turned into 2 vortexes, rushing towards Great Dream Lord of Heaven. It's the power of time and space. Lu Ming was shocked. What Rongjin was using now was the power of time and space. Moreover, judging from its power, it was actually stronger than the power of time and space of time of the Spirit Mouse. The talent of the Heaven and Earth tribe was really terrifying. They could use 2 completely different types of power. Previously, it was heavy and light, high and low, yin and yang, cold and hot, and other different types of power. Now, they were even using the power of time and space. The 2 types of power turned into a terrifying attack, enveloping Great Dream Lord of Heaven as if to send Great Dream Lord of Heaven into an eternal unknown place. Great Dream Lord of Heaven roared and attacked with all her might. A layer of terrifying domain shrouded the battle platform. This was her Great Dream domain. Obviously, Great Dream Lord of Heaven had also raised her battle strength to the extreme to fight against Rongjin. Great Dream domain and the power of time and space clashed. The battle platform was in chaos, You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.